Hello, beste vrienden. It's the 8th Roguelike Celebration. I am so happy to be back in this wonderful abandoned mall full of eels and other wonderful things, and here with all of you who are back once again. It's very exciting, and thank you for being chill with our technical difficulties. We figured them out just in time. And I might not be quite as musical as that Game Boy, but I'm very happy to be here. So, 8th Roguelike Celebration. If you haven't been here before, we are a community event run entirely by volunteers and supported by all of you wonderful, enthusiastic people. Especially nice to welcome you back to the social space, which is the abandoned mall full of eels, as we all know. It was something we built during the pandemic to try and capture the feeling of togetherness and community and celebrating all these weird shared interests we have. And it's really wonderful that people keep coming back to it, and it makes it feel kind of like home in its own way. It's really exciting. So thank you for continuing to come back, not just to the conference, but to our funky little social space. It is obviously still a work in progress. Turns out when you run something basically once a year, there are always things that have broken in the intervening year. So we appreciate your patience. We will take bug reports and suggestions and feedbacks through the weekend as we do our best to keep this thing running. You can go to the feedback kiosk to leave feedback on the space. And we also just want you to have fun. Treat this like a real space with real people in it, because turns out all those people in chat are real people. Be nice to them. We do have a code of conduct if you haven't seen it yet. It is on our website, but also on the social space in the left-hand side. There's a link to code of conduct. Please give that a chance, click through it when you can, so that you just know what kind of our rules are. We have moderators in the space at all times. You can reach them by typing /mod, or if you look, someone with a hammer icon in their username is a moderator, and you can directly message them. If you misbehave, if you don't treat people well, we will ban you from the conference and kick you out. Don't make us do that. Thank you. Be kind, be considerate, be polite. This is a community where we want everyone to feel welcome. Also, you might be watching this on Twitch or on YouTube or something like that. You'll notice that their chat is not turned on. That's because all the chat happens in this custom social space that we moderate. It's not too late. You can reach the social space by getting a ticket. Go to roguelike.club. You can find tickets there for up to, pay as you want. They're very accessible. So anytime this weekend, feel free to grab a ticket and come join in. Let's see. We have the schedule, which you can find in the social space. I gesture as if you can see it. And that will tell you what talks are coming up next. We also have multiple breaks for socializing. Feel free to use that to explore the space. We always have lots of little, things to find, places where you can customize your username. You can change your different badges. You can collect the aforementioned eels. It's obviously a different space than last year. A lot of people worked hard to make this space special, so feel free to check that out. Some of the specific hiccups that you might see in the social space, if you're noticing that all of the badges from last year are missing, try doing just a hard Control-R refresh, and they should come back. And if you are in a room like the theater that's really busy, but the chat is just totally silent, there's a chance that you are disconnected. Leaving the room and coming back might fix it. Refreshing it might also fix it. The theater is the best one of usually there is talk going on in the theater, so it's completely quiet for minutes. Something's probably wrong. We really hope we fix that bug, but it's quite hard for us to test it without the number of attendees that we only get during events like this. Let's see, we also have merchandise. Oh my God, it's amazing. Sam has put together a merch this year, and we have Don't Talk to Me Till I Quaff My Brown Potion mugs. We have Same Dungeon, Different Seed pins. We have unidentified socks that come with their own scratch-off scroll of identify. It's amazing. And then, of course, we have beautiful shirts this year designed by Zurasuda, who also did the art of those scrolls of Identify. All of that's super cool. Also, that art was used in the Steam sale. You can find a link to all of that merch in It's Jack's Gifts, which is on the far right side of the mall. Speaking of Steam sale, we have one. It's great. Check that out. If you go to the bookstore, you can find a link there. But also, if you go to the special offers section of Steam, you'll see it show up. It's a amazing curated set of roguelikes from speakers past and present, and then just like a bunch of other ones that we have included, developers you might never have heard of. We got a huge response to the Steam sale this year, which was a challenge, but fun. And so we did our best to narrow that down to a workable set of games, put them out there. So every single game in there is really exciting, and we're really happy to give people that visibility. So encourage you at some point this weekend to check it out. That sale runs until I think Monday morning. So try and check it out this weekend. Let's see, if you are still on one of the wastelands of social media, then go ahead and talk about us. If it's a place that uses hashtags, still use hashtag Roguelike Celebration. We are on Mastodon, we are on Twitter, we are, I think, maybe on Blue Sky. So, go ahead and share things there. Let's see, I want to say a thank you to Maggie, who helps us every year. She's our live captioner, who does an amazing job. I want to thank Kristen, who did the overlay art that you see for those, talk starting in 15 minutes at 9:15 type of things. And that Game Boy, very cool. So I want to say thanks to Tambalea, who did that, built a procedural music generator that she's willing to share with us and run off of an actual Game Boy. So very, very cool. And we'll be using that just to have some nice procedurally generated music in the breaks so that the stream isn't just dead silence. We really enjoyed doing that last year. So we'll be doing that again. Let's see, if you are in the social space and there are talks going on, like right now, kind of, come to the theater. The reason to be in the theater is that there's a whiteboard digitally that you can write questions for the speakers on. You should see a button above the chat that says write a question. If you click on that, you can leave a question for the speaker. Feel free to do that anytime during their presentation. You can also upvote questions that other people have left, and then whoever's the current MC will pull from those questions if there's time at the end of the talk to do some audience Q&A. So make sure to check that out. If you do want to explore the space while also listening to the speaker, you can pop out the stream and then move around the social space and keep it. What else do we have? People often have links to like cool things that they're reminded of and want to share. If you want to do that, there's an obelisk. There's a map obelisk in the mall. And that, of course, is where you can share your community links. Where else would you do it? We will try to collect that at the end of the conference and share it somewhere. We always have trouble figuring out where the heck it makes sense to put those links, but we will do our best. So if you have something cool to share, put it in the obelisk, which is somewhere that people can consult it more than just chat, where it will kind of scroll by. We also have a feedback kiosk where you can leave feedback on the conference itself. We have various note walls throughout the space where you can just leave little messages for each other. So again, just explore. We also have breakout rooms, which I will briefly explain. When you're in the theater, we have several other screens showing exciting films like Attack of the 50-Foot Goblin. The purpose of these, other than being fun, is that when a chunk of talks is finished, each talk will be assigned to one of those rooms, and that is where you can go to have follow-up discussion amongst yourselves or potentially with the speaker. Because of time zones and stuff, not every speaker is actually able to hang out in their breakout room, but a lot of them do. So I will, or whoever's the current MC, will always remind people at the end of the talk block which rooms go to which. Maybe also in the schedule, but we'll always remind you. And it will be at the end of the block of talks so that you never have to choose between, oh, do I get to hear the next talk or do I go to the breakout for this talk? It'll always be, if there are 3 talks in a row, then we will do all 3 talks and then we will do the breakout rooms for all 3 at once. So hopefully we'll get the hang of that, but it's a nice way to have that kind of more small scale discussion. Yeah, It's a lot to go over, but it's a lot of fun. So I think that those are the most important points. I am excited. I hope that you're all excited. I mean, I can see that you're excited just on the delay. Also, shout out to Sam for adding an eel badge in the span of time between last night and right now. Wonderful. So, unless there is any other administrative stuff, which I think that there might not be, then I will offer the opportunity that if our next speaker would like to start early, you can give me a thumbs up. Cool, okay, wonderful. I love giving speakers more time. So our first talk is from Aaron A. Reed on Klingons, Hobbits, and the Oregon Trail. I'm very excited. Aaron is a writer and game designer focused on helping game makers and players tell stories together. He's a multi-time IndieCade and IGF finalist and has spoken about digital storytelling at venues from GamerX to GDC. Welcome, Aaron. You get to be our first speaker of Roguelike Celebration 2023. I know what year it is.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see if you can remember that. Are you hearing me okay? Everything going good? I assume you will pop back on and stop me if not. Yeah, great to be here. It's so awesome to be kicking off Roguelike Celebration 2023 with you all. So I'm Aaron A. Reed. I'm a writer and game designer. Here are some projects over the years you might know me from. My background is in writing interactive fiction, but I've done a decent amount of systems-y stuff too, and I've kind of bounced back and forth between amateur and commercial and academic spaces over the last 15 years. I've done a number of indie digital games. I've done some tabletop role-playing games. I've written books about games and games about books, and books that are produced by game-like procedures but are not actually games themselves, and lots of other stuff in between. And if you're interested, I actually gave an overview of some of my past work at the 2020 Roguelike Celebration, which you can find by this name on YouTube. But more recently, you might know me from this book, which came out earlier this year and is a look back at the first half century of games without graphics. Everything from text adventures to idle games to hypertext and lots of other stuff. Interestingly, I don't actually talk much about roguelikes in this book because I think that's probably a whole different book for someone else to write. And in this one, I'm mostly looking at games where text means kind of specifically interactive prose. But there are a few exceptions. And what does come up a lot in the book that's probably of interest to roguelike-y folks is procedural generation, and specifically all the ways it's been used over the years to build surprising emergent worlds to explore. We often think of that arising as a need for replayability, right? For every run to be a little different. But in the earliest days of computers, it was actually kind of more of a necessity. You simply couldn't fit a pre-made world big enough to be interesting to explore into the footprint of some of the earliest computers. You had to generate a world to have a game at all. But we'll get to that. If we flash back to the talk title, and it's fine, I'd already forgotten it too, you'll recall that I promised to talk about the first decade of text games. And by that I mean the 1970s for somewhat pedantic reasons, but in fact people were mucking around with interactive text even back in the 60s, and actually even earlier than that. So here's the output of a program written in 1952 to author procedurally generated love letters for a machine that was so new at the time it was just called the computer, or specifically the Manchester University computer, which is what MUC in the lower right stands for. So the way this program worked was to take random words from lists of flowery nouns and adjectives and fill in one of several kinds of template sentences. And this was impressive in 1952, not only because the MUC didn't have a keyboard you could type words into, which made creating that list of flowery adjectives a bit of a challenge, but also because the idea of wasting the time of $1 million plus computer to do something so trivial as pretend to have feelings was fairly scandalous. Christopher Strachey, who wrote this program, apparently would print these procedural love letters out and pin them anonymously to the department message board, much to the consternation of his colleagues. He's kind of an unsung queer folk hero of early computing history, by the way, responsible for all kinds of computer firsts, and I think he should be a lot better known. So at the heart of Strachey's program is basically just this, although this was a lot harder to do in the 50s than today. Random wasn't always a thing you could just call as a function. But basically, what this program is doing, right, is grabbing random words from a list and inserting them into template sentences. And it's easy today to think, well, so what? But it's kind of surprising how little the earliest computer games actually made use of randomness, right? In part because it was maybe challenging to code, but also I think there's a bit of a mentality and culture shift at play here. So if we look at computerized military war games, which were some of the very first games created for computers, they tended to run by plugging a bunch of equations for things like missile trajectories, troop casualty rates, and tank speeds into a system that would just kind of spit out a solution based on the parameters, kind of the current state of the system and the new inputs you were giving it. It was totally deterministic, kind of a reflection of that early 20th century ideal that if you just got the math right, you could predict things perfectly, right? This is around the time Asimov's Foundation books are coming out about, you can accurately guess what people are going to be doing thousands of years into the future. The kind of randomness of chaos theory was not really in the zeitgeist yet. And you see this attitude in other early computer games. So there's a whole other branch of business simulation games that were basically like economics war games. And these operated kind of on the same principles. You had all these detailed equations about markets and supply and demand and how advertising budgets affected those. Everything with a deterministic outcome. So if you priced your laundry detergent the same way in the same fiscal environment, you'd get predictable results each time. This particular game, by the way, was designed for business executives to play. And they did it by circling options on a worksheet, which is what you're seeing here, which was then turned over to a team of competent women who could actually operate the computer to input their important manly business decisions. So typical. When you started seeing educational computer games appear in the 1960s, they often adopted this same tactic. This idea that what computers were really for was running calculations, and what the user should be doing, even if the user was a sixth grader, was supplying the right variable. So in the game that later became known as Hammurabi, you play a Sumerian king making decisions about how to keep your people fed, and you interact by typing in numbers, and those go into fairly predictable little equations for how many bushels of grain a population of a certain size needs to survive, and so on. And I think kind of the epitome of this flavor of game design is really Lunar Lander, which, if you haven't played it, is basically a fun little game about doing calculus. You're inputting the burn rate of your lander on the right and trying to decelerate quick enough to land at a safe speed, but not so fast that you run out of fuel too early. There's no randomness at all. The whole game is just plugging numbers into these brutal, or beautiful, if you're that kind of person, equations. And games in this mode can certainly be fun, don't get me wrong. And they were fun, if nothing else, for their novelty at the time. But they also feel a little stale. So when people started writing programs that were trying to capture the spark of humanity, they couldn't help but come back to randomness, like Strachey with his love letters, as a cheap way of simulating the delightful unpredictability of living people. So Eliza, famously the first chatbot, wasn't entirely deterministic. There was a lot of randomness in which responses it might pull from its pool of options. And it made it feel more like something was alive inside the computer, that something mysterious and interesting and vibrant was going on. And this brings us to the first game I want to dive into in a bit more depth. It's the game that has managed to trick people for 52 years now into thinking it's possible to make a fun educational game. So, no small feat. You might have played a later remake of the Oregon Trail from the 80s or 90s, but the original version actually ran on a teletype, like this one, which connected to a distant mainframe off at a university somewhere. This game was created by a student teacher trying to interest his junior high kids in a history class. Originally, he was going to make a board game about the Oregon Trail, but some of his roommates had taken a programming class and convinced him they could collaborate to make a computer game instead. But board game ideas, like drawing a random card from a deck to get an event, or rolling a die to see how far you move, definitely influenced the game's design. And it's important to note that the game's opening text includes this word simulates, right? So the advantage of a computer game over a board game is there could still be those math equations behind the scenes, making what happens more interesting and contextual to your play than just drawing random cards from a deck. The kids might actually have to absorb some information about what was being simulated, this historical 2,000-mile overland journey, in order to win. So the basics of Oregon Trail simulation is that you purchase supplies in 5 categories. Your progress is tracked by an integer representing miles traveled along the trail. If it meets or exceeds 2,040, you win. You have opportunities to hunt for more food along the way, or trade at forts to replenish supplies. And there's also a random event each turn, pulling from a pool of about 20 events in the original version. And many of these basically test that you have enough of a certain resource, and if you don't, you die. Although actually never of dysentery in this version of the game. That came over 10 years later in a much later remake of this. So here's the code for one of the game's random events. What's going on here? So if some variable named m is greater than 950, we're going to jump to 2935 and print a message about cold weather. And then we're going to test the c variable, which it turns out is how much cold weather gear you have. If m is less than 950, though, we continue on to line 2665 and print a message about rain instead of frigid cold weather. So M here is tracking the number of miles you've traveled. And what this tiny bit of BASIC is simulating is really the Rocky Mountains. At a certain point on your journey, specifically about 1,000 miles west of Missouri, rain turns to snow. The game doesn't show the user any landmarks or milestones. All you get is this increasing mileage number, but that geography is sort of implicitly there in the different ways this event can be presented. A more interesting version of this is this random event where you might get attacked by riders. And these were actually intended by the creators to be white bandits, not Native Americans, basically because historically settlers were way more likely to get attacked by each other than indigenous peoples. So what's going on here is this really gnarly looking equation that is also operating on miles traveled. And if it's less than a certain amount, we skip this event by jumping past it to line 2500. Otherwise, we move on to the rider attack. So what is this equation doing? Well, I plugged it into Wolfram Alpha so you don't have to. So here we're seeing M in the horizontal axis, again representing miles traveled. And the vertical axis basically means what chance in 10 will we skip the rider event at this mileage. So higher on the graph means more likely to see riders. And what this is basically a cool little encoding of the likelihood of bandits striking on this journey. So it starts off low in Missouri near the big cities, spikes in the Great Plains where there's lots of open space, but a lot less law, starts dropping as you get to the difficult terrain of the Rockies, and then drops to almost zero on the other side of them, where the hardship of the journey has winnowed out most challengers. Pretty neat for one line of BASIC. What's cool about what's happening here is these events are random, but they're informed by the simulation, right? It's randomness constrained by a plausibility space, making a little universe inside your computer that you can't entirely predict or control, but which feels believable. And I would argue that this is one of the key foundational ideas behind why we're so fascinated by procedural generation and roguelikes and all of this stuff in this space, right? It's that balance of predictable and unpredictable. And it's cool to kind of trace this back to these really early games and see how they started to experiment with that. The next game I want to talk about was basically the original tactical space sim, and it was made by a high school senior who really missed his favorite TV show, tragically canceled. And in this game, you fly a little asterisk starship Enterprise around the galaxy, hunting down little ASCII Klingons, blowing them up, and occasionally docking at star bases to refuel and restock your photon torpedoes. The galaxy is randomly generated each time you play, and I'd argue that this game actually has a ton in common with the genre that Rogue would eventually name 10 years later. You're exploring a procedurally generated area from a top-down perspective, returning to a home base when your supplies get too low, and the fun possibility of getting totally screwed by the RNG when it starts you right next to a Klingon. But an interesting thing about the game's procedurally generated galaxy is it was actually way too big to fit into the memory footprint Mike Mayfield was working in. So the game's galaxy is divided into an 8x8 grid of 64 quadrants, and each quadrant when entered is itself an 8x8 grid of 64 sectors. It's a little hard to see, but this overlay helps a bit. So that's 4,096 possible grid spaces that might contain starships, stars, bases, or Klingons. But the version of BASIC Mayfield was using in 1971 did not have any way to create a data structure with 4,000 entries, and many computers at the time would not have had enough memory to hold them anyway. So how did he make this work? If we look back at the quadrant map on the left, which you can view in the game by using a long-range scanner, you see that each quadrant is represented as a 3-digit number like 118. The game's instructions make a big thing of telling you that as the captain of the Enterprise, you need to learn how to read the secret code, which in this case means that this quadrant contains 1 Klingon, 1 starbase, and 8 stars. See, you could all be Starfleet officers now. But the sneaky thing is, this code was actually the literal entire representation of the quadrant in the game's memory. When you enter a quadrant, it randomly distributes the correct number of stars, bases, and Klingons around it. And the reason this works is that you don't often have cause to re-enter a sector you've already visited. If you do, and there was a Klingon there, it would make sense that they'd moved around while you were gone. And you'd be unlikely to notice that the stars had moved too. It's basically lossy compression for a galactic star map, and it's a pretty elegant solution for a high schooler to have come up with, I think. As a bit of a tangent here, when researching this game, I actually did kind of a deep dive into its source code and the flavor of BASIC it was written in. And it's a little rough. There's no distinction in this version of BASIC between global and local variables. Variables had to be either a single letter or a letter and a number, which did not tend to make it very easy to remember what each one did. And worse, while support for functions had just been added, you could only have 26 of them, and you had to name them FNA, FNB, up to FNZ. Again, not super great for remembering which one does which thing. So Mayfield, it turns out, didn't use functions at all in his Star Trek game. I can't really blame him. So the code is just a cheerful nightmare spaghetti of go-tos in the best classic basic tradition. A really funny thing, though, is that Mayfield's high school program later got cleaned up for publication by some serious adult coders, and it turns out they kind of broke it. So here's a bit of Mayfield's code that happens at the end of procedurally generating a galaxy, which works by coming up with 64 of those little 3-digit quadrant codes and positioning them in the grid. Each quadrant has a certain percentage chance of having Klingons, stars, or bases in it. And because of that, it's actually unlikely but possible that no star bases or Klingons will have been generated anywhere in the galaxy by the end of the process. And both of those things would kind of break the game. So what this line 775 is doing is saying that if either of these variables, B9 or K9, counting the total number of bases and Klingons in the galaxy, are still 0 at this point, go back to line 490 and start galaxy generation over from scratch, before reporting the stats of the generated galaxy on line 780. So this is the adults cleaned up version of the code, and they use a different tactic to address this edge case. On their line 790, they're saying if there's at least one starbase, skip over the next line. Otherwise, continue to 800. And on 800, G here is the two-dimensional array of quadrant codes. So what this line is doing is manually overwriting whatever was generated for quadrant 6-3 with this magic number 114, i.e. turn it into a quadrant with 1 starbase, 1 Klingon, and 4 stars, thus guaranteeing there is now 1 starbase in the galaxy. So, this change might have been made because Mayfield's solution seemed problematic to the pros. His version is unbounded, right? It could, in theory, just keep generating bad galaxies over and over again, even though that's really unlikely. And maybe that squicked these folks out. Or maybe they worried, even one do-over of galaxy generation might run too slow on some machines at the time. So their alternate solution here might seem pretty clever. It's just a single line of code instead of rerunning the whole generation routine. But it actually introduces 3 new bugs into the program. So first, they're no longer addressing the case where there are 0 Klingons. And this was a lot less mathematically likely to happen, so maybe it didn't seem worth fixing to them, but it still feels kind of sloppy. Second, they're changing the number of Klingons and starbases in the galaxy after showing those totals to the player on the previous line, so those numbers will be wrong. And the reason they did this is probably to do with line renumbering and the way that worked in BASIC. The blog post I wrote about this gets way more into the weeds about that. But more importantly here is the third thing they did, and they're kind of their worst mistake. They didn't realize a crucial thing. So remember what I said about how there are no local variables in this BASIC, only global ones? Yeah, so it turns out these variables B9 and K9 that have kept a running total of bases and Klingons through galaxy generation are not just local counters for the purpose of showing this message to the user here. Those are actually how the game tracks how many bases and Klingons exist. So this means you might get to a state where there are no Klingons left in the galaxy, but the game won't end because that K9 variable is no longer accurate, because line 800 overwrote the quadrant code without adjusting it. So anyway, I just thought you might all find it reassuring that getting map generation right has been a problem since at least the Nixon administration. And I just find it funny that some professional programmers came in to fix up a high schooler's code and just fucked it all up. The last game I want to talk about is a text adventure from the early 80s. It's this one. Many people of a certain age might remember playing it. And this is an interesting game to talk about at Roguelike Celebration because it's basically a text adventure that thinks it's a roguelike. Although its primary creator, Veronica Megler, had actually only ever played one computer game when she wrote this, and that was the original Colossal Cave adventure of GitLamp and XYZZY fame. So Megler had gotten hired her senior year of college, where she was learning to be a programmer, to write a game that was supposed to be, quote, the best adventure game ever made. That was literally in the job description. And the pay they were offering was $10 an hour. Go figure. I mean, it was the 80s. It went a little farther then, but still. But, Megler needed some cash, so she took this job. And she kind of was a person who loved a challenge, and she really threw herself into this one. And she decided the biggest problem with adventure that she wanted to improve on was that it was totally static. So after she'd solved the puzzles, they no longer held any interest for her because they'd be exactly the same if you played the game again. So she decided her adventure game was going to be different. And the key difference is that all of the characters in her game would basically be playing it themselves, just like the player was, each according to their own little script. So a goblin might have a script to wander around and attack anything it sees. Thorin tends to follow Bilbo around, complain a lot, and every now and then sit down and start singing about gold. Gandalf is coded to wander the map, pick up interesting objects he finds, and then put them down later when he gets bored. And the game has a fixed map, but some connections, especially in areas like the Goblin Tunnels, can change from one playthrough to the next, so your map might not always be accurate if you restart the game. And objects were also dynamic, with properties like weight, size, and fragility, which was and remains pretty atypical for a text adventure style of game. So you might be able to use a sword to bash down a locked door, for example, but then that might break it, so you can't use it to slay the dragon later. But the game, it turns out, actually doesn't care how you killed the dragon, right? So in Adventure, it's actually looking for a specific command like kill dragon. Here, it's just looking for a state where the dragon is dead. So you might achieve that state by killing the dragon yourself, by convincing another character to follow you to the dragon and killing him for you. A wandering monster might just serendipitously take the dragon out. And apparently in one game of this, someone managed to bludgeon Smaug to death with Gollum's corpse, which would have made an interesting alternative ending for the Peter Jackson Hobbit movies. Just saying. Working with other characters is also a key part of gameplay. So a good example comes if Bilbo gets imprisoned in the goblin tunnels. He might find one of his friends also trapped there because they were wandering the map at random and got captured. And one way to escape is to realize the other characters are taller than you and ask one of them to carry you out. But a different solution, if you've mapped the tunnels, is to give your companion a sequence of orders to escape and then come back to set you free. One of the strategy guides for the game notes that there's 3 possible outcomes to this. Either the door will open with your companion waiting outside because it worked, they'll end up back in the dungeon with you because they got recaptured along the way, or you never see them again, because either the map of the tunnels is different on this playthrough of the game, or they just got killed trying to carry out your plan. But all this dynamism made this game extraordinarily difficult to debug. This is some Z80 assembler code from the game. I'm not going to walk you through this because I have no idea what it's doing. You're writing bits directly into memory registers, doing all kinds of low-level stuff. But meanwhile, trying to debug this emergent simulation where characters are interacting with each other on the other side of the map. And pretty much the only way to debug something is to squint really hard at a core memory dump. And so the poor folks who eventually tried to verify this game was bug-free or even winnable just kind of gave up. There's this great message in the manual which says, due to the immense size and complexity of this game, it is impossible to guarantee that it will ever be completely error-free. This is the sound of QA giving up on your game, folks. And in fact, once the game was released, it became kind of infamous for all these weird edge cases and bugs. So if you meet Elrond in Rivendell, for example, he might offer you an elven lunch, which temporarily makes you stronger. It turns out Elrond's weight property wasn't set correctly, so Bilbo can actually pick up Elrond and carry him around, and some strategy guides advise doing this to acquire a continuous supply of stat-buffing elven lunches. It's also possible to meet Bard the Bowman, get him to follow you to Smaug the Dragon, ask him to slay him, and for Bard to say no, just before you both get burned to a crisp. Even when characters were behaving as designed, their actions could be frustrating. Gandalf's behavior code basically kind of makes him seem like a deranged kleptomaniac. He just kind of wanders around the map, stealing things, and then dropping them in inconvenient locations. So another hot strategy tip for the game is to trap him in the Troll's Cave as soon as possible to keep him from making off with some vital quest item. But all this weirdness also lent the game a certain kind of charm, which we here at this conference are all familiar with. That joy of never quite knowing what's going to happen next. And it's interesting that even though this game was a huge bestseller and might have been the best-selling commercial text adventure of all time, depending on which numbers you're looking at, Migler's kind of independently invented roguelike ideas weren't really picked up by the adventure game genre, which wanted a lot more control and predictability, right? They saw all of these weird emergent stories that seemed very un-Tolkien, right? Very against the spirit of the original book, as a bug, not a feature, right? But those ideas would kind of resurface in mainstream games decades later. And of course, we're hanging out in roguelikes all along. So to wrap up, I think you can learn a lot by looking at the deep history of the kinds of games you like to play and make, even deeper than you might have thought to look before. And I love how these core ideas and basic techniques have been around and being iterated on for half a century of digital games now and counting. Also, you should probably pay your game designers more than $10 an hour. And don't underestimate those high school hackers, because they probably know more about what's going on than you do. If you're interested in my book, I'm thrilled to announce it has just made it back into print as of today after selling out earlier this year. So you can find out how to get it at this URL or by just searching for the 50 Years of Text Games newsletter. Thank you so much, and have a great Roguelike Celebration.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Aaron. Everyone wants a pocket Elrond to dispense sludge to them in
Wouldn't that be
chat.
handy just in your daily life?
Yeah,
Little
exactly.
elven lunches whenever you need one. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very desirable. Also, I just want to mention that everyone really loved your slides and your highlighting. Much
Thank you.
appreciation. Excellent. Okay, people in chat, we have some time. Please ask questions or upvote questions. Right now, the only questions are things like, Alexi, do a Game Boy impression, and I will not. We have more interesting things to talk about. Yeah, I guess one thing I'll just kick off with is that it is amazing to have the gameplay be so open-ended in that period. Like, do you feel like there is much else in terms of comparison at the time, or have you found like at the time where people were their minds as blown as ours are now, or were they like, yeah, computers can kind of do whatever, we don't really understand it, so it might as well do this?
Yeah, I think it was really kind of like a moment where, the sky really felt like the limit as far as like what you could do with a computer game. And for a lot of people, the natural tendency was to make things like more and more simulationist, right? I think, we saw early on that was what people thought of computers as being good at doing, was simulating things. So clearly a game is going to be better if you're simulating more and more of the world. And it's kind of interesting that I think adventure games really moved in a direction that kind of ultimately ended up rejecting that, right? So you did see text adventures are basically simulationists in a lot of ways because you're moving around in space and you've got objects and all that stuff. But over time, you kind of saw a lot of those features be pulled back, right? Because I think the design idea is that these games are really about a story, and the designer has a specific story they want to tell. And if I'm trying to tell a story about the nobility of elves, being able to pick up Elrond and carrying him around kind of breaks your immersion into that story,
bit.
right?
Yeah.
But then, as I mentioned, other game genres were like, oh no, actually that's really interesting, right? And maybe that's not the story the designer wanted to tell, but you have made a weird little story of your own that nobody else got, and that's kind of awesome. So it's an interesting kind of bifurcation moment to me, where I think The Hobbit is sort of like a look into an alternate universe at, where text adventures were actually much more like roguelikes that we didn't really get. And instead they moved in a different direction. So yeah, it's kind of a neat, and you're right, it is very early, like 82. It was written in 81, right? So this was like right after Rogue. So there wasn't a lot of kind of prior art at that level of simulationist detail. So yeah, it's a really interesting game.
Yeah, which is interesting, that element of like, people didn't have preconceived ideas of how it was supposed to work, so they could kind of just try something. That leads nicely, I think, actually into a question from Gala Larsel of like, do you have thoughts on what the future of text games looks like? We've been talking about the past.
Yeah. So it was really interesting to me writing the book how often when you looked back on people predicting what the future of the genre would be, they're just like always wrong. Like no matter what, they're always wrong.
And now it's your chance to be wrong.
Now's my chance to be wrong. No, so I sort of, in the moment we're at now, right? Like there's this big, all of this new generative text AI stuff. The last two chapters of the book actually contrast AI Dungeon with a like very handcrafted game where every string is individually carefully written for the case it's in. And look at those two as kind of this, maybe a fork in the path, right? Like which of these directions are we going to go in? I think the answer is usually we'll go in both of them, right? Like different people will take both of those paths. And I think it's just really too early to predict what the long-term repercussions of, that new technology are going to be. But I think it's kind of neat too to see how every time there's a new piece of hardware or a new platform invented, no matter how inappropriate it might seem at first glance for reading text on, people will try to write prose for it, right? So like famously Lifeline from 2015 was made for the Apple Watch, and it's a game about texting a fictional astronaut who's stranded and needs your help. And you would not think the watch screen would be a great place to read text, but they were like, actually people are reading text messages on it all the time. Like it's actually fine for that. So I think, people are always, people have been writing for thousands of years. We've had computers for 50 plus. And at this point, I think people are always going to be interested in trying to find new ways of telling stories on each new medium and platform that comes around. So it'll be really cool to see what happens with that in the next 50 years.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. And yeah, like that is the unpredictability of you don't know what new kind of technology is going to get in there and kind of push things in new directions. Question from work, it's got a lot of upvotes. It's just, do you have any interesting kind of personal stories from playing Oregon Trail or The Hobbit yourself?
Yeah. So I think one of my good ones is I had gotten when I was a kid the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy text adventure game.
Yes.
And I think I got it because the guy at the software store, I told him I liked Space Quest and wanted more games like that, and so he recommended Hitchhikers to me. And I didn't know anything about the books or anything. It was totally baffling to me because of like I was probably too young. It had a lot of like Britishisms in it that I just didn't get as an American kid.
I didn't know what an analgesic was when I
started. Yeah. Yep. It's also kind of famously a fairly obtuse game. So I originally read the book of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy to try to get hints for the game, which did not work very well because they're fairly different. But yeah, that was sort of a weird experience, and it ended up becoming like a favorite book of mine, But
nice.
yeah, it's always funny how like personal everyone's interactions is with particular medias like that. Like everyone kind of has their own pathway to discovering stuff, which is delightful.
Yeah, I'll briefly savor that one, like, because my mom played those text adventure games and kind of passed that on to me, and she found the helpline for Hitchhiker's Guide, which was the thing at the time, and the helpline told her if you looked under the bed, and she was like, oh, no, I didn't, thank you, and then he's like, wait, there's nothing under the bed, you can't do that in the game. But that's the kind of thing you need to do, which is a great answer, and then she was also like, thanks for nothing. But,
meta help.
Yes. Yeah. Another question from the chat from XOXO Monster Girl. Do you have any idea how much physical paper a game of Oregon Trail took up on one of those printers?
That's a really interesting question. So when it originally debuted, there was just the one teletype, right? That was the one access to a computer in the whole school. So apparently the way he did it is he would have kids get into groups of like 4 to 6, and they would run through it together with like one person sitting at the keyboard and other people kind of like, shouting ideas. Apparently one person was usually designated to like keep track of the supplies on a piece of paper and things like that. There's some cool stuff that they actually did with the physical hardware of that. So the teletype had a bell on it, like how a typewriter, when you get to the end of the line, will ring a bell, but you could programmatically ring the bell. So for certain things where like if you like made a good shot in the hunting game, it would like ring the bell. And I can just kind of imagine all these kids being like, yeah, we got him, So yeah, a lot of that, yeah, I don't know. It would have been, probably one playthrough of that game, I would imagine, works out to like maybe 10 or 15 like typed pages. So yeah, a decent amount of paper probably gone through as the class was playing. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's really cool. Here's another question. I think this is really interesting from Josh G. You talked about the early games being extremely varied. Do you feel like there was a moment in game history when genre became a thing? Kind of like calcified it down.
Yeah, calcified is a good way to say it, because yeah, a lot of these, like the first half of the 1980s, there's just so many weird computer games, right? And it's funny to look at them today because so many of them don't really fit into the nice little boxes we have made around genre today, right? Like they're kind of in multiple categories. They're trying to do weird experimental things. I think it was kind of around that time, the middle of the 80s, 85, 87, that you really kind of started to see things get a little more locked down. And a lot of that was just kind of business and marketing, right? Like people had figured out that people will pay X amount of money for Y kind of game, so we need to make 20 Y kinds of games, right? For the Christmas season this year, right? And this obviously doesn't mean that was the end of the experimental period, but it is really interesting, I think, looking back on games from that time, because it was just kind of the Wild West. People were trying all kinds of weird things to see what would stick. Yeah, it's there's so many fascinating like abandoned like threads and weird little experiments from that time. So it's super worth like firing up an emulator and playing through some of those games at some point.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think that's a nice note to end on, of the call to like go play these games. I know I want to play The Hobbit really badly now because I want my pocket lunch Elrond. I want Bard to just tell me like,
nah, not feeling it today. Sorry.
Yeah, like sorry. No. Well, excellent. Thank you so much, Aaron. This was fantastic. Wonderful way to start the conference. And yeah, hopefully people might be able to catch you in the breakout rooms later. But if not, people can go just like talk about text games. I know I'm thankful we got a bunch of questions, much more than we had time to get to, but that's better than not having enough questions. And play
awesome. Yep, I'll be in the breakout room for a bit. So
okay,
cool.
Wonderful.
Take care.
Thank you. Okay. Which I'll briefly mention too, just as a reminder, it's in the theater of the social space. You can get into the social space by buying a ticket at roguelike.club, and there'll be a link in the ticket description and an email telling you where to go. And then there is a button in the theater to ask a question, just as a quick reminder. But Nick,
hi.
Welcome. Hi.
Thank you.
Let me do your intro. So we are very excited. Our second speaker is Nick Tringali, who is a game designer at Bithell Games, the Lunar Division label. They are most known for The Banished Vault, John Wick Hex, and Sundogs, and have a particular interest in science fiction, tabletop, and analog designs, and the rich interaction between players and game systems. I'm very excited to have you at Roguelike Celebration, Nick, because man, a lot of people were very happy with Banished Vault.
That's great. Yeah, I'm glad they were not very mad at the game then.
Yeah, that's what you want. So
Yeah.
go ahead and take it away.
Thank you. I'm Nick. I have been in the industry for, I don't know, 8 to 10 years or something. I've worked on, I think, about 9 games in that time. And The Banished Vault, we released this year, is a game about exploring procedurally generated solar systems, doing resource management, time management. You have a crew of exiles, you're taking them around to planets and so on. You roll some dice, you try and get out before your time is up. And what I want to talk about today is the exploration design, how the player kind of explores the game. A lot of this is not something we set out from the beginning necessarily, and a lot just some lessons that we kind of learned like after the game was out and watching people play. So there's a little bit of like our goals from the beginning, and then some just kind of like figuring things out and seeing how people interact with the game afterwards. And that is not working, so I'll have to do. Great. So first I just want to go through a couple of screenshots of the game and kind of set up the sort of loop or the general pattern that the players go under. So you first arrive in a solar system with your vault, which is a Gothic monastery that's a generation ship, and you are kind of on the run, traveling from solar system to solar system. The vault carries everything that the player has, so their characters, which are exiles, the resources, your ships, and all that. You then are presented with the map of the game, which is a kind of tree structure of the solar system. This is essentially what's called a delta V map, and what it does is heavily abstract the solar system, right? So as opposed to kind of seeing, orbiting bodies floating around the sun, you see everything in terms of energy to go from one stable orbit to another stable orbit, right? So you can see all the little kind of nodes and locations on the solar system in between the planets and moons and so on have an energy cost to travel in between. And as opposed to thinking through travel as like this kind of continuous problem of distance and timing and so on, the player just has one number or maybe 2 numbers, right, of like energy or thrust. And then once the player arrives at a planet, you are presented with the grid, and the grid has resources and a kind of terrain that the player will then gather resources from. You construct buildings on, and eventually, create fuel and stasis and the things you need to survive the solar system and then complete the run of the game itself. And there are also secondary objectives like the artifacts or just, more long-term plans as opposed to just your survival. And then lastly, the player encounters a lot of randomness and a lot of uncertainty in the game. Probably the most visible one to the player are the dice rolls that represent the hazards. So moving between 2 certain locations in the solar system will be hazardous, so you have to roll some dice, or maybe constructing buildings over a certain space on the grid will require you to roll some dice. And the dice rolls essentially just cost the player an additional resource that is unknown, right? So it might be your exile's faith, or they might lose actions, or you get penalized in losing some other resources that you're carrying with you. But it just kind of resolves down to you suffer an additional penalty if you can't succeed in the dice roll. So from the beginning, we had some kind of emotional goals that we wanted to set out for the player to experience. The first one being size. So the game is, somewhat abstract in its kind of presentation, but we wanted to emphasize to the player, these planets are very big, space is very huge, it takes a long time to travel from one to another. We want the game to be hostile to the player in a certain sense, and just have the kind of emotion of hostility of traveling in outer space, right? And then unpredictability is just a general, concept of roguelikes and run-based games. And then ultimately, all three of those kind of are wrapped up and given to the player, and then we want the player to overcome those three, right? Because those are kind of imposing onto their experience, and then if they can overcome it, that is the kind of positive emotion we want the player to have. The size is important because the player needs to feel isolated, and it should feel difficult and large and vast, as opposed to what the visual presentation of the game is quite abstract. You can zoom out and see most of a solar system in one kind of view on screen, right? And so the size is brought back in with how the player understands the resources and how they understand movement throughout the solar system. So the abstraction of the numbers starts to say, okay, well, if this, going from, orbit to the surface of this planet is only 5 energy, that might only cost, a little bit of fuel. But if you then see another planet and it takes 10 energy to land, right, that fuel should, the fuel cost might be 3 times as much as opposed to just double, right? And so the size becomes an important factor in how all the values of the resources play together, to counteract essentially the abstract of the map. The hostility theme is tricky because it does not really work for everyone, and it is not necessarily like a positive or interesting thing inherently. But it was something that we realized was sort of coming into the game given some other elements that I'll go into. But once we realized that was kind of a factor in what the game was doing, we sort of leaned into it, right? So the theme then became this more gothic, harsh, and austere kind of presentation and aesthetic. But as well, from a design point of view, the hostility is brought in how mistakes are punished, or how the player's mistakes are punished, right? Which are very quickly and usually quite sharp, with a lot of impacts throughout the overall player's state and how they'll achieve their goals. And the unpredictability is actually kind of what the rest of this talk will be about, because exploration is very much about like resolving an unpredictable or uncertain situation. So that's essentially what I'm going to be going into further. And with the starting points on the design more specifically, from the beginning of the game, we had a few sort of key elements to bring in. The first was starting with realistic math. So the image on screen is the Tsiolkovsky rocket equation, which is essentially just kind of like if you have a craft and you eject a mass from the craft, you will gain energy related to how the mass is and so on. And essentially, we want the player to know that beneath the hood, right, there is a almost very realistic math going on, so that they can understand how the size of the solar systems are generated, right? It is not necessarily, oh, I can just spend an easy amount of fuel to get everywhere where I want to go. Once the player knows that, right, the fuel I'm bringing onto the ship, or how the ship's mass relates to the energy that they can create with the fuel and engine that they have, they can start to understand that, oh, this planet that is maybe only a few steps away from the planet I'm on, but it takes twice as much energy to get there, which means it'll take 4 times as much fuel, begins to kind of impress upon the player how far away everything actually is. The second design starting element was the idea of physically located resources. So in a typical kind of colony game or city building game or whatever, the player gathers a resource and it's either immediately kind of whisked away into, an ether where they can get it later when they need to, or an agent kind of like, takes that resource, puts it in a warehouse, and then later when the player wants to access it, the agent will take it back and take it where they want to go. And the player might notice like an inefficiency there or whatever, but it's a little bit more obfuscated. For the Banished Vault, I wanted to, from the beginning, say, no, when you gather a resource on a planet, it's on that planet. If you want to take it somewhere else, you need a ship, you need fuel, you need an engine, you need a navigator, and you need to figure out how much that's all going to cost to then bring that resource somewhere else to do whatever it is with it. this kind of imposition on the player is how the hostility theme kind of came about, right? Because very quickly you would start, doing things, and you would realize like, oh, I need to go somewhere else with this water I just gathered. I didn't bring enough fuel to do that because I'm still learning the game or whatever. And that's quite a difficult thing for the players to, as you're learning the game, to sort of unpack and gather. And this also relates to the size theme as well, right? You can see when you're looking at a map, oh, there's water here, but iron there. And it sort of pulls everything apart, or sorry, spreads everything apart in a sense, for the players' goals and understandings on how they will get to what they want to do. And then the last kind of much more vague design element that I was thinking about in the beginning was the idea of like believability, right? Or just kind of like space exploration being believable. This was a little bit before the Gothic theme came in, but it sort of persisted throughout. And where this started was a thought I had about space exploration now, right? Humans exploring space with probes or whatever. And this idea that we know quite a bit about the places in our solar system, or even in our galaxy, right? We can take spectrographic analysis of planets and moons and say, oh, there is iron on Mars or water on wherever. Io has volcanoes and so on. We have so much information, but it is so distant. And then when we finally arrive there, obviously things are not as we knew. They're not exactly what we knew, and there's so much in the process of getting there that becomes this kind of unexpected or uncertain journey, but with this kind of relatively known goal in a sense. And this to me contrasted with like terrestrial exploration, right? Which is, you're in a desert wandering around, and then you crest a dune and you see an oasis. You might know, oh, right, there might be an oasis in a dune, but I don't know where it is, right? There's a kind of a weird inversion there that I thought was interesting and wanted to play with. Okay, so to kind of switch perspectives to the player's point of view, the player has goals, right? So they arrive in a solar system and they have a set of things they want to do. The first is they need resources. There's a set of basic resources that you can gather from planets, and there's some slightly more important ones, or ones that are slightly more vital for your immediate survival, right? Iron, water, titanium to make stasis. Then the player starts examining, they look for space to build buildings. So constructing a building lets you gather resources and convert them into making fuel or stasis or whatever, right? And building space is a very limited, kind of resource that the player has, because you can't move or destroy a building once it's constructed, right? So there's some figuring out the player has to know on, where am I going to build some buildings, on which planets, how much space do I actually have, and so on. And then after that, the player will start examining secondary objectives, right? So getting artifacts, which convert to knowledge to unlock abilities, or building other buildings or blueprints and ships and so on. And then some other resources that are more long-term style. So to, create faith, which is a sort of resource that ticks down on every exile over the course of the game or the run. And then altogether, the player is thinking about optimization in a kind of vague sense, right? So these values and every element creates a sort of abstract terrain in the player's mind, right? They can see where all their resources are. They can understand, oh, where's my action economy going to be best utilized? And then the player will start assembling the shortest route to complete as many goals as they can, right? That is the optimization through this terrain. They want to do as many things as possible while spending as few resources as they can. And so then the exploration starts to essentially say, how does the player convert the amount of unknown information in the solar system to known information to then complete those goals? And so we'll start by examining, what does the player know when they arrive in a solar system? What they know is where actually all the resources are. So right from the start, you can see exactly where everything is, right? There's no secret or hidden resources. There's no surprise resources. Everything is shown to you clearly on the map. The player has a good idea of which resources they need to complete their goals, right? So the the game's manual clearly says you need this much of anything to build this building, right? The player can also pretty clearly or specifically say how much fuel it will take to get to any specific place in the solar system, right? There's no way like, oh, you might accidentally spend more fuel in a unless you make a mistake, I suppose, right? And then lastly, the cost to actually get those resources, right? The kind of input of, fuel and time and whatever is mostly known because of hazards. And so that will then start to transition to what do the players not know about the environment that they're in. So the exact cost of travel is a bit unknown because of the hazard result, right? So you can say, okay, it'll take me this much fuel and I can bring this many things with me when I arrive at this planet, but I'll have to cross a hazard, which will roll some dice, and that hazard may impose another penalty on me in actions or, faith or whatever, right? Then they don't know what the grid on the location has for them, right? So the grid space is semi-randomized and how it'll fit buildings and how large it is. And additionally, resources can actually be mutually exclusive, right? So if you look in the background of the grid on this slide here, on the kind of center right, there's a titanium resource and an iron resource. But every harvester is a 2x2 building and can't be moved or deleted. So constructing either a titanium harvester or an iron harvester would preclude the player from constructing the other one. So while every potential resource is shown to the player on the map view, when you arrive at a planet, it might actually resolve into only a subset of those. And then finally, the exact costs of then accessing those resources specifically, right? Switches or hazards again. And then as well as concept of depth. So a resource like that titanium resource can be at a depth of, 1, 2, or 3, which requires the player to construct a excavator building, which has a cost in resources and a cost in grid space as well, because it's in itself is a building. Altogether, this creates a model that the exploration operates under, which is the player knows what they will get, but not at what cost. So the outcome is pretty set in their goals, right? Resources, actions, the kind of economy of all those things. But the unknown cost starts to affect what the player does with how they start to attack those goals, right? Which is, what do you bring on your ships to construct your buildings? Do you want to bring in, extra spare resources to account for variability and so on? And what this does in kind of totality for the player is create a big front-loaded kind of overhead of planning. So planning is essentially the entire exploration of the game, right? Which is what the player does before they do anything. So firstly, planning is the player trying to search for an optimal route through the kind of abstract terrain, right? So they have this big, multivariable problem in front of them, and they're trying to unpack it and figure out what they want to do with it. The game and as by extension, me as a designer, are trying to destabilize the player from doing those things, right? I don't want there to be one clear path to their goal. I would always want there to be options or two difficult, routes or trade-offs or whatever. Secondly, the planning is managing the risk of unknown costs, and that risk almost becomes a sort of like meta resource that the player starts grappling, which can be extra resources to construct the excavator buildings that you might need, or if you lose resources during a hazard, you might consider Risk as a exile, which another character to bring on your ship in case you roll hazard poorly and they lose faith and they can't navigate, and so that has all these knock-on effects. So you might bring in spare people, which are also more actions and so on. So the Risk sort of becomes this broader category that the player will start thinking about. The planning starts to then become the player charting an ordered path through chaotic but known information, right? So there is a set amount of information in a sense, but it is so broad and so chaotic that you can't fully grapple with it, and you have to figure out what you want to do. This is only true because the game tells you where your goals are, and the player, in a sense, does not necessarily explore by getting new information about their goals. The player explores by determining what route they want to take through this chaos, right? And if the reverse was true about the information being hidden, the game would just be too hard. And the amount of time the player has to spend to kind of get to those goals and the physicality of the resources becomes unfair. And from the player's point of view, starts to feel way too much like output randomness, even though it's not. And then so, lastly, the second to last, the planning is essentially the player creating a system to unravel the game. And from my point of view, hopefully a flawed system. I don't want the player to perfectly succeed at their goals, right? I want there to always be some kind of uncertainty. And in a sense, the truest uncertainty of the game and the exploration is the player's doubt in thinking through every possibility to make that perfect plan to unravel the game. And then secondly, that once they do enact this plan, they then won't make a mistake in executing upon it. And so at the end of the day, the planning is then, that feeling and that emotion of overcoming the game in the elements of the size and hostility and unpredictability. When the player arrives in a solar system, they might spend 10, 20, 30 minutes just looking at the map and not making any moves and turning over all of the information that the game just kind of dumps upon them for the solar system and figuring out all of the different paths and all of the methods that they could take to achieve their goals. And then lastly, just as a small coda, this sort of planning path through the chaos reinforces the game's aesthetic theme and presentation, right? So the theme is the player is on a failed colony mission that is then on the run throughout the galaxy. And then broadly, that the universe is knowable in the abstract, but impossible to predict in the details. And that's it. Thank you very much. The game is available on Steam, and you can find me on co-host and Blue Sky on Twitter.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Nick. That was fantastic. A lot of people are loving the art. Some people who hadn't seen the game before that were like, oh my god, I need to check out this game. And we have a little bit of time for questions, so feel free to keep adding questions to the board, folks. But one right away from Dr. Game. Did you play space board games like High Frontier before or while designing the game? And if so, did any of those influence your thought process?
Yes, so I played Leaving Earth and High Frontier before. I played them before starting working on the game. Both had a pretty... I wouldn't say like strong influence, but like both those games abstract space exploration in like a very fascinating way. But because they are board games and the kind of expectation on the player's time, they have a few different like rules and mechanical considerations that I couldn't quite bring over. The one I realized is like, you might be playing High Frontier, which is a very mathematical, very detailed game, and you might spend, an hour of physical real time planning, like, I'm going to go to Saturn and back, and that is going to be like a quarter of my game time, right? And for the Banished Vault, we were like, well, no, you should go from one planet to another in like 2 minutes or whatever, right? So once it was like, okay, what are these things doing? Well, I don't want to then make the player spend hours planning a journey. But yeah, both games are fascinating in how they abstract and very closely mimic actual space travel.
Yeah, that's interesting. What do you think is some of that difference of why is it okay in a board game context where people don't mind it taking an hour to plan a trip to Saturn, but in a video game context, maybe less so?
I wish I knew. This is something we talk about, or I've talked about with other designers or at work or whatever, is like, why do I not mind even spending like 5 minutes playing a quick card game in real life? But if you told me, oh, this is a 5-minute digital card game, it feels, like a materially different use of time. No, I don't know. I'll let you know if I answer that.
Yeah, another roguelike topic.
Yes. Why do we want to waste our time more in person than we do on the
What is
computer?
it about physicality? Yeah. Here's another interesting question from Claire Metcalf, 2026. What did the design process look like? Do you start with the premise and that you described before creating the game, or did it kind of go the other way and you had kind of the game idea and then built a premise out of it?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by premise specifically, but the starting point was let's explore procedurally generated solar systems, and each solar system will be presented in this kind of delta V map. That was like the start. And so a couple weeks after we decided to do it, we had the like math model and moving around, and then it was, okay, is it interesting to figure out the kind of puzzle of get from one place to another using as little fuel as possible. From there, it was a lot of giving the player context to what they're doing and goals with survival and so on. That was the sort of starting point, I suppose. And then the theme of the kind of Gothic monastery came in later.
Okay, so kind of that root of wanting to do stuff with the deltas and wanting to kind of have that space exploration. That's kind of the initial core.
Yeah, exactly. And just trying to solve that like efficiency puzzle, in a sense, was the very beginning of it.
Right. Interesting. Here's a good question that I suspect is maybe a hard question from Tristar. Is there a specific way you tune the information given to the player to make it feel challenging but overcomable enough?
I don't know if there's a specific way. The interesting thing about creating a game that is hard is you have a little bit of wiggle room on the high end, but not so much, right? At the beginning, I actually initially thought like, okay, well, what I'll do is define all the physical characteristics of every planet, and then the numbers will sprout out of that. And then basically the arc of that idea is slowly not doing that over the course of the whole production and just saying, nope, the moon is 3 energy to land, and or 3 plus or minus 1 or whatever, right? So the tuning is interesting. I don't think I have a like definitive answer for you besides a lot of testing and a lot of it. I mean, it took a very long time for the game to feel complete, and then it was a lot of things like, oh, well, the player should be gathering a lot less of this resource to allow for more brain space or whatever spent on everything else. I suppose the most interesting response to that is for the majority of the production, we played the game on the middle of the 3 difficulties, and then late on we're like, let's actually start people on the easy version, easy and very, very strong sarcasm quotes, and then have you like progress further from that. And so that's probably the most straightforward answer to tuning.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think that the answer of play it a lot and make adjustments is a common one.
I will say, if it helps anybody, it's very difficult for me to play, and it requires a lot of mental energy spent for us on the development side. So it's not like we're having a great time and everyone else is playing the hard game. It is hard for us as well.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you very much, Nick. That was wonderful. Thank you for coming. And
thank you.
We'll assign breakout rooms at the end. We have 2 more talks, and then once those are done, everyone will get their breakout rooms, and there'll be a chance to have some further chats. Cool. Okay. So Hey, excellent. We are going to head into a couple lightning talks now to wrap up this morning slot, which is going to be very exciting. These interrupted speakers are going to try and go fast and come up with, you don't have to go super fast, but get through some exciting ideas. So our first lightning speaker is Linas Gabrielaitis, who is a PhD, starting a PhD at the intersection of game studies and literature, exploring geological perspectives within game mechanics, which is very interesting. So I just want to give you time to get right into your talk, Linas.
Okay, hello, thank you. Hopefully everything's okay with my microphone. So my name is Linas. I'm doing a PhD at the gamification group in Tampere University in Finland. And so the title of my talk is Fictions of Infinity in Geological Finitudes, which is a pretty complicated title. So pretty much the whole talk, I'm gonna be explaining what I mean by the title and what the concepts are implied in it. And so hopefully I can inspire some new maybe ideas, maybe some new game mechanics. So first of all, what do I mean by fictions of infinity? So of course I'm referring to roguelikes. They're also known as infinite depth labyrinths or procedural depth labyrinths. They make use of procedurality for emergent content, of course, and also death is an inevitable and central part of the experience. And so I see a lot of similarities, and that's what I'm going to be doing in the presentation, going back and forth between roguelikes and geology. And so geological layers are also kind of working with a certain procedural logic. And also death is also central in geology. Some layers are actually made up of dead or previously alive matter. So for example, this layer called sedimentary rock is made up of skeletons and shells that have been squeezed and then formed into a rock. And so besides death, I will also be talking a lot about depth, which is also present in roguelikes, as I hope to show. And yeah, so let's get into the depths and the depths. So this is a diagram of, well, how a roguelike game might look like. We have a town where you do your upgrades, your shopping, and then you dive deep into the dungeon, where with each layer you kind of get progressively more complicated. And this diagram is actually from the Diablo pitch done by Condor in 1994, where they first proposed how a Diablo game could look like in the roguelike format. Something is, of course, interesting is that they were talking already about death and how to kind of position death in roguelikeness. So I'm just going to read out the sentence. So if one of those arrows ends up killing the fighter, the character will be erased completely from the hard drive, and the player must start from scratch. And then besides death, something that I've been kind of picking apart is the deepness metaphor or the depth metaphors. So I'm going to read out the highlighted sentence. So deeper levels will contain progressively more difficult creatures and hazards. A character's quest ends with the defeat of Diablo, located deep in the dungeon. So now I've kind of annotated the diagram with a depth, which kind of brings you back, and then a depth, which with which you progressively dive deeper. Of course, this is how a dungeon might look like. After you complete it, you then dive deeper. And so here I'm going to get into the start of geology, or I guess what we now call geology. So Nicolas Taino in 1668, he invented depth. He was the first geologist, although I'm not sure if he called himself a geologist, but then he was basically digging around, and then he noticed that, well, the deeper you go, the older everything gets. So that was a kind of a first spatialization of time, or maybe a vertical diagramming of time. And then that also kind of kicked off a whole other branch of, I guess, deep sciences or deep sciences of depth. So for example, before psychology became psychology, there was depth psychology, which had the same kind of deepness metaphors that we use now. So for example, the deeper you go into someone, the more traumatic or more traumatizing everything is. Also interpersonal relationships, the longer you spend with someone, the deeper you go into them. So this kind of depth is, well, time related. And of course, dwarves in Dwarf Fortress are great, kind of deep scientists of the depth. They use mines. Mines are kind of very vertically constructed, and so something that's similar to mines. Oil wells are also very vertical structures, and so it's interesting that oil has also a natural tendency to move upwards. So it seeps through layers that have tiny holes, but then gets trapped by this kind of layer of rock which it cannot pass. And so it's, I guess, here I'm seeing some sort of roguelikeness in the way that oil is working, in the sense that it always tries to go up. And so it is also roguelikeness a little bit, because oil is something that has, it used to be organic, it used to be alive, but now it's kind of undead. It's organic matter, which is kind of was not allowed to die or fossilize properly. And so it was kind of a trapped bundle of energy, which we are now helping kind of bring vertically up. Another vertical science is the study of holes, and this book kind of has no author and no dates. It's just a collection of holes. Don DeLillo also wrote about holes, so here there's a sentence: holes are interesting. There are books about holes. But now I'm gonna dive deeper into another story by Don DeLillo. It's called Ratner Star. And there they explore, or they dig this great hole, which is kind of described as it's a descent to a geological drive, or maybe a geological fetish, kind of this need to go deeper. But then at certain depth, they discover that ancient artifacts actually begin to grow more complex, which is, it's interesting because, well, real geology works the opposite way. Things actually get more primitive the deeper you go. And so here's some diagrams or some quotes to illustrate this. So human, more advanced the deeper we dig. We could say that the larvae are tastier the deeper I dig. The deeper we went, the greater the complexity of the tool types, of the culture in general. And so here I'm reminded of the way that progression works in roguelikes. Of course, the deeper you go, the more complex everything is, the more you progress. Now going back to the story, so it ends. The story ends with an event where they find out they've been receiving these messages, which they thought comes from space, but then later they find out that it comes actually from deep time, from below. And so here there's another also inversion of space. So at the time, it was the space race where everyone was kind of obsessed with the verticality, upwards verticality of the space. But then DeLillo was writing about these kind of downwards verticalities. And so I've been using this deep space, deep time comparison, or maybe friction between these two concepts. I think it's a bad example to do this comparison, but I think it also illustrates something, that the way that Starbound, for example, was using procedurality to also kind of promise an infinite amount of stars or infinite amount of planets to visit, to explore, while Terraria had a very kind of constrained. You knew that there was an ocean on the left, on the right. There's lava at the end, at the bottom. Of course, No Man's Sky had this kind of rode on the promise of procedural generation to generate the deep infinity. I think someone calculated that you need 600,000 years, real life years, to explore all the planets. So of course nobody has time for that. And this reminds me of another story by, this time by Jorgis Borges Lewis. So he wrote about the Library of Babel. It's called, well, a library that has every conceivable book that can ever be written. So not only books that have been written, but then that can be possibly written. So it's an infinitely deep library. So I'm going to read out the quote. The universe, which others call the library, is composed of an indefinite and perhaps infinite number of hexagonal galleries with vast air shafts between, surrounded by very low railings. And then they also talk about the uniqueness of each book. So will the book be unique? So here's a sentence. Each book is unique and irreplaceable, but since the library is total, there are always several 100,000 almost identical books that differ by no more than a single letter or a comma. And then kind of the story goes that actually the characters are lost in this vast infinity. They continuously talk about this lack of meaning. And then in the end, there's also people jumping down these railings. So now that I'm getting to this kind of, okay, deep space promises some sort of infinite procedurality and infinity of books, stars, planets, with a question mark. What is then the deep time of procedurality? And here I'm kind of, provoking in some way. I'm trying to look for these deep procedurality. And so I'm gonna draw from, I guess, the science of how mountains are moving. And in some way they're not moving, but then they're moving in place. So if they're not moving, they're actually like moving in on themselves or moving, turning over themselves. And so that's a mechanism of folding. And so basically my provocation here is, I guess I'm trying to propose folding as a mechanism of how maybe a deep procedurality could look like. But then it is proposing with a question mark. Could even procedural layers look like that? Also, because of folding, you have these mountains that kind of get cut off in the middle. So yeah, folding for roguelikes or for deep roguelikes. And yeah, so thank you very much. And thank you for organizing, and hopefully you enjoyed.
Thank you. Oh, that was great. Yeah, people really enjoyed it. You had a lot of very like quotable, like, what do you mean oil goes up? What do you mean? Like, we had to think about the concept of depth. Yeah, I think that's really interesting, and I love to see. We talk a lot about map generation, but I have never seen the idea of map generation taking inspiration from like layers and thinking about those layers in a geological and like a time-related sense. So. Yeah, that's really interesting. We might have time for like one question if anyone wants to get one up there. Oh, we do. Which is kind of a comment, but I think it's interesting, which is that there is a sense in which NetHack's bones levels are kind of a proto-folding, since you get previous experiences kind of folded into future games. I know that like bones is another concept that you considered getting into, but
yeah, I'd like to see a diagram of how that folding works in NetHack. I think because most of this kind of works on a very diagrammatic level, and also sketching is, I guess, an important part in making games.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd like to see a drawing.
Yeah, and I think that as far as I know, NetHack, there isn't necessarily a lot of thought put into like where in the layers it should fit, which is I think like the extra piece here of what we could gain by putting more thought into that. So cool. Well, thank you. I think that I'll let you go, since I want to make sure that we get to the next lightning talk, but we'll have breakout discussion, and all these talks end up recorded. A few people have asked about that, so you can reference them in the future. But thank you so much, Nanas.
Thank you.
Excellent. Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Hi. So last lightning talk for this little slot from Ludipe. I hope that that's correct. Well,
Perfect.
and good enough. But yeah, you're the head of fellowship at Astra Games, a philanthropic organization funding cerebral games. The fellowship program offers grants and mentorships to promising designers so they can focus on their personal projects. And in his spare time, Felipe also makes a lot of small free games. And you're here to talk about pacifist roguelikes, which is a favorite topic, I think, of this conference. So go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, thanks. Before starting the topic of the conversation of this presentation, a very brief introduction about myself. As you've already heard, I'm a game designer working at Astra Games. I joined lots of game jams. Most of the games I've made in my career are pacifist games, and some of them are roguelikes. Two small games that I would highlight here are the ever-changing case of the unpaid rent and Adult Like. The first is about being a detective. Oops, that's supposed to be a gift, but never mind. The first is about being a detective and trying to solve crimes in order to pay rent. It's a very abstract kind of deck building game. And the second is, let's say, a more traditional game where you are moving around the grid and you have to make it to the end of the month, literally to the end, to the last day. And there are things that are like removing energy from you, and you have skills to jump around certain days. So yeah, these are some of the ways I explore pacifist roguelikes in the past. As you already know, this is a very short talk, and I basically wanted to define pacifist roguelikes, tell you why I think it's a cool topic and why I think we should be exploring them more often, and also a tiny peek about how do we start like tackling this challenge, making these pacifist roguelikes. Let's start at the beginning. When I'm talking about a pacifist roguelike, I mean a roguelike where conflict is solved with violence. And any kind of violence, like even if you have like a very cute characters who are fighting against each other, just bump into them and one flies off the screen, that's still a combat solved through violence. Also, I'm aware that whenever I try to look for pacifist roguelikes on Google, I see lots of posts that are suggesting games that have viable pacifist runs, like Renowned Explorers, but it's not the focus of the experience. It's just like something you can choose to do. I'm aware that there are like lots of gray areas to this. Again, short talk. I just want to acknowledge that there are some things like in Invisible Ink, where like you can ideally like go through the whole game without violent acts, but they're still part of the game. And also there are games where like you are not the one engaging in this combat and in this action, but you are still supporting the entity that is doing that. Again, gray areas that we could talk about in a longer discussion. Some examples, there are a bunch of pacifist roguelikes, but some examples that came to my mind when I was preparing this talk. Insurmountable is a roguelike about climbing a mountain. So they are like it's a survival game. You are managing your parameters and trying to stay alive. And it's full of hazards. And it's really hard. But again, it's again about a climber trying to get to the top. So there's no, it's not focused on combat or violence. Like Be a Landlord, I think the Steam description was really funny. It was something about like your landlord is knocking on the door and you don't have money to pay rent, and you start like messing around with this slot machine to make enough money to pay rent. And The Waking Knot, which is still in development, though it had a few public demos. It was at EGX, and I really like this. I think this game is gonna be like super cool when it releases. It's kind of like a pacifist Into the Breach, where you are moving around this grid and trying to save all these characters and manipulating some hazards that are around. It's a bit cryptic and abstract, but yeah, it's a really cool example of pacifist roguelike, which looks, I guess, more traditional. So why am I talking about this? Why I think we should be exploring them? First of all, because even though there are a bunch of examples, like it's just like a tiny fraction compared to the whole pie that is like roguelike games. And I don't know, like I think that most people in games jump into any opportunity of doing something that is like let's chart it, let's explore it, and so it's like more different. So I think there's a lot of things to hear and explore. And as a fan of roguelikes and as a player of this genre, I want to see like all sorts of games, more variety. So yeah, and as a bonus point, I'd say that it's also a great tool to draw more players into a genre, which it's always like I think like a good idea. So if that's the good part, that's the reason why I think we should be doing more of this. Why is this not happening? First of all, where are we high in combat so closely? Well, first of all, there's a lot of references to use, a lot of successful games or cool games that we can draw inspiration from, and this makes the design process a bit easier. And designing any kind of game, it's hard. So if we have something that's a bit easier, we tend to jump to that and follow that path. It's full of elements that the players recognize instantly. Like I put a warrior, a goblin on the screen, and I'm like, oh, the warrior has 5 hearts and 5 swords, and the goblin has 5 hearts. Most players recognize this is my enemy, and if I choose to hit them, I'm gonna deal 5 points of damage, and they have 5 health points. Lots of symbols that we are very used to, and it's easy to recognize them. And also, they usually have an opposing force that it's playing against us, so that feels exciting. And when we share them around, usually combat makes GIFs and trailers flashier, which always helps. So how do we start? Imagine that you want to try to make more of these pacifist roguelikes. I'm gonna suggest just 2 early ideas. Again, very short talk. We don't have time to dig really deep into this. But imagine that you have a game like Rift Wizard, more traditional roguelike, grid based, combat based, all the usuals. But imagine that you have everybody in this game is like a wizard, and you're throwing spells at each other, and again you're trying to remove all their health points and defeat the enemies and all that. And now we are gonna replace the narrative. Let's say that we keep the same thing. It's a basic game. Everything is the same, but suddenly it's instead of wizards fighting a dungeon, it's a Jane Austen setting where it's people in a ballroom and they are gossiping and trying to destroy the reputation of somebody else or something like that. Or maybe, I don't know, they're trying to find the right romance, and a spell, instead of dealing damage, is altering some other parameter, I don't know, reputation, or energy to dance, or how much a person likes you, something like that. So we would be keeping the same systems and kind of replacing the wrapping around that. Obviously, this is not always possible, but there's a good amount of examples where you can actually do this and just switch around some variables, change the wrapping, and suddenly you have something that I think feels more refreshing, or at least newer. This is the easy way. I mean, it's just hey, let's keep doing what we were already doing, but with a new wrapping. Obviously, the harder path, it's staying away from those references and trying to really lean on these new systems. For example, in Unsurmountable, the game I mentioned about climbing a mountain, they are relying on the whole fantasy of being a climber and getting to the top, and they are creating many systems and interesting challenges out of that. Again, it's harder, right? When you have a template, iteration is harder. There's a lot of more ideas that need to be discarded. The process takes longer. But I think you can get to more interesting situations. One thing I was mentioning, hey, in roguelikes, we usually have combat. That means that we have an active opponent that is fighting against us, playing against that, and it's energetic. It's not passive. It's an active hazard. But truth is, not all roguelikes are doing this. This is an example. Desktop Dungeons is an amazing roguelike. One of the parents of the genre. And in this game, you have very, very passive enemies. And I'm not saying that you have to rely on active enemies. You can have hazards or other things that are static and passive on the grid, and still make a very engaging experience. And the game I was mentioning before, the Waking Knot, this one has active hazards. You can say there's an active force fighting against you. It's some sort of fireballs appearing out of nowhere. It's just moving around. It's a force of nature. It's not an enemy to be defeated, but it's active. And the whole point of the game is finding your way around it and trying to manipulate in a way that suits your goal, even though it's like a force of nature, like it's not something you can fight. The whole point of leaning on your inspiration and trying to, hey, what's the theme of what I want to do, and try to draw more mechanics and system from that. It's like, I think we could be exploring so many cool themes like gardening, sports, preparing a trip, doing laundry, cooking, dancing, hosting a dinner. I'd like to see more creators just like pick these sort of non-violent newer themes and just try to see what new mechanics could come from them. Like maybe you're doing laundry and it's about how you prepare your clothes, or maybe it's a sports game where you are managing your team. And you need to hire new people, or maybe fire them, or maybe train them. I don't know. I just think that if we lean on these new inspirations, we can see new kinds of roguelikes and new kinds of mechanics and challenges. And I'm very excited about that. It's like when I watch one of the big game conferences and all I see like 6-7 games in a row are like very realistic shooting games. I'm like, okay, I don't have anything against this, but I don't like seeing like 5-6 games in a row that are like too identical. So yeah, I'm hoping that this inspires more people to play and explore this section of roguelikes. And like I said, you can find me on Twitter, Blue Sky, It, and all that as Ludipe. And yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot for being here.
Thank you. Yeah, it's really great. Well done putting, I think, a lot of ideas into that amount of time. I think this is one of the ones that will be fun to unpack in the recording and really go through all those references. We probably have time for 1 or 2 questions if anyone wants to put some more in. There's one from Silence Walker, and I know that you touched on this a bit, but that idea of like swapping combat mechanics, if you turn combat into gardening, does that make it pacifist roguelike? I mean, I think the idea there is like maybe, but there's also other ways to do it, right?
I mean, yeah, of course, I was just saying like the very first one, that the most common way that I've seen around, again, replacing the narrative, but that's, one idea. The harder path and the more exciting one is just going over there and trying to come up with new mechanics and starting with some very weird thing like, I don't know, I'm gonna turn Mario Kart into a roguelike, and it's all about learning when to drift and when to use the boost and when to do this. And again, it's iteration. It's harder because you don't have a reference, but I think it's also very exciting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think that's a cool example of like trying to control a car, which something I saw in the chat actually was interesting. Is like we didn't talk about conflict as a word, but also like struggle as something where maybe like you could struggle without necessarily having like a one-on-one like I'm conflicting with something.
Yeah, obviously, like conflict and struggle comes in so many ways, not only in fantasy settings, fighting beasts or whatever. We all have like struggles and challenges on every day, and I think it's very cool to draw inspiration from that as well.
Yeah. Here's an interesting question from Hong Wong. What do you consider kind of the bar for pacifist roguelike? Like, do you think a game can mix combat and pacifist concepts and still end up something you consider pacifist, or is it like how much combat can you have mixed in before it loses the element?
So this is like purely personal. This is just a definition I use for this presentation. From my point of view, when I'm on Google trying to look for pacifist roguelikes, what I'm looking for is games where like combat, if there's any combat, is like a 5% of the game, or maybe something that happens during like an isolated event or something like that. At least that's my point of view when, again, I'm on a store or on Google or whatever, trying to find these kind of games. When somebody recommends, again, games where like, hey, there's a few options for going pacifist, it's like, that's cool, but what I was looking for at this exact moment was like a more pacifist thing.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Here's a really interesting question to me from Meanwhile, which is bringing up, so to adequately shift towards non-combat games, posing the question of we should maybe extensively simulate social, economic, like those kinds of processes instead of just focusing on simulating, combat adventure. Like, what do you think of that? Like, is there some interesting stuff in that realm?
Yeah, definitely. Like I said, like once we step out of combat, we have so many different settings to draw inspiration from. Like one silly thing that I keep coming back to, like one thing that I wish we saw more games focused on is games about planning trips. Like imagine, like I don't know, like something where you're hacking around and the whole challenge is what do I pack, where do I sleep, what I don't know. Again, like when you start thinking in other spheres, in other settings, you stumble upon so many interesting ideas. I think that's very cool.
I mean, that's fascinating given that we've had to talk about Oregon Trail, which has a lot of like packing. Banish Vault deals with a lot of like resource management. And then that makes me think of like Unpacking, which is a game about the opposite, but it's also like a very fascinating and I think pacifistic game. I think so.
I'd say so.
Unless like putting, you know, a hairdryer in the kitchen is violence.
Again, gray areas all around.
Yeah, when you live together, your partner might think that some choices are not appreciated. But
Good point.
well, excellent. That pretty much brings us to the end of the time. But thank you so much for coming to Roguelike Celebration. It was a fantastic talk.
Yeah, thanks to you for hosting the event. Yeah.
Excellent. All right. These are wonderful. Man, I get so energized by this weekend. And exciting, we are now at the point where we will do breakout rooms so that you have a chance to follow up on talking to these lovely speakers and talking amongst yourselves about these ideas, which is wonderful. So I'm going to read those out now, and then I'm going to keep spieling about a little bit of administrative stuff. But so again, the way this works, if you're in the theater, there are a bunch of connected rooms. They have screen numbers, and they're also, well, they're named after different types of films. You can also access them by clicking on the map. So those assignments are, if you want to talk to Aaron Reed about Klingons, Hobbits, Pocket Elrons, Oregon Trail, text adventures, go to I Was a Teenage Gelatinous Cube. So that's Gelatinous Cube for text adventures. If you want to talk about abstract space exploration in the Banished Vault, go to Attack of the 50-Foot Goblin. 50-Foot Goblin, Banished Vault. If you want to talk fictions of infinity and geological finitudes and all of that Borges and layers kind of discussion, go to Jabberwock Park. That is Jabberwock Park for fictions of infinitude or infinity. And finally, if you want to follow up on the one we just had on pacifist roguelikes, go to My Big Fat Orc Wedding. So again, that is Teenage Gelatinous Cube for text adventures with Aaron Reed. The 50-Foot Goblin for Banished Vault with Nick Turgali. Jabberwock Park for Fictions of Infinity with Linus. And My Big Fat Orc Wedding for pacifist roguelikes with Lydia. So go ahead and do that. I'm going to keep spieling for a little bit there, but that is where you can go. We're going to have a 30-minute social break now. So feel free to use that time to explore the space. You don't have to spend it all in the breakout rooms. You don't have to do it all here. You can go get a drink and, hydrate, have a nap. I know it's not morning everywhere in the world. Thank you to the people who are here in challenging time zones. And yeah, if you forget the room assignments, you can click on Happening Now on the left side of the social space, and it will remind you and even give you clickable links. So enjoy those 30 minutes and some final kind of reminders in terms of logistics. The talks will be uploaded both to YouTube, and we also upload our talks to archive.org just in case YouTube ever becomes a place we don't want to be. So you will be able to find these talks uploaded after, which is useful. If you are watching this stream on somewhere like Twitch or YouTube and you're wondering what I'm talking about in terms of being able to ask questions and go to breakout rooms and stuff like that, that is all happening in a custom social space that we run and are able to actually moderate, which is why we do it there. It's also just a really interesting space. You can still get into that if you go to roguelike.club. You can get a ticket for the weekend, and once you have the ticket, it will give you the information and a link to get into the social space, which just runs on your browser. Let's see. Some people have asked about where to get merch. If you check out Ischak's gift shop, there'll be a link there. We're going to try and also add a link to the merch just on the side of the screen once that's there. We have an obelisk. We all love the obelisk, and that is where you can share links to other interesting things that the talks make you think of. I think there's already lots of stuff there. So, if you're looking for something to do, go check that out and see what kind of interesting stuff other volunteers have given links to. And I will also mention again that once I stop talking, we will have a Game Boy playing procedurally generated music thanks to Tambalaya, who very kindly provided that for us. So I believe that is all. You might see the social space have a pop-up saying there's a hot fix and getting you to refresh, and that's us doing things like adding merch links to the side. This is not enterprise grade software. This is an open source project that we maintain ourselves, and so it runs as best as we can do it. And if you ever want to help, it's open source. So with that, I will leave you to enjoy your breakouts and social hangouts, and I will be back in 25 minutes for a great set of talks. I mean, let's just do a quick run through. We're going to have another stupid date, Love Island as a roguelike, very excited, hunting the asyncs, roguelikes, provenance, and you, generating procedures, rules and system generation for roguelikes, and then we'll have even more throughout the day, but that's the next block. So with that, go enjoy the social space. I'll see you there. it is time for more Roguelike Celebration. We are going to start in just a second. Quick reminder, so we had a space update over the break. You should now see on the side a link to the merch store directly in case you did not go find it in the gift shop. So go ahead and check that out. We also have added some new badges based on the previous set of talks. You too can have your very own Pocket Elrond who dispenses lunches, which will be very confusing if you were not here for Aaron's talk. But if you don't see those badges, try doing a hard refresh like Shift R or Control Shift R of your browser. Maybe you're having some trouble with like the cache not clearing properly. Unsure. So if you're not seeing your badges, try and do a refresh. We'll try and keep adding those throughout the weekend because it's fun, thanks to Christy, who does that work for us. It's a great time. So I will get more into spiel later, but I don't want to take any more time away from our next talk, which is one of the ones I am most excited about, to be honest. So let's welcome a friend of Roguelike Celebration, Florence Smith-Nichols.
Hello.
Hello. You want me to let you get just like right into it?
Yep, I can just go for it. All right.
Okay, go for it.
Slow. Welcome to another stupid date, Love Island as a roguelike. I'm your host, Florence Nichols, and I'm a PhD researcher in games AI, specifically archaeological approaches to procedural content generation. But today I'm going to be talking about reality TV because I watch a lot of it. And let's play Love Island because, after all, Love Island is a game, so why not? And the way Love Island works is, of course, you get couples, and even though obviously an @ symbol doesn't inherently have a gender, in Love Island there are only two genders, men and women, and there are only heterosexual couples. So I've kind of represented this with these abstract symbols. And then, so as you would expect, kind of a lot of the sort of tension in Love Island comes from kind of the idea that islanders want to explore their connections with each other. And this happens in our version of Love Island as well. So Equals wants to join in with Divide and Plus because they're all bonding over their love of Ed Sheeran albums. And then, of course, the @ symbol has like main character syndrome. So they want to get with Alpha because they think that's a better like suit for them. And then Coffin and Sun start a forbidden romance, but then Bombshell $sign enters the house and they get the chance to break up a couple. So what will happen? Well, we get the recoupling kind of ritual that Love Island has, and this is like kind of turn-based combat in a way, as I kind of say, or at least if you watch Love Island, then you know that kind of the order in which people get to choose which person they want to couple up with is very important. And in this case, $sign decides that they want to be with Omega, so then that leads the @ sign to get what they want, which is to be with Alpha. The moon saves Equals, they can still be around even with Divide and Plus, and then the sun and the Coffin do end up together, but sadly that does mean Umbrella is dumped, and that's permadeath basically in Love Island. That's the end of the game for the Umbrella. And this is essentially the core game loop of Love Island, right? And as you can kind of see, like with each run, or at least like each week, so to speak, like the dating landscape like changes each time. So it's kind of through this that I wanted to show in kind of a simple way how kind of like the core game mechanics of Love Island feel like a roguelike to me. And in that spirit, I also want you all to vote for your favorite couple of the Roguelike Celebration version of Love Island. So you can either scan this QR code, or you can go to menti.com and use this code, and then at the end I will reveal who our winner is. And don't worry, I'll also have this on some of the other slides as well in case you miss it right now. So I'm kind of going to go through a few themes which I think are interesting to think about in comparing Love Island with roguelikes. And first of all is archetypes. So in Love Island, as in many reality TV shows, you get these kind of archetypal characters. So, for example, it could be the everyman, it could be the Joker, the girl next door, or maybe the vixen. And as you can kind of see from this headline, a lot of these are very gendered and actually become quite toxic. And I think that's actually kind of like a useful thing to think about in general in terms of how we use archetypes in different kind of media forms, including roguelikes and games in general. And of course, with roguelikes, they're very much kind of influenced by TTRPGs. So that's why you have different classes and things like this. And Love Island is, of course, like heavily edited. So in that sense, like the content that's generated is highly curated. And a good example of this is Love Island's Unseen Bits, which is sort of like a spin-off of the main show that happens like every week. And essentially it's kind of like usually the more kind of light-hearted stuff, which is kind of interesting enough to like get into Unseen Bits, which maybe not as many people watch on a Sunday evening, but it somehow isn't interesting enough to be in like the canonical Love Island, right? So it's interesting how there are like these different degrees of curation. And I thought a like interesting comparison with that would be Bad News. So I won't go into like too much detail about what Bad News is, and I'm sure lots of people in the community know about it, but it has this kind of like a simulation of an American town in it. And then here's a picture of James Ryan acting as the wizard, which is a role where he would sort of like curate in real time how an actor was sort of like reacting to a participant. And then I think I can also like identify what I call sort of like hosted retellings in terms of Love Island and also BlazBall as well, interestingly. And the term retelling is something that Miriam Eladari came up with as like an instrument for critique for interactive narrative. And it's kind of like what you would expect it to mean. Essentially, it's the idea that if players are kind of motivated to retell their gameplay experience, then that is an indicator that they found something interesting or memorable in some kind of way. And Love Island really tries to kind of like generate this itself through like the spin-off show Love Island After Sun, where each week they'll have kind of like a panel of people to kind of talk about the previous week's activities. And then I think a really kind of interesting example of like an official like game roundup is the BlazBall roundup. And BlazBall being like this brilliant kind of like horror baseball simulation game. That's my kind of like very short kind of summary of that. And like it's kind of, I think it's really interesting how there's kind of like this taxonomy of like different eras in BlazBall as well. Like for example, shown here, the discipline era, and how you can see how like in both these examples, they both lend themselves well to different types of retellings, but especially hosted retellings. And kind of related to retellings as well, something that I found in my own research, looking at procedural generation, archaeological storytelling, is that players are particularly compelled to reflect on their experiences with glitches, probably because, you know, it's an unexpected and weird thing that happens. And there's so many examples of glitches and roguelikes, especially in like, for example, Dwarf Fortress, but just one that I picked was Flame Pact, which is an example of like an artifact that showed like an entire history of the world, but not only that, but like several versions of itself, I think, which is almost like fractal in nature. Like it was just kind of this like mind warping kind of glitch that happened, which I think is like really cool. But you also like arguably get glitches in Love Island, which kind of makes sense because like there's this such high turnover of content, right? That like it's kind of like almost inevitable that you'll get these weird like editing glitches. So for example, here on the screen, you can see that the contestant Dami is kind of like both in the foreground and the background at the same time. And it's funny, if you look up this example, there's actually like quite a few like articles about this online. So people were clearly like found it like funny or like interesting. So yeah, I think again, that's a good example of a similarity between the two. And I've kind of like mentioned audience participation already. And obviously the most obvious example of this is that like people can vote for their favorite couples on Love Island. But also social media like plays a really huge role in the editing of Love Island, to the extent that the social media team is actually on site in Mallorca where it's filmed, like kind of informing the editing in real time. I didn't realize this until recently, which I think is super interesting. And then I think a good comparison with this is the game Neurocracy, because in kind of like the recent release of that, they had like a bespoke kind of conspiracy board tool, which allowed players to kind of visualize their own kind of ideas about what they think was happening. And then this got kind of like the developers and the writers like use that to inform kind of like the weekly live game design of the game, which is really cool. And then I had to give kind of a shout out to Cupoid, which is kind of the AI host of the reality TV show in Neurocracy, as envisioned by Lee Alexander, who of course is giving a talk tomorrow about reality TV and roguelikes, which I'm really looking forward to. So that just seemed really appropriate to shout out. And a kind of stylistic device of reality TV, but specifically Love Island, that I find really interesting is the confessional. So it's this thing where like, you know, they'll cut away to like an islander giving like their perspective on like events happening, but of course it's like recorded at a different time. In the case of Love Island, it's like in a specific like physical place, like within the set of Love Island in the villa, which is the beach hut. I just find like the intimacy of this setting, but also like the voyeurism and the dramatic irony of it really interesting, because like as the audience, you kind of like know things about islanders that other islanders there just don't know, right? And I was sort of thinking like, or trying to like think about how this might translate to a digital game. And I think it's quite difficult to imagine that, especially because, you know, the heightened voyeurism of reality TV in general is because these are real people. And that of course means that's also heightened risks, right? So that's not to be taken for granted. But I think that a kind of like interesting comparison, at least in terms of like the intimacy of the setting, is the installation of Bad News, as you can see in this picture here. And I think like maybe the confessional would lend itself really well to kind of like live game design, or like kind of like hybrid game design as well. And perceptual uniqueness. So something which is kind of like a concern for both roguelikes and reality TV is perceptual uniqueness, because, you know, there's concerns around like, okay, if you're going to generate lots of content, is it still going to be interesting? In the case of roguelikes, you know, do you still want, is the replayability still there? And this is something that is actually, like, funnily enough, talked about in this YouTube video, The Rise and Fall of Love Island. Given the fact that, so for example, at the beginning of the series, there was like a lot of controversy around sort of like the lack of racial diversity on Love Island. And even though maybe arguably that's gotten better, there's still kind of like very limited diversity in lots of other ways, right? And this is actually kind of like seen as a reason why some people are now getting bored with the format. And this is really a concern for, like, you know, game design as well. And it's interesting to kind of compare this with maybe games like Boyfriend Dungeon or Hades, which do for sure have like kind of the possibility, for example, for queer relationships. But even in the case of Hades, that's been critiqued in terms of like not having much body diversity as well. And I wanted to end on kind of the irony of this like phrase that often gets used a lot in reality TV and especially Love Island, where kind of if a contestant is seen as being fake, often they'll get kind of accused of, oh, you know, you're playing the game, right? Which is so ironic because, of course, like they're all playing a game. That's kind of the point. And this kind of links in with a quote from a book which I really love called Patricia Wants to Cuddle, which if you like reality TV and cryptids, then you should read this book. That's all I'm going to say. But one of the characters says this line, which is about kind of the reality TV show that's in the book. And she says, it's just everything fake about the real world, elucidated, exaggerated, and laid bare. And I really agree with that. I think what I find really compelling about reality TV is that there's like almost like an honesty to the fakeness in a strange way. Like the fact that it kind of like shows how constructed ideas, for example, about relationships are, or certain norms. And I think that kind of like is an interesting thing to reflect on in terms of like how we kind of approach simulations in roguelikes and other games as well. And now, hopefully, I'm going to find the result if I can get this to work on my phone. But while I'm doing that, I also recently found out that there's going to be a new version of Love Island called Love Island Games, which I think is just very funny, given the nature of this talk. And I can get this to work. So our result is, I think that the winner is Sun and Coffin. So clearly you all just love a forbidden romance. That's what we've learned from this. So thank you very much for watching my talk.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Yes, and I love the element of, like you captured with Sun and Coffin, where if it's a sufficiently strong kind of cultural metaphor of the idea like forbidden romance, it doesn't matter if it's just a coffin and a sun.
Yeah.
Like, I have feelings about this.
Yeah, I'm really happy that was the result, because I really didn't know, but actually going into it, I was thinking, okay, yeah, I can kind of see maybe this crowd will go for that. It'd be interesting to do it again. Like,
Yeah,
see if the result changes. Or like,
did you have a guess of who you thought would be the favorite?
I think I assumed, yeah, maybe that one.
Yeah.
I think
voted
this is
that
the thing.
time, but
Yeah, it makes
that's
sense.
fine.
But it would be interesting to see, like, as well, if you could change the narrative so easily, right? Like suddenly, oh, the coffin is the villain for some reason. Maybe people really would like that as well.
Yeah, maybe they just like the spooky vibe of a coffin for Halloween
Oh,
season.
that's true. It is Halloween.
Excellent. Well, I would love to get into questions, but unfortunately, we only have 1 minute and probably would not be able to dig into them. So hopefully, we'll be able to use the breakout room, and people can find you online and such. But this is wonderful. Thank you so much for this talk. I love it. Very excited. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Moving on. Hello, Kess. Welcome. So I'll do a little introduction for you of Kess as a writer, a librarian in training. She specializes in pulling ancient information from the bowels of both virtual and physical spaces, and is always on the lookout for stories. Kess fell in love with roguelikes as a child by playing NetHack. Okay, me too. And she proceeded to ascend, impressive, write her own fork, even more impressive, ascend several more times, wow, and then embarrass herself on stream in an incident involving polymorph traps. In her spare time, she's coded several of her own roguelikes and hopes to one day be up to the task of releasing one of them. So excellent. Take it away, Kess.
Cool. So hello everyone. This presentation is called Hunting the Asphinx, Roguelikes, Provenance, and You. So this is a lightning talk and I have a lot to say, so I won't talk about myself too long. My name's Kess. Online I go by Anti-Gulp. I formerly developed and maintained a NetHack variant and I'm currently pursuing a master's in library and information science. I'm here because I love playing and coding roguelikes. More importantly, in the context of this presentation, the way I relax is by researching esoteric information. Oh, yes, I can full screen my talk. Perhaps I cannot. Okay, looks good before I came on. Okay. Just try this a little bit differently. Thank you for bearing with me through this.
Yeah, I think we're good. If we can't figure out how to get it full screen, I think it's still readable. So
Sounds good.
this is good enough. Thank you.
Cool. So the way I relax is by researching esoteric information, and I got into roguelikes through a game called NetHack. Most people here probably know what NetHack is, but for those who don't, here is a quick refresher. NetHack is an ASCII-based traditional roguelike released in 1987, which is still being actively developed to this day. The premise of the game is fairly simple. You're an adventurer tasked with entering the Dungeons of Doom and retrieving the Amulet of Yendor. The premise, however, is the only thing about NetHack that's actually simple. Having been in development for 38 years at this point, it's a game of almost unfathomable complexity both in terms of play and of its code base. So, like a lot of games, particularly roguelikes, NetHack has a modding scene. Playable unofficial modifications of the NetHack source code are known as variants, or sometimes as forks. Variants frequently incorporate patches and code from one another, resulting in terrifying version history flowcharts like the one that's on screen right now. So this story starts with me doing what I do with a kind of embarrassing amount of my spare time, which is browsing the NetHack wiki. I'm browsing, I'm not really paying attention, when I come across a page for a monster known as an Asphinx. The Asphinx appears in the classic variant known as Slashem and is a snake that can turn the player to stone with a single bite.
Hey,
It's
Tess,
represented in ASCII.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, but it seems
No
like your
worries.
slides aren't moving. Now they are. I don't know why, but they weren't updating. Now they're updated. So
Interesting. Okay.
I'll let you know if they seem to continue not updating. But
Sounds good. I'll take this down to like a partial screen so that way I can see if they're not updating live.
sounds good.
Cool. The Ace Sphinx appears in the classic variant known as Slash'em. It's a snake that can turn the player to stone with a single bite. It's represented in ASCII by an S, just like all the snakes in NetHack are, and it hides underneath objects just like all snakes in NetHack do. In almost every respect, the article is entirely unremarkable. Except for one thing, I had heard of the Ace Sphinx before. So, like a lot of people here, I was very into high fantasy as a kid. One of my favorite book series was the Shannara series written by Terry Brooks. In the second book of the Shannara series, the character known as Walker Bow is almost killed by a monster known as an Ace Sphinx, spelled with an I. He's reaching for something and the snake lunges out and it bites him. He starts turning to stone. It's very affecting if you're a small child. So, naturally, I read about the Ace Sphinx in the NetHack wiki and I got really excited. It was really cool to see that a variant of my favorite game would contain a reference to one of the books of my childhood. So I immediately scrolled to the bottom of the wiki page to look at the database entry. So, for context, many older roguelikes contain an internal database with information about monsters, items, and the like. That way, a player can look at an item or a monster that they aren't familiar with, and they can get a little bit more information about it. In some roguelikes, such as Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup and NetHack, the database contains quotes from real-world literature. So, of course, I'm expecting the quote for the Ace Sphinx to be from the Druid of Shannara. Here's what Slash'em's database says about the Ace Sphinx. This small, inoffensive-looking snake shares the feared power of petrification with its distant relatives, the cockatrice and the basilisk. Just one touch from its blunt snout can render one motionless for all eternity. This is attributed to the new bestiary by the wizard Endelbrook. So that's pretty weird. I had never heard of the wizard Endelbrook or of the new bestiary. So I started researching, plumbing both public and academic databases. If you'd like, you can pull out your phones right now and do the same, but you'll quickly come to the same conclusion that I did and encounter the mystery of this talk. And that is that the wizard Endelbrook is not a real person. Not only that, there is no book called The New Bestiary. Both author and book are entirely fictional. Now, this by itself is not that strange. For database entries where a suitable quote cannot be found, something written by the developers is usually used instead. When this happens, however, that database entry is formatted differently. The way that this specific entry is formatted clearly implies the existence of a real-life author. This is also the point where I start asking around on IRC and on Discord, and others start investigating as well, which is where we get to the true nature of this mystery. Another user discovers that the Ace Sphinx's encyclopedia entry is not the only one attributed to the wizard Endelbrook. In Slash alone, there are around a dozen similar entries for different monsters. Not only that, but due to the way that variants pull from one another, some of these databases have quietly started to migrate to other variants. DNetHack, for example, also cites our mysterious wizard friend. So, of course, my question is, if the wizard Endelbrook is fictional, who wrote this entry? Here's where the research gets a little bit more complicated. The NetHack wiki traces the origins of the Ace Sphinx to a popular variant called Slash'em. This is actually incorrect. The Ace Sphinx actually hails from Slash, a forerunner of Slash'em dating back to 1996. So the first step in my research is to post this story to nearly every NetHack-related space on the internet. The NetHack community tends to be pretty small, and a lot of us know each other, so I figured someone should have an idea about the history of this mysterious database entry. Unfortunately, however, the only result is that now if you search the wizard Endelbrook, you'll get about twice as many results as I did, but they're all discussions from us trying to figure out where the database entry comes from. So the next step in the quest was to start reaching out to people directly. The problem, of course, is that Slash'em is a game from the 90s. Finding the emails of developers from back then is very, very difficult. When I did manage to find some emails, all of them but one bounced. The one that didn't bounce, I got a very nice reply, but unfortunately they didn't know where the entry had originated from either. This meant that it was time to go back even further. It took quite a bit of doing, but I was able to track down and message the original developer of Slash, who was kind enough to lend me a few minutes of his time. This developer confirmed that the A-Sphinx was derived from the Heritage of Shannara series, so that's correct. Strangely, however, he didn't remember writing the entry in the database and said that it didn't sound like his writing style. He suggested I look back to see where the database entry originated. If the entry first appeared in Slash, then it probably was his writing. If it first appeared in NetHack --, then it almost definitely was. What's NetHack --? It's a variant from 1992, which doesn't even appear on the horrifying flowchart from earlier. And this is where the trail goes cold. The wizard Endelbrook is mentioned in the database of /6, but not in the database of NetHack --. So to review, the wizard Endelbrook and the new bestiary are definitely entirely fictional. They were probably invented by the developer of Slash, who probably wrote the encyclopedia entry. We don't know, and we probably never will know for sure. But the outcome's that a fictional citation that somebody probably invented entirely off the cuff has managed to survive 27 years without anyone noticing or asking where it's from. So at this point, there's only one final question remaining. And that's, why are we talking about this? Or to put it another way, why does this matter? And I think perhaps the easiest answer to that question is that it doesn't matter. This entire presentation is about an unofficial modification made to a game that's close to 40 years old now. It's about a single entry in a database, which is a feature that most players don't actually know exists. It provides no revelations, no computer science education, and it doesn't have any definite conclusion. In so many senses, none of this is important at all. I would argue, however, that that's what makes it so important. I really like this story about fictional wizards, missing encyclopedias, and petrifying snakes so much because, perhaps ironically, it is immensely human. The transmigration of a fictional encyclopedia across multiple derivative fanworks necessitates a level of human passion and care, as well as a human's ability to make mistakes. This story may be pointless, but to me that makes it all the more beautiful. It's silly, it's fun, and evidence that these games were made by many different people, all passionate about one thing. Human stories, however, don't tend to last. If we consider games as a form of art, they are fairly young, only reaching commercial popularity in the 1970s. Many traditional roguelikes exist in the older spectrum of this genre, and many have an unconventional means of source control, if they have any means of source control at all. Many newer roguelikes are indie projects, which may not be documented publicly. More importantly, all of this exists on the internet, a realm with an increasingly unstable relationship with its history. Tracing the provenance of this specific database entry took me an incredible amount of time and effort, and I was lucky to find even the unclear conclusion that I did. This story might not matter, but the next one might. As the internet becomes increasingly flooded with larger quantities of commercially funded and procedurally generated information, human stories like this one are going to continue to fade away. And as the years go on, finding out about the A-Sphinxes and the wizard Endelbrooks of the world is going to get more and more difficult. So if you'll permit me to end this presentation with a moral, here's what I think all of this is actually about. Things like developer diaries, blog posts, wiki entries, and even version control itself aren't just backups of existing work. They're stories. And if there's one thing about roguelike players, it's that there's nothing we like better than a good story. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you for sticking with it through all these technical issues. Special thanks to Ali Harlow, Tom Proudfoot, and everybody who helped me dig into this. Yeah, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Kes. It was a wonderful talk. And also just like huge congrats on keeping the flow going the whole time, despite all of the technical hiccups.
No
impressive.
worries.
That's
it
hard
happens.
to do. A lot of people in chat were saying it's like when you're on stage, that feels really stressful. And they were all like, man, when you're in the audience, like this is fine and it's not a problem at all. And it's, but no, I think that was wonderful. A lot of people, like really enjoying it in chat, and I think that this conference and this group cares a lot about like preservation of especially these types of games, and so I think that this is just a wonderful encapsulation of a feeling that drives a lot of even why this conference exists, basically. Excellent. Just checking in case. Oh, here's a question. Would you mind going back just to that flowchart slide, since that was, I think, the one main slide that we missed in the technical issues?
Yeah, so this is a very low res. Let's see if this full screen's it.
Yes, it does.
Oh, awesome. That would have been helpful to know 10 minutes ago. Yeah, this is a very low resolution version. It's current as of February 2023. But yeah, as you can see, it is enormously complicated. And it doesn't even include things like NetHack --, for example. So
yeah, I never heard of NetHack --. We love a Roguelike Celebration where we hear about a new old NetHack fork. So wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Cass. I hope that you'll be able to enjoy the NetHack Developers AMA tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Since I'm really excited, because again, it's like, it's hard to track people down, and that chance to hear stories from the original people is really valuable. So excellent.
Cool.
Well, thank you so much for your talk. Okay. Well, that was wonderful. I love NetHack representation at Roguelike Celebration, and especially wonderful talk. Reminders in terms of if you have links you want to share, there is a map obelisk. You can go drop them there in between talks, and we will do breakout rooms after this section of talks, which I believe that Mike is going to be the last talk of this section. So let's get into it. Mike Cook, very exciting to have you here. Let's do a little spiel. Mike is an AI researcher and game designer based in London, UK. He works as a senior lecturer at King's College London, where he researches how AI can model and support game design processes. And he makes weird games and digital art using generative processes and creative AI. In the past, he founded ProcJam and developers game designing AI like Angelina and Puck. He's never beaten a roguelike, but he's thought really hard about what it would feel like. And I always thought that you'd spoken at this conference because you're such a good match, but somehow you hadn't. So welcome.
Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. Shall I kick off then? Thank you so much for that introduction. Perfect. Hello, everyone. Alexi's kind of given the first few slides for me, but my name is Mike, and I'm here to talk to you today about generating procedures, rules, and systems. I also have a lot of slides following the last talk, so we'll kick off. So in my day job, I'm an AI researcher, and specifically, I do research into how we can build AI systems that support or model game design or autonomously design games themselves. And outside of that, I founded the ProcJam, the procedural generation jam, which some of you may have entered if you're part of this community, and built systems like Angelina that designed AI, that designed games. When I have spare time, which these days is increasingly scarce, I like to make games and weird things as well. So I've spent over a decade, the last 13 years, building AI that design games in various forms. And it's been a lot of fun. And one of the things about it is that it's taught me a lot about how and why people make games. And I get to reflect on that and bring that back to my own process of making games. And then that feeds back into my research. And really, don't tell anyone this, but AI research is a part of what I do. But what I do, I think, doesn't really have like a definition, which I think lots of us in this community actually feel like. So that's my convenient label. You probably have your own labels for your work. But underneath AI is a lot of thinking about what it means to design games. And in my spare time, I've made a lot of weird experiments, which as a result kind of are between the boundaries of all of these different areas. And you can find some of them on Itch. This one in the bottom right, Nothing Beside Remains, is a collaborative project with Florence Smith-Nichols, who you heard from about half an hour ago, who is doing their PhD work on this, among other things. So the thing I want to talk to you about today is linked to some of these things, but essentially I want to start with this controversial statement, which is that I think roguelike should start using procedural generation. And that might seem like an odd statement to you if you've played certain roguelikes, because you think, well, they already use procedural generation, of course, like this is Brogue, this is a procedurally generated level. But it's just a lot of the things in this level I've just seen before. Like I'm tired of using doors to move between rooms. You know, it's so many times. Every solution. There's a door in this room. You know, I use a door every day. I don't want doors anymore. I want exciting new ways to engage with the world. So you know, procedural generation is okay, but we kind of only tend to use it for things that you know, we're comfortable using it for. I mean, you might not be comfortable using it for all of the things on this list, but you know, maybe you've built a level generator in the past. Maybe you've got a random item generator like in Diablo. Maybe you've even used it for something like puzzles. And I'm not talking about ChatGPT or big, you know, large language models kind of stuff here. I'm talking about like generators that you craft yourself, that you craft by hand, you know. So we're comfortable with some things, but there are other things which we're kind of less comfortable using procedural generation for, right? And today I'm going to use some of these words interchangeably. If you're a game studies scholar, please at me later, much later. You know, we're going to assume that all of these words mean the same thing today. Game logic, you know, anything that affects the way that things interact with one another in the game world, whatever that game might be, okay? So what would it look like if we were generating game mechanics, if we were generating game systems, if we were generating the rules of our game? Well, let me give you a couple of examples. Let's say you're playing a match 3 game and you swipe a couple of tiles, and instead of like swapping location, instead the number on the tile gets subtracted. So the 6 has a 1 subtracted from it, turns into a 5. There's 3 5s in a row now. They disappear like a standard match 3. And suddenly, instead of it being like a swapping game like in Bejeweled, it's a maths game. Or maybe let's say you were playing Breakout, and when the ball hits the brick gets destroyed, of course, but something unexpected happens every time. Like every time you play Breakout, there's a new rule triggering. So maybe this time the ball gets bigger every time it destroys a block, so that the level actually gets easier the more you play it, because it's easier to get those like last blocks because the ball is now massive. So what would it be like to kind of play games where you don't know what's going to happen when you're interacting with the game, right? So at this point, you might be thinking, 25 minutes of this, huh? Maybe I'll just take the social break a little bit early. You know, or you might be thinking like, well, what, like how you can't do that. That's not how game design works, right? How am I going to know what these generated rules do? It's going to break my game design. What do you even mean generate a rule anyway? You just, you know, you're giving these extremely badly constructed PowerPoint animations. What are you talking about? Well, I don't have time to answer most of these questions, but we're going to sort of gently gloss over them in a very academic way, and hopefully entertain you. You might also be thinking like, I don't want to randomize my game design. Like I like designing games. Roguelikes are procedural enough already. I can't, you know, this is the one thing you haven't taken from me. I can't procedurally generate the core as well. So what I want to start off by is talking to you about this idea, which is that game design is generative design. And I've got a paper about this that I'm hoping to publish next year. But the gist of it is that all of us are generative designers, whether or not we're building procedural generators. And I should warn you now that this is a great time to go and put the kettle on and make a cup of tea if you don't want me to go off on a huge tangent. But I think it will be worth it for those of you that are into it. So what do I mean when I say game design is generative design? Well, you know, you might have heard this quote before. Don't remember exactly who said it, probably Oscar Wilde. Game is a series of interesting decisions. Again, lots of reasons why people don't like this quote, but the reason why I'm going to bring it to you today is that a game isn't a series of anything. A game is a space. A game is a big, wide space. It's not like a linear path that we walk along. It's mind-bogglingly huge as a space. And I don't think we appreciate how wild these spaces are sometimes, right? So in AI, we talk about action spaces quite often. So if you're building an AI that wants to play a game, we think about like, what is every decision, every action that the AI could take right now? So if you look at this fake roguelike I've got on the right-hand side here, the action space includes like moving in every cardinal direction. It could involve casting a fireball at the skeleton. It involves casting a fireball at like a load of other places as well. Like we may not think of those as actions because they're not very useful, but they are actions. And as game designers, we can shape that action space. So we can add objects in that change the options available to the player. So maybe if I put a campfire in between, the player can't move east anymore. I've removed that option from the action space. And we can also modify people's decisions as well. So by putting the campfire there, maybe I make casting a fireball more attractive because it's going to enhance the fireball. So as game designers, we're always thinking about these ways that we can change the way that our players behave. And you can imagine this as like a big network of possibilities where the player takes an action, they decide what to do. Maybe they decide to move next to the skeleton for some reason. And then our game responds. And some of the response is very predictable. Some of it's probabilistic, like your skeleton might have a number of different things that it does, and maybe it rolls some dice when it decides what it wants to do. But we're constantly exploring this massive web of possibilities. So one way of thinking about this is that it's kind of like this loop, right? We've got these systems at the top, and they define the kinds of actions the player can take. The actions available inform the player's decision making, and then they make an action which affects the systems and the rules again. And as game designers, we often talk as if we have control over the action space. We might say, like, I've added fireballs into my game, and the player can cast fireballs now. But actually, we're controlling the systems and rules. We're not controlling the action space. You can't imagine every single possible situation in which the player can cast a fireball. That's why all these edge cases appear. It's why glitches appear. It's why these games are so surprising. We're controlling the systems. And that's important because that's true of every game designer, no matter what kind of game they design, even if you design puzzle games. In the next session, we'll be hearing about hand-designed Sudoku, which I'm really excited to hear about. And even a Sudoku is a space of experiences, right? It's not the case that every number can be in every one of these squares. As the player solves this Sudoku, the landscape of the areas they can look at will change. There will be more or less information in different areas. Like Sudokus have pacing, they have a difficulty curve. If the designer may not always think about this, but it is there, it's always there. We're always building a space of possibilities. So if I think about like generating rules that are going to reshape the player's space of actions, is that really that much different to writing a generator that reshapes the navigable space, the physical space of the world? And actually, roguelikes have examples of cases where we have kind of procedurally generated rules, except they don't last very long. So unidentified potions, if you play enough of a roguelike, you will learn what all the potions do. You may not know which one's which, but you will develop a technique for detecting them. So what I'm kind of suggesting here is that we take the potions idea and we kind of supercharge it with some new techniques so that the potions are always fresh, they're always unexpected, they're always surprising. So how do we do that? Well, today I want to give you just kind of 3 ideas and 3 possibilities, and they kind of escalate in risk, but they also escalate in reward as well. They get kind of spicier and more exciting as it goes on. But I wanted to start off with something kind of accessible and sort of sensible so that you feel that you go away from this talk today and yeah, I could go and do that. So let's talk about rearranging content first. So this is a screenshot from Invisible Ink, one of the best games ever made, I think. At the start of a campaign, you can turn on or off all sorts of settings within the game. And there was one setting in particular that I just turned off every campaign. I just decided I didn't want this every single campaign, and I loved the rest of that game. So we often actually build our games to be quite modular. And this allows us to build generative systems that turn on and off various things and just kind of shuffle around some options that already exist and create variants, create campaign variants, create level variants. And a kind of related example of this is Slay the Spire's daily challenge. So Slay the Spire is a deck builder. It has this daily challenge where it adds modifiers to the game. So the modifiers are pulled from, I think, about a set of maybe 20 modifiers in total. It chooses 2 or 3 every day, and sometimes they have a compounding effect. So if you have the green card modifier, in this case, that means that this blue hero can also find green cards. And the specialized modifier says that you start with 5 copies of a random card, which means that on this daily challenge, there is a chance that you could start with 5 copies of a green card. So those 2 things combine together, and that creates some really interesting challenges sometimes. The difficulty with Slay the Spire's daily challenge is that it's not necessarily communicated super well to the players, and players have a certain expectation coming into the game because of how the main game is. This is kind of a side game. And so when I was looking for an example of this online, and I wanted to talk about Certain Future, which is a modifier that removes all decisions from the overworld map. And instead of finding a screenshot of what that looks like, I found this meme that someone had made, which summarizes the entire point I wanted to make, which is that lots of players will check the daily challenge, and if they see this modifier, they just won't play it. And so, in this case, players aren't prepared to experience this. And we're going to talk a little bit before the end of this talk about kind of how you prepare players for this experience, how you make sure that they don't have this reaction when they see that modifier. So the second technique that you can use is custom design languages. So when we're rearranging existing content, we are literally just turning on and off things that are already in our game. But we can also build special languages that let us describe things in our game in a different form. And actually, some games have this built into them. So Noita here from Nola Games has a wand programming system where you can slot modules into wands and they'll get executed one after another. And that includes things like modifiers as well. And that means that you can build wands that do kind of unusual things. Some people describe it as programming wands. And in the bottom right here, we have Baba Is You, which is a game where you push objects around the world to make sentences. And those sentences are also embedded as real rules in the game's logic. So both of these are examples of playable languages that allow the player to modify some aspect of the game's systems or rules. But we don't just give them to the players. It's actually very common for us to build these tools for other people as well. And those people are modders. So this is an excerpt from a mod for Caves of Cud. And even if you've never played Caves of Cud before, if you look at some of these lines, you can guess what this is describing, right? This line here, this second line I've highlighted, says that there's something called hit points of value 100. So we can guess what that is, even if we've never played this game before. Electric resistance, value -50. Like, we kind of know what that means. So we already build these special design languages for other things to use, except those things are people and not AI systems. Which is great because we could randomly generate one of these right now. We could go in the social break after this and write a Caves of Cud monster generator, and it might break, but it might produce something really interesting. Just as a brief aside here, one of the challenges with designing a design language is that something that I call the puzzle script effect, which is that the things that tend to become most memorable about the use of that language or that tool are the things that pushed at the edges of it, that kind of push the limits of what that tool could do, which can be really exciting, can be really good. But when you come to kind of think of that tool, you often think about the most complicated things built with it, whereas that is not necessarily what the tool was designed to do. And that's not so much a problem with humans, but it does become a problem when you're using AI, because AI won't necessarily be able to use, for example, puzzle script in a really complex way. They'll be using more of the kind of center intended use of it. And I could talk for like at least 2 hours about designing design languages for AI to use. I've done a lot of it, and there's lots of things that you have to think about. You have to think about things like, how easy is it to write a statement that's illegal? So when I told you just now that Caves of Cud, that mod, has hit points, and that has 100 hit points, probably none of you thought, what if I give it negative hit points? Like, none of us, that did not enter any of our minds. But if we tell a generative system, this hit points thing, just put a number in there. That, depending on how we code that might give a number between -infinity and +infinity. It might give a floating point number. It could do all sorts of things that we might not have thought to be clear about. And that could result in interesting glitches, or it could crash our game. So we have to think about what kind of common sense am I not including here? Because when you release modding tools, the players are going to play around with that and learn what the limits are. But your procedural generator doesn't. If we just have a text generator, it may not know, we may not have told it this common sense stuff that we expect it to know. So I think custom design languages are really good because they're a nice trade-off between, allowing some expressivity, allowing us to talk about things in a very focused way. You can design a design language for a particular domain, like spells or potions, and then you don't have to worry about the whole world of generative possibilities. You can kind of constrain it a little bit. So if you look up some of my talks about Puck or Angelina, you'll see that I've used design languages to help these systems describe games and define their rules. And I think it's a really great approach to use. But we could take it one step further. We could get even spicier. It's getting late here. I'm getting tired. Let's just throw caution to the wind and generate code directly, right? Because if you think about the most popular language that humans use for writing game mechanics, it's program code, right? Most of us probably write some form of program code, or maybe have some experience of it if we've ever written a game mechanic into our games. And the thing with code is that code is just text. You know, we know how to generate text. There's generative text in the chat system for the Roguelike Celebration. There's generative text in loads of roguelikes that you've played. If you want, you can get Unity C# to compile text into an assembly and load it at runtime back into the game that compiled it. Should you do that? Look, who am I? Who am I to tell you whether you should do that or not? I've done it. It was a lot of fun. You know, I think it's important to remember that we can generate anything that we want, right? Like, we don't have to, you know, there's nothing special about code, right? If we want to generate some code and compile it at runtime and throw it into our game, why not? I mean, I'll tell you why not later probably, but I mean, a reasonable question is, why would you want to do that? So the thing with domain-specific languages, which is the stuff we were looking at before, the design languages, is that they're generally less expressive than our actual game code. And that's intentional. We want them to be less expressive. The reason why we build modding tools is because it's an easier way for people to create content for our games, right? But it still is less expressive. So that might mean that it surprises us less, the kinds of things that a system can do with it. And implementing these design languages takes a lot of effort. You know, if you change something in your game so that actually now, if you give us negative hit points, it will actually crash the game and delete everyone's user data. Now you've got to remember, oh God, I need to make sure that the AI doesn't generate that anymore. And you know, there's so many things to remember, so much extra work. Whereas you're already writing code, right? So if you're already writing code, then if you change your code, the stuff that your code generator uses also changes. Like it's sort of already linked to your creative process. Now, if you're thinking that making roguelikes is stressful enough, I don't want to do that. Well, I'm working on a tool. I'm working on a tool called Pixie, which attaches to C# code. At the moment, it's in Unity, but there's nothing Unity specific about it. So I'll be looking into getting it into things like Godot soon as well, hopefully. And it can generate bits of code. So you kind of take it on a tour of your code base and you're like, here's the acceleration variable. You're allowed to use that. And then at the end of the tour, you show it to an empty code block and you say, I'd like you to generate me some code that goes here. And you can give it a bit of guidance maybe as well. And Pixie generated the breakout example earlier where when you get the ball to bounce off a brick, the ball gets bigger. I asked it to generate a game that would make it easier to play, generate a game mechanic. And I want to be clear, just to be clear about this, this is not a GitHub Copilot situation. Pixie only knows about your code base. So you are guiding it, you're in control. That's why we have these little attributes in square brackets so that you can say, okay, touch this data, please don't touch this data, you know, and it will always do what you tell it to, mostly. And if you were interested in some of the theoretical background behind this, I recorded a YouTube video about the kind of inspiration for this back in 2020 as well. So those are kind of three approaches, three ways of thinking about generating game mechanics, right? But before I close, I wanted to talk about, well, how can we actually like keep this under control? Because, you know, I'm an academic, right? So I can spend my day job making broken things. No one will ever ask me to fix it. But I promise you, I have actually found some strategies for kind of making this work, making this sensible. So the first solution is to solve it in the design phase, right? So if we accept that our game is going to produce broken rules, broken systems, then we can actually design the game around that with that in mind. So in really bad chess, for example, it randomly generates chessboards and it knows that some of these chessboards will be unfair. So it gives the player different amounts of score based on whether they win or lose a board, and they teach the player not to expect to win every board. And this kind of links to the notion of streaks in roguelikes, which is, you know, something that's come out more and more in past years, where it's not about the performance in a single run, it's about consistent performance across many runs. So the player does not expect to win all the time. You know, winning a single run is not what's important. What's important is understanding the ability over many runs. And when I was writing these slides, it made me think of Stephen Flavel, also known as Jorbs on YouTube, very good Slay the Spire player, ex-poker pro. And he's got this wonderful talk where he talks about the two types of players, optimal and nemesis. And he says, when I make these plays that I think are right, and often they are right, sometimes they're still wrong, I still lose most of the time. So he's saying that he doesn't care about winning every game of Slay the Spire. What he cares about is playing the best he can in the conditions he's been given. And that's the kind of mindset that we have to get our players into if we want to generate, you know, systems that we don't know whether they work or not. Stephen's an incredible thinker and lecturer. He's got a book, by the way, called Before We Go Live, which I highly recommend. I'll post a link on the obelisk later. And I had another thing that I wanted to talk about, because just last week, I found this game called Mosalina. Here's an excerpt from the Steam page. It's literally impossible for me to check if all levels are beatable with all combinations of tools because I've never seen them before. This is a game about randomly giving players tools, randomly giving them a level, and just seeing if they can solve it. And this is a game which sets the player up to expect that. So designing around it is the best solution, I think. But there are other solutions. So another option is that we can solve it in development time. So Elite has galaxy generation in it, but they only released 5 galaxies in the game for various reasons. So as a designer, you can decide what procedural content goes into your game. Maybe you spend half an hour a month with a cup of coffee looking at some generated ideas for new items, and you pick one to go in the next patch or update. It doesn't have to be something that lives in your game. Systems are quite impactful, so it makes sense that you might want to release them, manually. Or, if you're feeling spicy, you can try and solve it live. So in AI, we have this paradigm called generate and test, where if you don't know how to make something good, but you know how to recognize something good, you can just generate loads of stuff, and eventually you'll find something that trips your good sensor. So what you can do, what I use in some of my systems like Pixie, is to build these unwinnable scenarios. So here, I know this player is going to die on the next turn. 6 skeletons are going to hit them. So we generate an item, give it to the player, get them to use it on themselves, and then play the next turn out. And we can do this hundreds of times until we find an item that allows them to survive the next turn. And we don't necessarily care what that item does, we just know that it's interesting at that point. So generating tests that can allow you to investigate these questions of what your generated mechanics can do is really interesting, is a really interesting approach too. Okay. I'm going to close up. Before I close, there's just one kind of thought I wanted to leave you with, which is that there is a reason why doors are good, and that's because I go through them every day, so I understand how they work, okay? So the problem is if you generate loads of mechanics, you don't actually know what to tell the player this thing is, right? So the one final tip I wanted to leave is that just like any other generated content, you often need a theme that tells the story of the generated content, right? So for systems, that's why potions work so well. It could be spells or ancient languages. It could be experimental technology. Find a theme that works for the fact that the player doesn't know what's going to happen when they push this button, basically. Or throw caution to the wind and don't worry too much about the theme and just live your life. But I know that theme is very important to lots of us in this community. So before I close up for questions, I just wanted to leave with one last slide, which is that I've been working in AI and procedural generation for a long time, almost 14 years. ProcJam's almost a decade old. I now have a permanent job at a university in London that I'm very, very happy about. And I have wonderful students, a wonderful group. I have so many amazing things, and a lot of it is because of people I met in the indie games community and the generative systems community, many of whom are here today, I think. And I don't think that's a coincidence. And I just wanted to kind of thank you all. I kept meaning to submit talks to this place, and I finally am here, and it feels really lovely to talk to you all. So it's a real privilege to be part of this community, such a kind and understanding one. You walk around this space that's been designed, and you just feel the warmth of this space. And I really hope that there's many decades ahead of doing weird things together. We all kind of float between these sort of strange job titles, and we're all in and out of industry and academia, and we don't know where we're going. But it's wonderful when we get to come together like this and just remember what actually matters. So thank you all so much for all of the support you've shown me over the last 10 years, because I wouldn't be here without you. And on that note, speaking of people that I wouldn't be here without, please do check out these students and colleagues of mine who do wonderful work too. And if you want to talk to me now or 15 years from now, just drop me a line. Probably not on Twitter 15 years from now, but certainly at that email address. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Oh, you hit me with emotions right at the end. I got to MC, Mike. Thank you. I mean, the same. Like, my career would not be what it is without this conference. Absolutely. So, thank you. And it is. I mean, it's like I help run it now because it meant so much to me, but it's also like it works because of speakers. So thank you for the time to put together such a talk. I can't believe you. It was like such a spicy talk, and I love it. So full of hot takes, and then like you get the fighty energy, and then the last minute like gut punch.
Bring everyone back in at the end. Yeah. Okay.
Well, thank you. We have a little bit of time for questions. The current top voted question is, tell me more about Rubber Santa.
So I cut this example out from the beginning. It was the third example I had of a generated mechanic. Back in 2012, the first experiments I did with mechanic generation, I wanted to put them in a game, and it was coming up to Christmas. So I thought, well, I'll make a Christmas game. But I forgot it was generating random mechanics. So, one of the mechanics was that it just made the player really bouncy. So, Santa was like pinging off the walls and like kicking up snow everywhere. And I was like, well, it's got to be out for Christmas. I don't have any time to think about this now, So yeah, sometimes you can just make a game about Rubber Santa and it's fine. So don't worry too much about theme.
I love it. I love it. Wonderful. One less goofy question from Sanat. What are some ideas to make the code generator more versatile than a design language approach?
I think it's quite challenging. What I really want to do next year, hopefully, is actually share like what my code generator looks like. Because some things you can give it sort of way too much variation. So actually, do you want to let it choose any number when it's applying it to a variable, right? Probably not. Like lots of numbers have a sensible range. So Pixie allows you to tell it like, don't go outside this range. I don't think anything interesting is out there, But at the same time, you want to give it that freedom. So like letting it call functions in your code that maybe you don't think are useful. Like sometimes that's interesting. Like, don't just restrict yourself to the things that you think are going to lead to good game mechanics. Because most of the really cool stuff that have come out of these systems for me are always like the most bonkers things it's changed. Like I've forgotten to tell it not to do something and it's just run with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I think that's a good bit of advice to end on. So thank you so much. Thank you for staying up late, I assume.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
You're live. Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Awesome. Oh, I'm so really. I'm glad we are now coming up on an hour-long social break, which I need just to digest all of the amazing talks and emotions and feelings. We've got feelings about preservation of history. We've got feelings about community. We've got feelings about Elrond, text adventures, and genre. Amazing start to the conference. But I will do my job, which is first of all to tell you where the breakout rooms are. As a reminder, in case you weren't here earlier, we have breakout rooms in the social space. They're a place to chat more about the talks and potentially chat with the speakers who will be around in those rooms if they are not too exhausted from their own talk. And if you are watching this on something like Twitch or YouTube and you're not sure where to get those, you just need to get an actual ticket to the conference from roguelike.club, and that will give you a link to get into this web-based social space where there will be text chat you can use for things like that. So the assignment of the particular rooms for this set of talks is that if you want to talk about Love Island as a roguelike with Lawrence, that will be in I Was a Teenage Gelatinous Cube. If you want to talk about hunting the Asphinx, roguelikes Provenance and You with Kiss, that will be in Attack of the 50-Foot Goblin. And if you want to talk about generating procedures, rules, and system generations for roguelikes from Mike just now, that will be in Jabberwock Park. So one more time, Love Island, Teenage Gelatinous Cube, Hunting the Asphinx, NetHack, 50-Foot Goblin, and finally, Mike's talk just now on generating procedures in Jabberwock Park. So feel free to use that. Also, this is a nice hour-long break. Make sure to hydrate, stretch your legs, maybe go outside for a little bit, whatever time of day it is where you are. Take care of yourself. All of these talks will be recorded. They're currently being recorded, and we will put them out online for your viewing and referencing pleasure. Do also just enjoy the social space, have random conversations with people, explore around. We have the obelisk, the map obelisk, where people are leaving links to other interesting reference material. So check that out. We've got our merch for sale this year, which is wonderful. We have unidentified socks that actually have scrolls of identify. I can't stress enough how cool this is. And also a very beautiful shirt, pins, a mug, so much stuff. You can find that on the Izchak's gift shop, or you can find it just on the left-hand side of the social space. And there are various other just kind of things to discover and explore. There might even be a few secrets if you keep on checking out the space. So don't miss out on that. Let's see if there's anything else for me to mention. I will say if you run into problems with the space, and also just if you have any kind of issues from a moderation standpoint, anybody is behaving in a way that you don't think is cool, if you feel unsafe, if you're worried, anything like that, at any time, type /mod, and that will message the moderation team, and we will get in touch with you. If you check out our code of conduct, there's also a way to email us, so various ways to get in touch. And I think that will be all for now. I want to let people get into those breakout rooms. So we are now going to take a hour-long social break and be back in roughly an hour for a set of new talks. You'll have another wonderful MC taking over there, so I can rest my brain. And we will have Scott Berker talking about the data science of roguelikes, and Nat Allison talking about the defense of handcrafted Sudoku, which I believe will also show us another reference to Kraken the Cryptic, who I love. So more Sudoku after the break, because Sudoku is a roguelike, like Love Island and geology and sand and rocks and text. Okay, enjoy breakouts.
Hello. Good afternoon, Roguelike Celebration. Your eyes are not deceiving you. I'm not Alexi. My name is Christy, she, her. I will be guiding y'all through this next block of talks while Alexi takes a break. Don't worry, she'll be back for another run this afternoon. Just a couple of quick reminders, announcements, whatever, before we jump into our next block of talks. If you have other resources, links to articles or whatever, those are all going on to the map obelisk. It's the obelisk of knowledge. We've already got a bunch of really great stuff there. Feel free to contribute. That will just keep amassing knowledge as we continue. If what I just said really confused you, you don't know what a map obelisk is because you are watching us from somewhere that is not our social space. If you are on Twitch or YouTube, I think those are the only other places you can be. You could be in the Mall of Moria with the rest of us. You can grab tickets from roguelike.club, C-L-U-B, and they are pay what you want, so come on in. If you are in the mud, just a reminder that we have a couple of secret spaces. Well, one secret space and one secret color scheme. So keep an eye out for that. And if you are still using social media, we are on Mastodon, mastodon.gamedev.place. We are roguelike_con. And if you are posting about us, please use the hashtag Roguelike Celebration. That way we will see what you are saying about us. Let's see, any other important reminders? There are new badges since the last block of talks ended. If you are not seeing them, hard refresh your browser, they should pop up. Cool, okay. I think that was a lot. I think that was enough. Y'all aren't here to hear me talk. You are here, in this particular instance, to hear Scott Berger tell us all about, hello, the data science of roguelikes. So take it away, Scott.
Indeed. Well, thank you, Christy, for hosting this session, and thanks to the wonderful organizers for the Roguelike Con in general. We wouldn't be here without you, so we thank you first and foremost. Welcome to Roguelike Data Science. All sorts of fun deep dives of tables of data, visualizations, and stuff like that. So we have 30 minutes. Let me start my timer real quick so I don't go over. And let's just jump right in. So a little bit about me. Hello, I'm Scott, he, him. I am a Seattle data person, data analytics, data science, machine learning, all those things. Like all data science people in the Seattle world, I've done my time at Microsoft. I've done data time at Tableau, and most recently at Qualtrics downtown. I fly small airplanes. I have a master's in astrophysics from University College London. We've seen some other London folks here as well, so happy hello from down the road. I race bikes when I can, as best I can. I wrote a book on machine learning with the programming language R. If you've ever wanted to get into it from that angle, you have 200 pages of resource there. I have a roguelike podcast that I do with 3 other friends of mine who we just passed our 1-year anniversary of hosting the show. And I am an adult student of the cello, and I play with my wife, who's very patient to accompany me on the piano whenever I have recitals and stuff come up. But you didn't come here to listen to me. You came here to listen about what this talk is about. So first, I'm going to start with what this talk is not about. If you are coming to this recording out of the blue, and you're like, oh, I really like data science, I really like video games, but I don't really know what this whole roguelike space is about. That, I think, is the one thing that I'm not going to be talking about here. I think in this general space, I think the attendees for the past, 4.5 hours have probably got a good indication as to what roguelike games are. So I don't think I'm going to beat it over the head too much, but we will talk about the data of this ecosystem. And just to shill for the podcast for another 10 seconds, we recently just did a near 2-hour podcast on the topic. So I think what has been said, if you're interested, go and hunt down that episode. So what is this talk about? Okay, talked about what it isn't about. What is it about? It's a little bit of hacking, programming. It's a little bit of data visualization, a little bit of cool graphs. It's a little bit about, I guess we'll say, market analytics as well. But overall, we have 3 objectives for this talk. 1, where do we go to find these rogue-style games? Where can we go and how can we build good data sets to explore this stuff? And lastly, what can we learn from the data as well? So that's our 3 main objectives for the next 25 minutes, we'll say. And we're here to talk about roguelike games. Everything from goofy slot machine rogues to dungeon-based rat punchers to ensemble alien spaceship management games to things that look like strong password generators. These all exist in roughly the same universe of stuff, and we'll be looking at all the data from each end of the spectrum and everything in between. But in order to do that, first, we're going to need data. Lots of data. And there's many places in which to search for data about these rogue type games. A good place to start is maybe the Temple of the Roguelike. Maybe a lot of viewers and watchers have heard of this site, but this is a site that judiciously and very graciously tabulates and formulates data from the Rogue Basin Wikipedia that coalesces it down into a very tabular format. And we have lots of fun things to explore in here. But the 2 types of data that we're very interested in are, number 1, fact data, things that are independent variables that we can glom stuff onto to learn more of, and things like metadata. So what are things about that data? So for example, a fact data instance might be DCSS here up at the top, Dwarf Fortress, NetHack, ADOM, and the metadata around it would be things like the type that it is, what kind of theme that it is. And in this screenshot here, we have lots of interesting data to think about already. We have things like average ratings. We have things like numbers of ratings, with DCSS having, for example, 26, 19 for Dwarf Fortress, and so on down the line. With Hyper Rogue, let's see if I can get my camera, Hyper Rogue t-shirt here on there. Just a quick shout out. On here as well. So we have lots of things to explore from just one particular example space. But there's lots of example spaces with which we can find this data from. Another one many people know of is itch.io. And here, if we go and type in the tag roguelike up here in the upper left, see if I can get my mouse. Anyway, we'll get something that's like 10,000 results of data, that's pretty good. Like, that's a good, solid, meaty data set to start building stuff off of. And from here, we can kind of see from the top level things like genres, role-playing, strategy, survival, action. We have things like platforms that they're available on. This is all good stuff, and we want to try to get this all into a nice, boring Excel table that we can make pretty pictures out of. If we click on any one of these, we could get data that looks like this, where we have things like status, rating, author, various genres and tags, to something that looks like this, where we have something that was like, when was it last updated? What's its current status? The ratings, average session length, languages. There's a lot of data here, and it varies very much from game to game. I'm sure there's lots of people here that have had to deal with free-form text input data and consistencies therein. There's a lot of stuff going on. But one of the major kind of hindrances with the itch.io platform is getting access to this data, being able to go in and say, okay, I want for all those 10,000 games, give me all this stuff and just dump it into an Excel spreadsheet for me, please. Even with my data hunting abilities, I've found it very difficult, if not impossible, to do so. That's not to say that it couldn't be done, but there's not really a good application programming interface or API in order to go in and extract this data into a nice, clean data set. Let's briefly talk about the mobile space. For all of my complaints about the itch data backend, if we go into Google Play, for example, and we hunt for roguelikes, this is kind of it for what we see. Is there more? Question mark. I mean, we have things like rating data, price data, but I was kind of shocked that there wasn't much more. So clicking around, clicking on an individual game. Okay, we have ratings, we have downloads. This is all good stuff. We have descriptions, last updated. Curiously, the tags here don't include roguelike, which is a fun, interesting element. But we have things like user reviews as well. So this is all interesting stuff. And if we thought the itch data was locked down, mobile data is even more locked down. Getting access through this walled garden for data might actually be impossible from what I can tell, unless you have a good way to build a web data scraper that doesn't get you banned immediately. So all of these things are kind of pointing us into the last logical step direction for Steam, everyone's favorite platform for finding games. And here we go and do our great thing of hunting through the tag categories and find the thing that says roguelike. Open up that can of worms and see what games fall out of it. Here we have lots of good stuff of rating categories, user review counts. We have all sorts of tags involving things like action roguelikes. We have lots of games that are listed of various ends of the spectrum. We have other subgenres that we can cut by. Lots and lots of good data. That's all great. The power here is the application programming interface, the API that allows us to say, oh, if we have a list of games that we want all this data for, give me the data, please. And that beautiful data looks like this. This is what a raw API data export for Cogmind, traditional roguelike game, looks like. Isn't this beautiful? We have all sorts of things in here, like what type of data entity it is from a game. We have the name, we have Steam app IDs, required ages to play, all sorts of fun stuff. But this is kind of an unintelligible garbage nonsense in this view anyway. We can put these into parsers to make it a little more intelligible, and we're able to kind of see things that we can pull stuff out, like total numbers of reviews, how many achievements does it have, all sorts of fun things. And the way that we go about building the data set that we're going to be talking about today is kind of in 3 major steps. Source code will be linked later. I can drop some notes over by the obelisk if we're interested in deep diving. But the idea here is we have a collection of Python scripts and functions that go out and hit the Steam API, pull down data, and we join it all together into one big data set. We have some historical polls of this data, so we have snapshots of what it looked like back in March, sometime around June, and the most recent one around October 4th or so. And so what we're doing is for each game, we're pulling the sort of main metadata, things like release date, review counts, all of the tags associated with them. We're pulling review data, how many hours were there being played by users, and as we'll get to in a second, tag data in terms of key value pairs. So all sorts of great things. And here's what the data looks like. Isn't this beautiful? Again, who doesn't love looking at spreadsheets? This is what you all came here for. So we have things like the name of the game, release dates, dictionaries of tag data, total reviews, all this fun stuff. And it goes on for columns and columns and columns. But you're not here to look at tables. You're here to look at all sorts of pretty pictures and things. That's why I'm here. That's why we're all here. But first, let's just, well, there's some pretty pictures in here. But the first thing that you do with any good tabular data set is look at some summary statistics. And in the Steam ecosystem, I think we kind of know this, but there are 6 major categories of rogue type tags that we can look at. We have games that are tagged with roguelike, which is about 6,000. We have games that are tagged with roguelite, which is somewhere around 4,000, 5,000. We have action roguelike games, 3,700. And here's where we see kind of a major shelf of game tags and application rates. Roguelike deck builders, 400. Traditional roguelikes, 326. And Roguevanias, 175. What's important to note here is that these are not be-all, end-all tags. These are things that can exist in multiple ways. So someone can take their game and tag it as roguelike and roguelite, and in some cases, all of these. There's all sorts of crazy things in the data set. And because you can have things that span multiple categories here, there's about 7,870 rogue-style games across all of these different tag genres. So, okay, this is great. This gives us an all-up view picture of different tag types, different realms of the data that we might be playing in. But show me some graphs. I want to see some stuff of how this is evolving over time. What we're seeing here on the left, the blue curve, is the total number of games that have been released in this whole data set by year over time. And on the right is the specific breakout of games that are tagged traditional roguelike. So on the left here, what we're seeing is, games that were being, well, the tag system was introduced later, but games that have any rogue style tag applied first started showing up around 2010 or so, and increasing. And since 2019, there's been an electric pace of game development, of rogue games being released in general on Steam over time. And we see that reflected in the traditional roguelike space as well. We had a bit of a bump of activity in 2017. And since 2019, it's just been taking off nonstop. So I think we're in a pretty good place to be, either as fans of the genre to have lots of options to play, or as developers to learn from other people's things and be able to see how things are evolving and what games are really pushing the trend and envelope. Which, speaking of which, key driving games. So this is kind of a busy chart. There's a lot going on here. I'll walk through it step by step. We have on the x-axis games release dates. So what year were they released? On the y-axis, we have how many total reviews those games have. The different colors are just ways to separate different games. So each game name is a different color on here. That's just what the color signifies. But the size of the dot here is something that we can use with the tag data to show what proportion of a game's total tags are any of those 6 rogue categories. So kind of roguiness all up score, if you will. A bigger circle means more roguey, if that is even a thing. And a smaller score is less of that proportion. And so what we see here is things like FTL Binding of Isaac, big players. And also this is for games with more than 10,000 reviews. Otherwise, this chart would be a lot busier, as you can imagine. So things like FTL Binding of Isaac, early stages, Binding of Isaac Rebirth, big titan. We have other familiar names, Darkest Dungeon, Enter the Gungeon. We have Don't Starve Together way up here at the top, over 400,000 reviews. There's some interesting stuff behind that. But we have things like Dead Cells Slay the Spire, Vampire Survivors as a more recent major review driver. But if we split this out again by traditional roguelikes, we have kind of a different picture. We have things like Dreadmore, Tome, Caves of Cud being major leaders early on. And since then, it's not that there hasn't really been a major leader in the category on Steam. There's just been a lot of stuff being developed. So we see things like Cogmind, Tangledeep, Jupiter Hell, to a lesser extent, Desktop Dungeons, with some curiousness about its review date changing there. We have some games just, yeah, like we were seeing earlier, just a lot of development of new stuff here in the more recent years as well. So an interesting space to be in. We've talked a little bit about Steam tags. Let's do a little bit of a deep dive here. Steam tags, for those who don't know, are kind of a controversial topic, but let's maybe walk through how they work. So if you come to a games store page, you might see these popular user-defined tags for this product, and we have a bunch listed out here. And in fact, if you click that little plus button, we'll have even more. Typically, games have about a maximum of 20 tags that can be applied. You might say to yourself, well, these seem kind of randomly ordered: space, stealth, indie, top-down. Like they just kind of seem jumbled around here. These are things that users can vote on to say, oh, I think this game is a top-down shooter. Click or add that category on there. And devs can also change those around as well. They have some input authority on there. But how are these sorted? Well, if we do our favorite thing and look at the source code behind the page, we see that this tag data is organized by count. So we have in the Steam store just what seems like a random grab bag of tags are actually ordered by the frequency at which they're applied. So we have space count 118, stealth count 113, following the trend down the line, and in a little more human readable format here. So this is how the data is ordered. This is where Steam tags provide a lot of interesting data for us to explore and lots of things for us to gripe about. One thing to explore here, we kind of touched on a little bit earlier about roguiness values. So what proportion of all of these tags here are things related to the rogue realm? So here we have something like action roguelike, we have roguelike, we have roguelite, several tags being applied. If we add all those up and divide by the total number of counts here, that gives us a proportionality score. We can see this proportionality score laid out in a histogram. So what this is showing us is the top chart are all rogue games that aren't traditional roguelikes, that are not explicitly tagged as such. And the one on the bottom are for only traditional roguelikes. And we're seeing this rogue proportionality score laid out on the x-axis, and the frequency of how many games fall into that sort of bin on the y-axis. And what this shows us is how many games are falling within a certain band of that proportionality. So in plain English, this top part here is saying, well, for games that aren't explicitly tagged as traditional roguelike, that roguiness proportion can be anywhere as low as like basically 0.1% all the way up to maybe 40-ish% or even a little higher. This top histogram here is pretty spread out. It's kind of wide. Traditional roguelikes are a little more narrow, a little more constrained with where those values are. So we see the middle chunky part of the traditional roguelike one is maybe a little off to the right from where the main body of non-traditional roguelike games are. Curiously, we also see some traditional roguelike games that are possibly over-indexed by having more than 60% of their tags as rogue-based, which may or may not be surprising, but is very infrequent as we see from the data. Now, Steam tags, their controversy comes with going into the store and saying, I'd like one roguelike, please. And Steam saying, great, you want some roguelikes? We got them for you. But sometimes the breadth of our genre kind of offers a hindrance with the area of Steam tags specifically, where on one hand, you might get something as real-time action-oriented as Don't Starve Together, and on the other hand, you might get something as turn-based and slow RPG burn as Caves of Cud. Now, Steam will say, these are both roguelikes, even though one is maybe quote-unquote more than the other. There's a lot of quotes, air quotes going on here, but what we can do is we can say, well, let's look at the distribution of each game's tags and the frequencies, and we'll do some math. This thing on the right is saying, like, we're just going to do some math to say, how similar are these things? So for Caves of Cud and Don't Starve Together, Caves of Cud up on the top and Don't Starve on the bottom, we have all the different tags between the two and frequency and the proportionalities for each of those tags for each of those games. And so what we're seeing here is Don't Starve Together, 1.5% of its total tags are 2D. Caves of Cud does not have that tag, 0. The end result for this is that, well, comparing these two, we only have a few categories that even line up remotely. And by doing that hand wavy math from before, we can turn the handle on our math crank, get out a number. And that number is that these are, according to that particular math calculation, 18.3% similar. Great. How does that rank against the rest of them? Well, I'm glad you asked, because what if instead we compared some other games that maybe on the face of it might be more similar to each other? So let's compare two survivor-like games of the Rogue genre, of the Rogue universe. On the top, we have the game Bone Razor Minions. And on the bottom, we have a game, maybe you've heard of it, called Vampire Survivors? I don't know. And on our assumption is that these games should be roughly similar. There's some categories that don't line up, and that's totally fine. I wouldn't expect all categories to line up every time, but we do the same hand-wavy math calculation. These games are 96% similar. It's kind of a big difference between the 18% that we saw before. So if someone is coming to a platform and hunting for something, they might be expecting something more similar to the thing that they might be looking for. Just for funsies, let's compare Vampire Survivors and Tales of Maj'Al. Any guesses? Any guesses? Not a whole lot of category overlap here, but there's some 15% similar. Likewise, if we compare something like Tales of Maj'Al here on the bottom with Shattered Pixel Dungeon up at the top, probably pretty similar, right? This one actually has more categories that aren't aligned, but the ones that do align pretty well. So something like Dungeon Crawler here, 10% and 6%, that's a pretty good alignment compared to something like Mystery Dungeon, which is 0% for Tome and 5% for Shattered Pixel Dungeon. The score here is 80%. So that's pretty good, right? Like if someone was like, hey, I'm looking for a game like Tales of Maj'Al, but more recent, and I want to be able to play it on my phone or something like that, you might be able to suggest them Shattered Pixel Dungeon with a pretty good degree of confidence. The next logical thing to do is to say, well, we have the original Rogue on Steam. What games are the most similar to it according to this hand-wavy mathematical approach? This is by no means a quality metric. This is very much a sterile mathematical metric to say, yeah, I mean, you have stats and math and all that good stuff. It's just going to output a number. So let's see what games are most similar just for this entertainment purposes. This is for entertainment purposes only. Well, we have some games in the 60% that line up to Rogue following the methodology that we've just been doing. We have some games roughly in the 70-ish% area that line up. These are all things that we would roughly expect, as well as kind of our top ones here with Mid-Boss, Amulet of, I think that's an I, Yovar, we'll say, Dead Zoned, a credits bounty, and the number one, let's bring it in for number one here, the most similar game to Rogue on Steam, according to this methodology, we'll say, caveat, caveat, asterisk, asterisk, Zorbus, 79%. Congrats. But I think what's missing here in the Steam ecosystem is a nuanced search. So when you go into Steam and you're saying, hey, I would like a roguelike game, please, click. Oh, great. We have a whole list of things that can span this whole broad genre of things that we were just talking about. And what I'm envisioning in my mind with this great UI mockup that I've done here, again, data guy, not a UI guy. I'm envisioning something, you click on a tag, you have that tag show up, and a little slider underneath that allows you to say, I'd like a game that has a proportionality of tags for roguelike that's like, we'll say at like the maximum end of the spectrum. I want something that hacking is like, maybe in the 25%. And robots, yeah, I want something that's like pretty robot driven. There's a few games I can think of off the top of my head that would satisfy this criteria, but I'm interested in the ones that I don't know of that satisfy that criteria. And in that case, that would help us find games that are similar, but also help for discoverability and give nuance to our search. I think that's what's missing here. It doesn't say tag nuisance search, it says tag nuance search. So I think if the Steam Labs people want to put together an experiment to try to test it out, I think this one would be ripe for experimentation. Continuing on a little bit more with Steam tags here, if we look at, let's see, the verbiage for this is very specific. Let me read a little bit. So this is saying across the y-axis is our release date as usual. But what this is saying, of all Rogue games released on Steam in 2023, the average percent of proportional roguelike tags applied was 4%. And for action roguelikes, our red curve here was 3.9%. And roguelites was 3.7%. So what is this saying? What this is saying is kind of like an evolution of that tag proportionality per game over time, or at least by release date. There's another way to look at this by snapshot date that might be a little more accurate, but that's hard to keep that data refreshed. So using release date as kind of an intermediary here, we can see that like the amount of games that had roguelike as its main tag applied, very common early on, but that's kind of come down some and equilibrated with roguelite tags, as well as action rogue tags. And these are kind of converging all into a similar clustered space where, again, this is for an all games picture. Things like roguelike deck builders, traditional roguelikes, and roguevanias are not as commonly used. I think the prevailing wisdom here is that when someone is, you can either use a roguelike deck builder tag specifically and only, or more commonly you can say, oh, my game is a roguelike tag and a deck builder tag. And in that case, there's lots of overlap of genres. If we split this out by traditional roguelikes, we can see, oh, roguelike and traditional roguelike, unsurprisingly, are pretty tightly correlated with each other over time. 2019 had something interesting happen where there was something where someone over-indexed and has a lot more of their tags for roguelike versus traditional, but that's okay. But what's interesting here is to show that we have a lot more spread out or uniform distribution of these numbers versus very clustered from before. Really quickly about how long people are playing games. I only have a few more minutes here, but let's speed run this as best we can. If we look at review data, we can see how long people have been playing the game at review time, and we can bucket those by how many games. So what we're seeing here on the x-axis is the median percentile of playtime for a given game. And we're seeing how many games have that percentile value. The orange curve is just a running sum and gives us a good way to say, well, Pareto principle, let's say like the 80% is a good cutoff value. So how long are people playing rogue games for all types? That roughly comes down to about 20-ish hours on, I was going to say on average, but in this case, it'd be more on median. How does that compare for traditional rogues? Traditional rogues is a little higher, 35 hours, which comes out to maybe about a 40% longer time of engagement for traditional roguelike games than other types of games in this space. We can break this out by looking at the 10th percentile, 50th percentile, and 90th percentile values for each of our release dates. And we can slap an average line in there too, just for funsies and make it a little simpler. That way we can see how people generally are playing these games over time. We can see how the data evolves compared to that average middle line. And we can see how do those lines compare. So unsurprisingly, the 10th percentile of play times throughout time, about 5 to 6 hours. People are spending 30-ish hours for the median play time, and the 90th percentile, about 140 hours. We got some dedicated folks. So how does this compare with traditionals? Traditionals, a little bit higher. We see the 10th percentile of people engaging in traditional roguelike games is about 9 compared to 5, 45 compared to 30, 300 compared to 138, so almost double in that sense. So a very kind of different level of engagement picture. So in the last couple minutes here, what are some takeaways from all this data? We've seen a lot of stuff. I think a number one takeaway is that it's a good time to be a fan of the genre. It's a good time to be a developer of the genre. We have a lot of stuff being developed, a lot of stuff to engage with, a lot of stuff to learn from. I think if I had a wish list from itch, it would be, can I have some more data, please? I would love to be able to take the Steam data set that I've built out and add itch data in there, some 7-day RLs in there, really to make it a more robust data set. But that's hard to do if there's no API, and I kind of don't want to punish the servers with web scraping as much as I can. and provide counts for how many tags that are being applied. I think that, as we've seen, that's a pretty useful thing. Mobile game data space, anything would be great, honestly. APIs of any kind, but it's such a black box. It's almost not even worth talking about. Steam, more refinement. I think we need more tools to really kind of refine the searches that we're after. Roguelike games are a big varied space. I think we kind of all know that. And being able to set limits on what proportionality of a specific tag we have would be super valuable. And for people to hunt for traditional roguelikes specifically, I think that's a very specific, big part of this community that if we're just hunting by only roguelikes, yeah, we're going to get drowned out by more popular, commercially successful games. But there's a good space of active development here, and either voting on games with this tag or actively seeking them out is a good benefit. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. We've talked about some stuff already. There's some stuff in here that we haven't even remotely talked about yet, and some stuff that we probably shouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. But that's just the tip of the analytics iceberg. There's so much to explore here. So if you want to connect up and talk more about data, at me on Mastodon, either the podcast or me directly. Reach out to the podcast, give us a listen, see what you think. And I have a data science blog of all sorts of video game analytics stuff like this. If you want more info, maybe I'll drop these links over by the aforementioned obelisk. And lastly, thank you. Thanks to the organizers. Thank everyone for really creating such a rich game space. And yeah, this whole area and ecosystem in Talk wouldn't exist without everyone else. So thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much, Scott. This was, boy, I wish you had given this talk before I curated the Steam event. I felt this in my bones. Yeah, okay. So unfortunately, we don't have time for questions now, but at the end of the next talk, we'll jump into the breakout rooms. You will be in screen 1, which I believe is I Was a Teenage Gelatinous Cube. So okay. Yeah, we can talk more about data and the definition of roguelike and roguelike tags. And it won't be controversial at all.
Nope. Yeah, we've solved all the problems today, so looking forward to it.
Absolutely. Yes. Cool. Okay. So I think we need to keep moving right along. Next up, continuing our controversy block. I hope it won't be. Y'all are too cool to be controversial. Our next talk is In Defense of Handcrafted Sudoku. So this is Nat Allison, and she is a freelance software developer who makes weird math apps. Right at home here. She also enjoys solving and constructing variant Sudoku puzzles. And I am excited to hear what you have to say. So, Nat, welcome to the stage.
Hi, thank you.
Ooh, your audio is kind of robotic.
Robotic?
Is any y'all hearing that too?
Is this working? Am I good? Hello?
Yeah, it sounds weird, like it's not plugged in completely or something. But yeah.
Let me try to change stuff in StreamYard. Sorry.
No worries.
Is this better?
Ooh, yes, that's perfect.
Okay, thanks. All right. Okay. So, guys, gals, and non-binary pals of Roguelike Celebration, my name is Nat Allison, and today I am here to present to you all a defense of handcrafted Sudoku. As many of you will know, Sudoku is the logic puzzle where you place the digits from 1 to 9 in a 3x3 grid so that each digit repeats once in every row, column, and box. It is sort of known as the ultimate procedural puzzle. A lot of newspapers, the New York Times, for example, like publishes Sudoku's daily. A lot of publishers have collated giant books of computer-generated Sudoku for people to do when they're bored at the airport or sitting on the toilet. And it's a sort of puzzle genre that has kind of a very predefined set of rules that you can work for it. For most of these auto-generated puzzles, that you have a specific set of instructions and algorithms that you can go, okay, this digit appears in this row, this doesn't appear in this row, so you can put that in, and it gets really boring really quickly. In fact, Jack Schlesinger last year made another Sudoku talk at Roguelike Celebration called Your Puzzle is a Secret Dungeon, where he goes through the process of generating these computer-generated Sudoku and how to do that well, and relates that to being a roguelike. And it's a very good talk. But I'm here today to present a sort of counterexample. Because what if I told you that even though Sudoku is kind of this super procedural puzzle, there is a growing, thriving community of puzzle solvers and constructors that enjoy very handcrafted Sudoku, I myself being among them. So this is what this talk is going to be about. I'm going to try to convince you all procedural fans what is so special about these handcrafted Sudoku. Second, how do constructors like myself make these Sudoku? And finally, the question is Sudoku a roguelike? So we'll figure out how that all ties back in. So let's get started with an abridged history of this current puzzle boom. Sudoku was kind of popularized by the Japanese publisher Nicoli, who is known for actually creating handcrafted pencil puzzles of a variety of genres. They popularized it, and it sort of became popular in the US and the UK newspapers using these computer-generated methods because it's extremely easy to generate. Like, okay, you put one number in, does it break or not, and so on. And in fact, there's also been an existing puzzle community that loves solving these logic puzzles. And competitively, this is the World Sudoku Championship. It actually just happened a few days ago, I believe, or is now still going on. So out of this scene, two British gentlemen by the name of Simon Anthony and Mark Goodliff decided to start a YouTube vlog where they solved first cryptic crosswords, which are these British really hard puzzle crosswords. And then they branched out into other puzzle types, including Sudoku, first doing computer-generated Sudoku from newspapers like The Times, and then branching out into doing puzzles from currently known setters, doing variants and handcrafted ones like that. And then in 2020, something happened to the world that meant a lot of us were stuck indoors for a long time with nothing to do but watch YouTube videos. And a lot of people, for some reason or another, got sent by the YouTube algorithm to these two dudes solving Sudoku. And a sort of feedback would happen where people look at these puzzles and see the beautiful logic that people put into them and think, hey, this is cool. Maybe I can solve these puzzles myself. And then it turns into maybe I can make a puzzle. And then asking the Cracking the Cryptid people that got them into it to try their puzzle. And for some people, that ended up being a dream come true, and their puzzle gets featured. And then those puzzles end up inspiring other people to join the community to create puzzles by themselves, I among them. And this community has kind of grown from that, other people making their own channels, their own streams, making Discords in order to discuss puzzles and fun stuff like that. And so now that you know why this kind of community ended up taking place and all that, now I wanted to ask the question, why handcrafted Sudoku? What's so special about these puzzles that this group has kind of blossomed from this YouTube channel? There's a couple of reasons that I wanted to talk about. The first of them being just the pure variety of puzzles on display, because we're not just talking about the standard Sudoku. There are a lot of variants that people use now. There are different chess variants where the digits can't go into specified, like a knight's move away from each other. This is called anti-knight. There are killer cages where the digits have to add up to a sum, arrows where you have to match the digit on the arrow, the sum to the digit in the circle, thermos that descend or ascend from the thermal bulb to the tip like a mercury thermometer, these dominant constraints where the cell separated by the different dots or X's or V's have to sum to different amounts or have to be in ratios or a sequence from each other. There are different lines where the digits have to form a consecutive set or have to differ by at least 5 or more. There are irregular Sudokus that don't have 3 by 3 regions, but have whatever regions you can think of. There are chaos constructions where the regions aren't even given, and you have to figure out the regions yourself using logic. There are Schrodinger cells where you have to use the digits from 0 to 9, and 2 of the digits are in a cell together in each row and column and box. And there are pencil puzzle combinations that mix in other Nicoli style pencil puzzles. For example, this one is called a yin yang, where you have to shade the cells in black or green, depending on a specific rule. And they also added fog of war to Sudoku, where the digits that you put in, if they're correct, reveal more fog and reveal more clues and such. So the Sudoku world has kind of gone very far from that very standard 1 to 9 restriction. And we're not even restricted to just that. It is literally whatever you can think of in order to make a puzzle. Because while a computer generator may be able to generate the 6 sextillion different classic Sudoku grids, only really a human can have the ingenuity to come up with something completely brand new and something interesting. Although I know some of you ProcGen people will want to try. But it's not just having these rules and creating something off of them. For example, killer cages have been in newspaper puzzles for years with kind of the same sort of randomized, really basic constraint. You also need to have the ingenuity of the constructor in order to create these puzzles. For example, this is a pure killer puzzle called, I believe it's called Leapfrog by Jovial and Echoes, where the idea is there's a really complicated idea here where you have to really keep track of the way that certain digits appear in the first 5 rows. And you know that certain digits have to be in certain cages, and that restricts where they appear in the grid. And that sort of leapfrogs into deductions about other digits, and you have to fill in the Sudoku grid that way. And even in classic Sudoku, people have been able to make like new, interesting deductions that even like a computer needs to be able to brute force, but a human will be able to like solve logically. This is a puzzle called Arbitrary Code Execution, where in the middle rows you have these 7, 8, 9 triples, where you can actually color them, and based on the coloring, you can figure out which one is a 7 based on how it appears, where it can appear on the 3rd row. So even in these really defined genres, people have been able to come up with new and exciting things, new and exciting logic. There is a Sudoku metagame. People come up with new theorems all the time. People build up on the theorems that other people have created, interfacing and being inspired by other people's puzzles, which kind of brings us to the 3rd thing that I wanted to talk about, which is the community, the communication between setters and among puzzles. Because in a computer-generated Sudoku, there isn't really a set path. You kind of just stumble upon other places. Maybe something will work, something won't. There's not really a story there. Puzzles set by humans have a sort of flow to them. There is a sort of break-in, a core thing that you want people to realize about the puzzle, a core deduction. And then from there, it develops into a story about a flow from where that initial break-in leads you, and ending up in like a situation where you have to resolve the final digits in. It's a form of storytelling. Every puzzle made by a human has a certain story the person wants to tell. Maybe the story is this seemingly impossible scenario, this paradoxical scenario actually has a solution. Maybe that story is, I've discovered a new theorem, and this puzzle is my way of showing everyone interactively how to use that theorem. Or the story can just be like, I want to troll my friends into solving a puzzle, a Sudoku with square roots in it. Because who would ever do that? And it's just not just the story within the puzzle, but the overall communication of the community as well. Like I said, people work off of each other, create puzzles, are inspired by other people in that community and create stuff, make puzzles because they want to see other types of puzzles that other people create. In kind of procedural spaces, you look towards the procedurality as a way to generate more content, a way to generate more playtime. But in like our handcrafted community, we have essentially like hundreds of hours of playtime because the community is so big and everyone just makes new and interesting things and works off of each other and communicates that way. So hopefully now I've convinced you all that this is cool and that you want to join the puzzle community and start solving and making puzzles. So how do you actually do that? How do you actually make a handcrafted Sudoku? Well, for one thing, it is a lot of watching, a lot of solving, looking up videos and trying to figure out. I think this was one of the first cracking the cryptid videos I've ever like seen and tried to solve myself. Following along, trying to figure out bits of logic that you can, and then referencing the video to see if to see the parts that you can't figure out. And once you kind of have build an intuition for like what works and what doesn't, you kind of have build a logical intuition. You have to have an idea. This can be what happens if I draw this squiggle or a pattern in this grid with this type of line constraint. What happens if I combine these two types of constraints together in a certain way? Can I take this type of puzzle, this constraint that someone else has made, and modify or obfuscate it in some way that leads to a more complex or interesting puzzle? And once you have the idea, you have to follow through. You have to, excuse me, you have to make the Sudoku resolve in some interesting way. How do you take that breaking that you've created and turn it into interesting deductions based around that theme? If you've made a couple of different contraptions of different digits, how do you arrange those two in a satisfying way where they interact off of each other? Sometimes you put something in and it breaks and you have to backtrack and realize maybe that logic does something interesting and that's something that you want other people to find. But in the end, it's always the question of like, what would I want to see in the world? What kind of puzzles do I want to solve and create and see other people solve? And that directs a lot of what you create in a puzzle. And there's this really interesting thing that happens because of the way that, you know, math and logic works, where sometimes it doesn't feel like you are creating a puzzle. It feels like you're discovering it. You kind of, you set the rules for the world, and then the universe just generates all the possible worlds, and you are traversing those generated worlds to find something that works and is pleasing for others to look like. It's like finding a planet on No Man's Sky that's interesting and telling other people about it, or a world, a Minecraft world, Minecraft seed that's interesting and telling people about it. I don't know how No Man's Sky works. I've never played it. I hope that's how it works. But you are kind of co-constructing with the universe, and that's one cool way that I think it relates back to roguelikes. But because of the way that logic works, and because a lot of these things are hard to see for a human, sometimes constructionists rely on tools in order to help them make good puzzles. This is a tool called fpuzzles that has a bunch of constraints built into it that a lot of constructors use, that along with a script called the Ranks Sudoku solver made by the constructor Ranks, which has a lot of logic for a lot of different clues in it. And what I'm going to do now is actually a live demo, and we are going to construct a Sudoku together in fpuzzles. So we're going to connect, and we're going to, I'm going to make these German whispers clues, which are kind of these lines where the puzzle digits have to differ by at least 5. And I'm going to try to make like an @ sign, like the roguelike convention symbol. Where does the @ go? Okay, so let's see, that goes here. And let's see, this isn't breaking so far. Okay, this breaks, so I'm not going to do that. Let's see, here. All right, there's an @ sign. I think there was like an exclamation mark, so I'm going to use a thermometer for that. Okay, and that resolves a little bit. Can I add another one here? Okay, that breaks. Maybe a small one. It doesn't like that. Let's do a couple of things here. Okay, that resolves a lot. Can I make this work? Okay, that resolves it more. Let's see. Yeah, okay, we did it. We made a Sudoku, and I'm going to share this in the obelisk. But so we did it. We made the handcrafted Sudoku. That was extremely easy. It took like 2 minutes of my talk. Well, there's something kind of wrong here. that's that this Sudoku kind of feels procedural. Like I didn't go through that logic myself. It didn't have anything about what I said about an intended solution path. Like I kind of just doodled in the grid and was like, okay, the computer said this resolved. It feels procedural. There are like small disambiguators, there was little X's I added that don't meaningfully add to the logic in any way. They're just there because I needed it to resolve at the end. So it is possible to make handcrafted puzzles that feel procedural. Even though I drew everything in the grid myself, I decided where everything goes. It feels like one of those. I bet if you solved it, it would solve like one of those newspaper Sudokus that you'd find or on like an airport gift shop. So if that's not how we use tools, how do we actually use them? One way that I've seen tools used, and I've used myself, is the shortcutting of bad paths. This is a chaos construction that I've made called Get Up on the Hydra's Back. And the idea is that you draw these hydrae in the grid. The regions, there are specific cells that determine what kinds of, how many of a certain type of like polyomino region appears in the grid. And while I was making this, I created the regions, and eventually I needed to resolve the final pieces of logic, the final region logic, and I ended up using this fpuzzles generator to try out a couple of possible combinations and figure out which ones worked and which ones didn't. But I eventually had to actually make the logic myself to make sure that the solver is steered towards the combination, the region logic that made sense and actually worked to a solution and made sure that was unique. Another way that that constructors use tools is to just explore the problem space. There actually is nothing wrong with drawing and doodling on the grid as long as you use that in order to derive actual human derivable logic. This is another puzzle I made that actually got featured by Cracking the Cryptic called Too Many Arrows Spoil the Box. The conceit of it is that there are all these arrows that point into the central location of the Sudoku, because I thought that would be a funny thing to make. And I added an anti-knight constraint, which is the thing where the digits a knight's move can't be the same. And the solver told me that this ended up with the digits of the diagonals of the center square being even and on the orthogonal cells being odd. And I was like, wait, this is weird. Why does this happen? So I went back and I kind of intuited or reasoned out the logic of why that happened. And it turned out to be like a really cool logic involving the way that digits circle around the grid and how they had to be placed. And so I decided to turn it into a full puzzle. And then to resolve it, I also used the solver to try out a bunch of possible combinations and saw which ones worked, which ones didn't. And the one that I ended up going with, I also had to go back and figure out that, oh, this is actually really interesting logic for a human to solve. It turns out that the two digits that are highlighted in red have to be the same if you put that arrow there. And because they have to be the same, the only way they work for the way the arrow sums worked, they both have to be a 3, and that ends up resolving the entire grid. And at this point that I've talked about how I personally have used these tools, it is time to talk about the Miracle Sudoku. This was a puzzle that was towards the earlier run of Cracking the Cryptic's popularity. It is their second most popularly watched video, and it is a Sudoku with only 2 digits in the grid, a 1 and a 2, and a bunch of rules saying the digits can't be a chess move, a chess king's move, or a knight's move away from each other, and can't be consecutive. And the conceit of this puzzle is that these restrictions are actually a lot more restrictive than you let on, and you can actually whittle down from the 1s and the 2s to the 3s to the 4s and counting up how the digits have to be arranged in the grid and whittle down where they go. And if you've never watched the Cracking the Cryptic solve of it, please do. It is an amazing video, and the solver Simon goes through an entire hero's journey where he goes from the refusal of the call, no, I'm closing this video, this can't solve, to wait, actually this might be able to solve, and then filling everything in. So I'm gonna give another demo, and I'm gonna recreate the Miracle Sudoku. So we are going to connect, and we're going to include use the solver to include all the different constraints that are in the Miracle Sudoku and just pick 2 random numbers. Let's see, a 6 here, and there we go. This is a Miracle Sudoku. We just made that. We can submit it to Cracking the Cryptic and get millions of views and puzzle fame. But that's not exactly correct, because it turns out that there are really only 1 or 2 different possible solutions for the Miracle Sudoku, up to isomorphism for you math nerds out there. And so the idea of the puzzle isn't that like any particular combination is an interesting puzzle. It's the fact that this puzzle can exist at all. These rules are so restrictive that they only need 2 given digits, and the first person to figure that out was able to capitalize on it and share that with the world and show people that that's an interesting fact. This is another example called 178 by the constructor Glipperl. And the conceit of this puzzle is that all the question marks are literal little killer clues that count the digits along the day, that sum the digits in the diagonal, and the only rule in the puzzle is that the sum of all the question marks add to 178. And that seems like an impossible thing until you realize that you can just highlight all the cells that are part of that diagonal, counting the ones that are double counted, minimize them, and turns out that adds up to exactly 178. And from there, you can fill in the digits and fill in the entire Sudoku from there. And there's a really interesting channel called Mirasir who is also a setter, but he also interviews a lot of other setters. And he interviewed Flipperl, who talks about the way that he set his puzzle. And that is by essentially using this F-puzzle solver to try a bunch of different combinations. And eventually, when he got to a situation where it was almost, he almost got it to work, but didn't feel it wasn't just right. So he ended up writing a program to generate a bunch of different combinations. Ended up with like 4 different solutions that worked, and then picked the one that had the most beautiful solve path. And in this case, in these 2 cases I showed you, these are essentially procedural puzzles that feel handcrafted. They are puzzles that are essentially generated by a computer for the most part, but a human editor had to go, 1, write the program themselves, and 2, had to curate which of those puzzles actually made it into they wanted to show to the world, to show that this interesting thing, this very constrained thing, actually had a solution. And so what I'm getting at is that handcrafted versus procedural isn't a binary, it is a spectrum. You can create handcrafted puzzles by doodling stuff on the grid that feel procedural, that don't really have any interesting logic or intuition in there. And you can make puzzles on a computer using procedural generation, and then because of the way that you do it, curate that in order to have a puzzle that has an interesting solve path. And I think this is something that goes into games as well. In the end, humans want to communicate with other humans. They want to tell a story and listen to a story and experience art created by other people, whether that art is through the medium of books or movies or games or puzzles in this case. And whether that story is, look at this cool theorem I found, the story is, this is a set storyline with a beginning and ending that I want everyone to go through, or even if that story is, this is a wild experience that anything can happen and you have to adjust to it. And I think the puzzle community brings an interesting micro study, a microcosm of a world that is increasingly faced with the big questions about the role of automation and AI in their lives. Because Sudoku is kind of this genre, this subset where computer-generated, essentially chaff, floods the market, and that's kind of how most people know it. But even in that like really bleak reality, there are people who actually seek out art made by other people and seek out experiences made by other people. But at the same time, it is a sad reality, because while many like publishers can turn a quick buck by publishing a book of like hundreds of randomly generated Sudoku, a lot of us in the setter community do this for free, do it as a side hobby, or are trying to make ends meet using Patreons or using other jobs. And so with that kind of sad note, we get to the ultimate question, which is Sudoku a roguelike? To which the answer is no, not really. But I think there's still a lot that the roguelike community and the procedural community can learn about why people like these handcrafted puzzles, which is why this has been a defense of handcrafted Sudoku. My name is Nat Allison. I am on tesseralis.site is my website, and that's also my Blue Sky handle. I am at Tesseralis on pretty much all other social media. And please check out the puzzle community. I would love for more people to go into it. Check out Cracking the Cryptic and those other channels. Check out Discords. Find setters that you like and support them. And yeah, that has been my defense.
Wow, thank you so much. This was really cool. Like, I had no idea. This is like Sudoku in a fundamentally different way than I've ever experienced it, and I'm here for it. Okay, so maybe have time for one question, and then we gotta head off to the breakout rooms. How about, what was the most interesting message that you received from solving a puzzle?
Oh my god. That's a really hard one.
It may be difficult to come up with off the cuff.
I think the most interesting ones are ones that, there's a sort of genre of those are the messages that kind of reveal something very fundamental about. I actually learn like new theorems of mathematics from solving a Sudoku puzzle, and have to like learn, okay, the digits from 1 to 9 have this like really interesting property. Like, for example, I think there's like a certain set of puzzles that have like different cages, but they all sum to like 14. And you actually have to like learn stuff about the number of ways that you can sum to 14 using the digits from 1 to 9. That is like really interesting and cool, and like you sort of figure that out from like determining how the different sums interplay with the different like cages and stuff like that. I'll share it in the obelisk or something if I find, but those are the kind of things that I like to see and I find are really cool.
That is super cool. Cool. Well, thank you again. Thank you so much. Your breakout room, which we are headed to shortly, is screen number 2. Yes, you are in Attack of the 50-Foot Goblin.
Right.
So,
thank you.
Cool. So that is that wraps up this block of talks. Make sure I'm not lying to you. I'm not lying to you. So we're going to spend the rest of the hour. You can head to one of the 2 breakout rooms. You can continue to explore the social space. If you want to see all these links and resources that people are talking about, you find the room that is labeled Map Obelisk. There is a note wall there. That is the obelisk that people keep referring to. It's where you can find all the good stuff. So once again, if you want to talk about data science, that is Teen Cube. If you want to talk about Sudoku, that is 50-Foot Goblin. And if you want to go find secrets, that's cool too. One just technical note before I drop off. If you ever find yourself in a situation where you think the chat is too quiet, you're probably right. You can really fix this by moving into a different room and coming back. Or if that doesn't work, try refreshing. Computers are hard. Okay, I think that is all I need to tell you. Go forth, and I think this is all you'll see from me today. I'll see you again tomorrow.
Oops, I just did a, oh, hey, I'm back. Just did a Twitch comment to say I was ready to go live instead of a chat message. So how is your roguelike celebration doing? I'm having a great one. And thank you very much to Christy, who took over for emceeing so that I could get a little bit of a break. The organizers insist that I rest my voice, which is very nice of them. Some points before we get into this next exciting block of talks. I saw some nice sentiment about that amazing music that we're hearing in the interstitial breaks. So I want to just mention again, it's fantastic. It's from Tambalaya, who, to be clear, custom made this generator. Like for us, we commissioned her to create this generator. It is running on a physical Game Boy that is sitting on organizer Amelia Laserwalker's desk with a camera pointed at it. And so that little screen you're seeing is the physical screen of a Game Boy that is playing that generated music, which is extremely cool. And for people who are really interested in it, the generator itself is hopefully gonna, it sounds like, end up on Tambalaya's itch page for download sometime after the conference. So we'll probably mention that somewhere once it happens on social media and things like that. So it was wonderful. I'll also mention we're really thankful everyone's been like super engaging with the map obelisk this year. We're getting a lot of good links on that obelisk. We love that. And we will make sure to pull out those links at the end of the conference and put them somewhere, like on our website. We will send out a link in our newsletter about where that is so that those are referenceable after the conference, because everyone's been just putting so much good stuff in there. We have a newsletter, by the way. If you didn't know, if you go to roguelike.club, you can subscribe to that. It's the best way to know like when we're going to open submissions for talks for next year and submissions for the Steam sale and all of that kind of good stuff. So check that out, which also if you're watching this on Twitch or YouTube, if you're on Twitch, sorry, I just posted a weird message about the fact I was ready to start speaking. But you can also go to roguelike.club to get a ticket for this event, and then you will be able to go into the social space, which is a web kind of application where you can talk to other people, you can submit questions for speakers, and you can submit references to the note obelisk. So, and if you're on social media, use hashtag Roguelike Celebration, all that good stuff. But enough about that. It's time for more talks. Next up, we have Eric Billingsley. Hello.
Hi.
So you are an indie developer based in Ottawa, Canada, fellow Canadian, who's always loved making games and started as a kid with tools like Click and Play. Since entering the industry, Eric's worked on titles like Tunic and Cuphead and released his own commercial titles Spring Falls and Startwine. He also helps run monthly show and tell meetups with local group Dirty Rectangles, and lately he's been making small games for the Pico 8, including the roguelike Into Ruins, which I believe you're going to talk about now.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. So hi, welcome to my talk. This is Scope Down Design, making a tiny roguelike. So hi, hello. My name is Eric Billingsley. I release games under the name Sparse Game Dev, which is kind of a weird name, I know. I've been working in the games industry since 2009, though I started making games as a kid, like Alexi mentioned. When I first got into the industry, I was working on some AAA stuff, and I've worked on some bigger indie titles, and I've also released a couple of my own commercial games. So none of these games are roguelikes. So what am I talking about here? This talk is about a different game called Into Ruins, which is a roguelike. And it's also going to be about how much I love the game Brogue. And it's also going to be about some basic strategies for simplifying a game's design, and how they can lead to interesting choices, and how I think they did in the case of this game. Some disclaimers. I'm going to be comparing my game to Brogue a lot, but I don't think my game is better than Brogue. Brogue is a masterpiece and one of my favorite games of all time. And also, this is mostly a design-focused talk, but there's going to be just a little bit of technical stuff, mostly going over the limitations of the Pico 8 platform, because that had a big impact on what the game became and the design of it. So what is Into Ruins? What is it? Into Ruins is a traditional roguelike for the Pico 8 fantasy console. It's also my first roguelike and my first Pico 8 game, so I was kind of diving into the deep end a bit with this one. And the goal of the game is to get to depth 16 and retrieve the wings of Yendor. So pretty standard roguelike stuff. It has hex grids, as you can see from the GIF there. I like hex grids, they're cool. And it also has isometric, I say isometric, I guess it's nearly isometric, maybe that's not technically right. Pixel art, it's animated. So from a presentation perspective, that's what the game is. What is Pico 8? Pico 8 is a fantasy console inspired by older 8-bit systems. So it's not like a real system or device that existed. It's a program that you run, and you can load cartridges, like virtual cartridges that were made by people, and play games and other things. It was created by Joseph White, also known as Zep. And it has everything you need built in to make games with it. So it has a code editor, and it also has a sprite editor, and it has a tracker for making music and sounds. And all of this is very cute and fun to work with. It also has built-in tools, or a built-in tool called Splore, which you can use to explore things other people have made, and like see featured games and that kind of thing, which is really cool. It has a really nice community. And it has a lot of technical restrictions that give games a common feel. So you open up a Pico 8 game and it feels like a Pico 8 game. So what are those restrictions? It has a really small resolution, so everything looks really chunky. It has a very limited sprite sheet as well. So what you see to the right, that's all of the art in my game. You can only use 16 colors, and there are 4 channels of audio that you can set to different waveforms to make sounds and music. It also has limited memory and CPU usage, which is kind of neat because it means that the games run the same on different devices, and it also means that they can run on some pretty low-end devices, which is cool. And there's a limit on the size that your code can be. So this is like the big restriction, because if you're talking about a sprite sheet, you look at your sprites and you say, okay, I want to dedicate a quarter of this sprite sheet to my enemies, and each one is 8 by 8, and it has 4 frames of animation. That means I can have 16 enemies, and it's really easy to well, I say easy, but it's easier at least to reason about that and plan that out. It's a lot harder to look at your enemies and say, I think it's going to take this many lines of code to implement pathing or some other system that your game needs. So the code size thing is tricky. It's kind of like solving a puzzle as you make your game. I found that like halfway through development, anytime I wanted to add something new, I had to go in and rework what I already had in order to make it fit, which can be frustrating, but it's also satisfying. And the upside to all these restrictions are that the games are really small. And one cool thing about Pico 8 is the games can be encoded into the low entropy bits of an image of the cartridge. So this picture here of the cartridge is the game. Pico 8 can open up that image and run it, which is neat. That's not quite true. My game is actually 2 cartridges, but it's the same idea. I wanted to mention some other games before I get going with the talk. Pork-like by Christian Majewski, and Curse of the Lich King by Johan Pates. So these are both roguelikes for the Pico 8. They also have kind of a simplified design, and they're excellent games. And these are kind of the 2 games I looked at and was like, okay, I think what I'm trying to do is possible on the Pico 8. And Pork-like, Christian actually has an entire YouTube series that's a tutorial on how to make this game. So if you want to get into roguelike development on the Pico 8, that's a really great place to start. So check that out. I also wanted to mention Pixel Dungeon by Oleg Dolya, which is another roguelike that is based heavily on Brogue. So a lot of people who play my game will say, this is a lot like Pixel Dungeon. And I think that's because they both have kind of a common ancestor. But Pixel Dungeon, it's on PC and mobile. It has cool pixel art. It's also a very excellent game. And then, of course, Brogue. Brogue is was the biggest influence for me on this project, created by Brian Walker, who has actually done a couple different talks at this conference before. I'll have links to those at the end of the talk. And so what is it that makes Brogue special? So Brogue is sort of a modern reimagining of the original Rogue. You can see it has kind of like these single screen dungeons like the original Rogue did. There's no classes. So it has this really cool system where the way you build your character is you kind of find random equipment, and then you also find these scrolls of enchantment. And when you use those, you apply them to one of your pieces of equipment and power it up. So it's like as you're going, you pick which pieces of equipment you want to keep, and you choose which ones to invest this resource into, and you build your character that way. And that's really flexible. It's like you're building a class as you go. And it also means that there's like a lot of variety from run to run in how it plays out, which is cool. It also has a lot of different unique monster abilities. So there's not that many monsters in the game, but they all have something kind of special about them, which is neat because it means that there's a lot of variety, but also that there's not as much to learn. Like once you've played the game enough times, you're familiar with the different monsters and you know what to expect for the most part, which is cool. It also has a lot of transparency, so it tells you a lot about what the monsters can do, what your equipment can do, what the stats are and all that. And so you don't need to look it up in an external source or anything like that. And then it also has this concept of machine rooms, which is, I think, core to Brogue, but not something I even attempted to put into my game because I knew it would take too much code. But the machine rooms are basically puzzles that are integrated into the dungeon levels. And when you solve them, it opens up a room, and in the room, there's a bunch of different pieces of equipment, but you're only allowed to take one of them. So this is another way that the game kind of gives you flexibility in designing your character builds. It also has like really organic feeling and pretty level generation. Like this cave system on the right looks really cool with this big open pit and the water. And it has a lot of interactions with the environment. So things can catch on fire. There's gases that can kind of spread out, and there's traps. So all of this makes for really dynamic gameplay and like a lot of tactics, which is a lot of fun. Like positioning is really important, and kind of looking at what's around you and choosing a course of action based on that. And I think it's just generally a beautiful, well-designed game. So it was natural for me making my first roguelike with no experience making something in the genre to kind of look to my favorite game in the genre for inspiration. And I sort of like used this game as sort of a reference point when I was making my game. But I also wanted to do something unique. I didn't want to just make Brogue again. So, and I knew that because I was working on the Pico 8, and also because I wanted to finish this game in a reasonable amount of time, I would need to simplify my design quite a bit. So how do you do that? How do you take a design and make it simpler? So you're thinking of adding another system to your game. Ask yourself, do I really need the system? Even if it's like a given for the genre that you're working in, ask the question, maybe especially if it is, because I think there's a lot of things where we just kind of assume that we need them. We don't even think about it. We say this is this type of game, it means it needs this, and we don't examine the question. And maybe you do, but maybe you do need it, but maybe you don't. And it's nice to at least think about those questions, maybe to lead you somewhere interesting. Ask yourself, does this add to the game? And even if it does add to the game, is it worth the time developing it? And this is a real question. Like, we have limited time. Maybe you don't want to spend 2 years working on your roguelike. You have to pick and choose which systems you put in. Ask yourself, even if it would add something, would it take away something as well? Like, would it distract from the elements that are the core of your game? Is this part of the core of your game or not? And if it's not, maybe you don't need it, and maybe it's taking away attention from where you really want the focus of the game to be. And would not having this give your game something unique? Would it add something different to your environments, or add some kind of unique gameplay thing that you haven't seen before? Or just, add something, maybe it's a piece of world building that comes out of this. all things to think about. Would not having this thing, like, think through, if you didn't have this element, would that lead you to make other decisions in terms of design that are interesting? Maybe it would lead you to make some compromises that you're not happy with, but maybe it would open up some new possibilities that you wouldn't have thought of if you hadn't like taken this line of investigation. So here's some examples from Into Ruins. The first one is my game doesn't have doors in it. Doors are really hard. They affect lots of different systems. Like they affect field of view. They affect enemy AI and pathing. You have to think about, like, if I throw this item at the door, what happens? It's just really, there's all these edge cases. And if I was trying to make a simplified design, I didn't want to have to deal with those. So I decided to just not have doors. My levels are pretty small anyway, and I thought maybe having doors there would just make them feel even more claustrophobic. So this kind of opens things up. It kind of makes for more dynamic gameplay because it means that sort of enemies can spot you from other rooms. You can be engaged in combat and it'll kind of spill over from room to room. So it kind of makes each floor of the dungeon feel sort of like one big arena, which is kind of what I was going for. And also it fits well aesthetically with the look of the game because I'm going for these really old, crumbled dungeons where like the walls are crumbling and there's holes everywhere, and the only thing remaining is stuff made of stone, like the bricks and the statues that haven't rotted away. So I think that worked well for atmosphere as well. Here's another example, character levels. Brogue actually already did this. So when Brogue launched, it did have a character level system. You would get XP as you killed monsters and you would get stronger. And then partway, or at a certain point, it was removed from the game, which I don't think you see that too often, like a patch just like stripping out a system from a game and making it stronger. So what does removing levels do for your game? Well, you do lose a bit of that feeling of your character like growing in power as you kill monsters. That's kind of a compromise there. But in the case of in our case anyway, we already have like another way to progress your character, which is in my game, they're the orbs of power. It's the equivalent of the scrolls of enchantment in Brogue. And so if we remove the character leveling, it just puts more focus on this progression mechanic we already have. So it makes those decisions for what you power up even more meaningful. And it also means that there's more variation between the builds because they don't all scale in this common way. It also puts more focus on stealth play and allows you to run away from monsters. So if you're in combat and it's getting particularly nasty, maybe you can run away and jump down a pit or something. Because the player isn't thinking about, I really don't want to engage in this encounter, but if I don't, I'll miss out on XP and I'll be behind. Because they don't have to make that decision, it means that they have way more options. It means that more builds are viable, and I think that's a good thing for the game. It also means that I can kind of keep using my enemies longer from the early game. I can take those early game enemies and plop them on later levels, and they're still a challenge for the player, which is really helpful in my case because I can only have like 14 enemies. So maybe if I can use goblins on the lower depths, but just maybe have bigger groups of goblins, that's a win. It's good. What are some other ways that we can simplify designs? So you're thinking of adding not one, but two different systems to your game. Ask yourself, can one of these systems do the job of the other one? And if it can, would that be easier to implement? Would it be easier for players to understand? This often is true. If they're already familiar with something and they see it again in a different context, they can make that connection of how it should work. Would this open up new gameplay possibilities? And if they can't quite be combined with the way they're currently designed, can you change a little bit what your goals are, or just kind of massage the way one of them works to make it mostly cover the basis of what the other one does? Think about, like, if you did that, what would the consequences of that be? And maybe that will maybe that won't work out, but it's good to examine that, and maybe it will also lead you to some different things, and maybe it'll affect a lot of things in your design. So here's a really basic example. These ones I'm going to be kind of comparing to Brogue a bit. So Brogue has both, well, like a lot of roguelikes, it has both potions and scrolls. Potions are things that you can either drink and they have an effect on you, or you can throw them and they have an effect on the environment or on whatever you threw it at. And scrolls are a thing that you can read them and they have a magical effect. And then once you read them, they're like a one-use item. So if you think about it, like drinking a potion and using a scroll is a very similar action. So I decided to combine these two concepts together into something I called orbs. So all orbs can be used or thrown. So if you look at the animation on the right there, you can see the player finds a black orb and throws it, and it turns out it's an orb of fire, and it sets the enemy and the environment on fire. If you were to use that instead, then the player would burst into flames and fire would spread around them. But what does it actually mean to use an orb like diegetically? I think this is kind of an aside. I just think it's an interesting question. I initially wanted the verb to be to eat. I thought it'd be funny if you were eating the orbs. But when I thought about it a bit, it didn't really make sense that you would like consume something and then it would power up a piece of equipment or identify something. So I decided to scrap that and just like leave it up to the imagination of the player. So what you're actually doing, I'm not really sure. Maybe it depends on which orb. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. And so the other thing about combining these two categories is because we have very few items, like I think I only have 8 orbs in total in the game, because I'm restricted in the number of sprites and the number of behaviors I can have coded in. Combining these two categories makes the identification game more interesting, because now we have 8 differently colored things and we have to try them out. And it takes longer to figure out which ones are which, because if we had, I think if we had like 2 categories with 4 each, it would be a lot easier to narrow that down. Maybe that's less interesting. This is another example here of an orb so there's the orb of data, which normally you would use to identify your equipment. But if I throw it at this goblin, we can see that the goblin is named Fluffy, and you can also see the goblin stats. Another example is staves and wands. So in Brogue has both of these concepts. The staves are basically like adding a spell to your character. You get it, and then it charges back over time, and you can use it to cast spells, and you can power it up with your orbs. And then wands are more like you get them and they have a limited charge. They don't recharge, and once they're out of charges, you would normally throw them away. You can power them up to get back some charges, but they're not usually like a core part of your character build. So I decided to combine these two concepts together into staves, but different. So the staves in my game don't recharge on their own. They don't recharge over time. But you can still charge them up with the orbs. So if you use an orb on it, it will fully recharge and also gain a charge. And you can also charge them with specialized equipment that you find. There's an amulet of wisdom and a cloak of wisdom. And if you have those, then when you go down a level in the dungeon, it recharges your staves. So what this does is it means that depending on your build, you would use these items really differently. So if you're playing like a melee build, you would probably just use all the charges and then throw it away. And if you were playing a magic build, you would be willing to invest those orbs of power into the staves and keep recharging them. And if you happen to find the equipment that lets you recharge them as you go, then maybe you could have a bunch of different staves that all recharge at once and get a powerful build that way. So there's a lot of different options that come from just this one category of item, which I think is really cool. And now here's a more like system-based one. So again, in Brogue, there's both light and stealth. So there's on your dungeon levels, there's areas that are brightly illuminated. There's areas that have like patches of darkness. And as you go down the dungeon, it gets gradually darker and darker. And there's also a stealth system where you have a stealth range. And enemies that are within that stealth range have a chance to spot you each turn. But it's a little bit hard to reason about what that stealth range is as you move around the dungeon, because it's calculated based on how much light is in the tile you're in, which is not always easy to tell, and also based on the last action you took. So there's like there's a thing you could turn on that adds an overlay, which shows you the stealth range, which helps a little bit, but I wanted to go in a different direction with this. So I asked the question, like, what if light and stealth are the same? Instead of having a separate stealth range, what if I just use light to determine visibility? So this means the enemies see in almost the same way the player does. So I think that's a little easier to reason about. If you're standing in the light, then they have a chance to spot you. And that also means they can kind of see you from across the map, which is a little interesting. And it also affected sort of the way that I designed my stealth system, because, well, now instead of having an item like a cloak of stealth that makes it harder for enemies to spot you, I have items which allow you to see further into the darkness. So what this does is it first of all gives you more map awareness in general, but the big thing it does is it allows you to play more effectively in the dark. So now you can, like, instead of using the items that give you light, you can not use those. You can stay in the dark more often and play stealthy that way. You can throw items at torches to knock them over, so you don't have to go into the light and you can sneak by enemies. There's all these different options that open up. And I think the result of this maybe is that stealth is a little bit overpowered in the game. But the interesting thing is you can tweak this really easily just by having more things cast light. Like you could have an enemy that carries a torch around, and I have it so that when you cast certain or use certain staves, it eliminates your character for a turn, and enemies can spot you and that kind of thing. So it's really dependent on the light, and that makes it, I think, pretty dynamic and intuitive for the player as well. And this is the big one. So stairs and holes. This might seem kind of silly, but this was like a big thing for the game. So again, in Brogue, so it has stairs like a normal roguelike. You can go to the stairs and go down to the lower level, and that's the normal way that you get around the dungeon and progress. But it also has these big open chasms that you can choose to jump down if you want. In Brogue, these hurt you quite a lot, and so you normally only do it when you're desperate. But I wanted to ask the question, what if this was the only way to progress? Like, do we really need stairs? And this was a really big deal. This led to like all of these different cascading design decisions. So if we don't have stairs and you have to jump down these pits, I didn't want you to always be hurting the player anytime they're going down a level. That felt really mean. So I added an item called the Orb of Gravity. When you use the Orb of Gravity, it gives you a slow fall status, which ticks down. And as long as you have that running, you can safely descend without hurting yourself. So if you think about it, what that really does, it acts like the hunger meter in another roguelike. It's sort of a replacement for the hunger meter because it adds this pressure to keep going. You have to make progress. You have to get down the hole before it runs out, and you have to find more of these things so that you don't end up hurting yourself. So I think that's really interesting. It's not super obvious that it does that, but I think it does. The other thing about this is it means now you can't go back up. It sounds simple, but it has a lot of effects on the gameplay. It affects the way that I design the items. It affects inventory management because now you can't just leave something behind and return to it later. You have to decide what items you want to bring with you before you jump down. So certain items like the Wisdom Cloak I mentioned earlier, and also I did this for basically all of the passive effects in the game, they don't just happen over time. They only happen when you jump down. And I wouldn't be able to do this if you could go back up again, because then you could just go up and down and keep activating the item. So the big thing that this does is it means that because it only activates when you go down, there's no incentive to just wait around for your stuff to recharge. you always have to make progress in order for things to happen, which I think really strengthened the design of the game and the way these items worked. It also affects levels generation because now we need to have these holes on every floor, and we know that the player is always going to be on the lookout for them. And so it kind of affects the aesthetics of the levels. It also, I'm actually generating the next depth differently depending on which hole you jump down. We don't need to get into that too much, but it's sort of interesting just to make it feel more like a cohesive dungeon. And it also got integrated into the story of the game. So the game opens up with the player looking into this open chasm, this cave, and feeling like a call from it, and feeling like they need to go down and explore. And it also, the item you're looking for, the Wings of Yendor, is a method of escape because you don't have a way to go up otherwise. So cutting stairs from the game really, for me, I made this decision early on, and it really defined what the game became. It would be a completely different game if I had stairs in it. And I think it's really interesting that just cutting one feature can lead you to all these different places and affect like the design so much, and even not just like the gameplay, but the themes and everything. So what are some takeaways? What did I learn from this? Like I said, cutting or combining features often leads you to unexpected places. Having fewer things forces you to really tune the systems you have and think about how they interact together. So when we're designing a roguelike, you always want to have different interacting systems. That's what leads to sort of the unexpected behavior. But if you have like 1,000 different things in your game, you're probably not going to be thinking about all of the combinations, right? So you'll end up having some things that feel more separate from each other. I think having fewer things forces you to really think about this. And what you end up with generally is a more kind of focused and cohesive design in the end. And having fewer things can make games easier to learn and understand for players. Maybe this is obvious, I don't know. But restrictions can also be inspiring and fun to work with. I had a lot of fun learning how to use Pico 8 and make games for it. And there's a lot of other kind of projects that have similar restrictions. So if you want to play around with these things, I would recommend it. It's really fun. And it leads you to things you might not have thought of otherwise. And simpler games are easier and faster to make, so you can move on with your life. Like I said, we have limited time. Maybe you don't want to spend tons of time working on your roguelike. Maybe you want to get to another project. Maybe you just want to have more free time and spend less time on this game. If you make your game simpler, it will be faster to make, probably. And simple games are beautiful. This is a subjective thing, obviously, but I think if you can kind of achieve that roguelike magic of having interacting to systems which cause like unexpected things to happen and put you in situations you didn't realize were possible, if you can do that with fewer elements, it's just all the more striking, I think. So that's all I've got. Here are some links. You can follow me on Mastodon or visit my website. I did a write-up on the level generation in the game and also how I kind of crammed it into a Pico 8 cartridge. So you can check that out on the Lex Lawful forums. You should go play Brogue if you haven't. It's a really excellent game. And you should check out Brian's talks at previous Roguelike Celebrations and try out Pico 8.
Thanks. That was wonderful, Eric. And it's very kind of you to be telling people to go play Rogue. I think also go play Eric's game. It's beautiful. So thank you very much. Unfortunately, no time for questions.
Okay.
But yeah, that was really lovely, and hopefully people can potentially follow up in the breakout rooms after our next talk. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, moving along. Next up, hello, we have Elliot Trinidad, a fellow Blazeball developer.
Hi.
Hi. I'll do your spiel. So Elliot is a Los Angeles designer, writer, and multidisciplined production guy who loves flavorful systems, unpopular anime, and learning about new things. Most recently, a community designer on Blaseball, he co-managed the live game's highly active and highly creative online community from 2020 to 2023. And even more recently, Elliot ruined his Dwarf Fortress Citadel by getting too ambitious with lava.
Don't we all? Yeah. Thank you, Alexi. And it was, Alexi, somebody I work with on Blaseball, and it was a pleasure to do so. I'm here to talk about touching grass and taking names, tuning the Blaseball name generator, which is one of the larger projects that I took on during Blaseball. And yeah, let's get into it. As with a lot of proc gen stuff, it's in this case, my talk is going to be turning this thing, the big spreadsheet, all of the whatever data that you collect, and turning it into reaction and emotion, and like people enjoying the stuff that you put out and have forming like a connection to them, forming an actual like emotional bond with the things that come out, and like how do you get there? Let's go through it. Let's generate some names right now, actually. So I hooked this presentation up to one of the spreadsheets that has a bunch of name generation, and I thought one of the best ways to kind of demonstrate like the tone and tenor of the names that come out, the names that people are interacting with in Blaseball, is to just show you them, to show you the fruits of that labor. I haven't seen any of these before. I generated these right before the talk. So say hello to Drip Jaywalk and Midori George and Debbie Petrikov and Edith Marshall, Susan Turner, Toffee Avedano, Jamila Haruki, and Azaseo. I think these are cool characters I would like to get to know. Let's talk about what Blaseball is. I think a lot of people in this audience probably might have heard of Blaseball and are familiar with it, but if you're not, let's get some greater context as to how I've generated these names, what they're for. Blaseball was a browser-based game, started in 2020. It was very much a pandemic era project that started when real life sports were not able to, be in operation. And so it can just be described as an MMO sports simulator where you are fans watching games. You can watch live, fully simulated sports games in real time, log into a website, chat about them, have favorite teams, chat amongst other people watching the same games. So it's like you're playing the role of a fan who can mechanically change some of the rules of the game, but a lot of interaction is watching them having basically like having opinions about them in the way a sports fan does, right? Like having favorite league players whose careers you follow because they just seem interesting or because they keep popping up, or just having rivalries with other people playing the game. All the outcomes in Blaseball are basically a matter of chance. We are constantly surprised by what happens. None of the winners or outcomes or even like event triggers and skill triggers are not really pre-scripted. There's a chance outcome that'll happen, and we don't know when in the season they will happen, which is always a fun surprise to us. And also I think heightens, as you'll see, like heightens how people get attached to these things because they all feel like a miracle, right? The league has hundreds of randomly generated Blaseball players. I'll refer to them both as characters and players because the word players gets confusing, when talking about games in general. And structurally, it's about 24 teams competing for a weekly championship. Importantly, it's all text and UI. There's no graphics. There's no depictions of the players in the league. There's no portrait profile things. So fans are fully encouraged to collaboratively imagine how these characters all look and sound and feel, pretty much just from going off of the text, off of their name, off of like a few facts about them, like their favorite coffee, and about like what they do in the game itself, right? What events trigger when they're on the field. And from that, so much creativity is sprung forth because anyone who's a fan of Blaseball can pick a favorite or just can watch this fictional character's career blossom into something unexpected and as you can imagine, make tons of art, make tons of fanfic, make tons of anything about that. And importantly, it's in an absurdist horror setting. So sometimes a hitter will be incinerated to death in the middle of the game, which is how you get new names generated. among other reasons. So with that context, I'll briefly run through what are the characteristics of names in Blaseball, like at least compared to give you a comparison to other games that also generate names. Everyone has a first name and last name. There are dozens of characters generated in close proximity. So, like, compared to an RPG that randomly generates NPC names, you might only have a few of those in a room. But in Blaseball, that's the entire game. All of these randomly generated characters are interacting with each other, right? None are more important than any other during generation. So there's no equivalent of like an elite enemy. There's no like boss class. There's no like saving cool sounding names or like high level sounding adjectives for a certain tier of generation. They just all go in the pot. And the tone of the writing of the game is, I guess you could describe as dry humor. It's funny, it's comedic, but it's about as comedic as like pro sports can be, which in real life, there's people with goofy names, with goofy nicknames. And we want to channel that instead of trying to make it seem like the writing in the game is I don't know, try to make you laugh by being not serious about it. I could go on all day. This still has some slides that I meant to hide, but there's more that you can learn about Blaseball. I'll talk more about that here. Good job so far. Let's get some news guys in here. Who are these characters? There is Sadie Kwan, Wiz Zachariah, sign him Cold Snap, Diamond Cavani, and I wonder if this is an older. This might be an older slideshow, but I'm going to. Can I preview this for a second? Sorry for the delay, because I know I changed some things here that this might not be reflective. I think this works out. That's fine. We'll roll with it. Million Friends. Yeah, that's a good name. Sorry for the distraction. Let's keep going. We got names. So what is the name generator in Blaseball itself? What's it doing? And unfortunately, or fortunately, the answer is like not really that much. It's not complicated. It really does just pluck a random first name and a random last name and doesn't check for repeats, doesn't wait towards alliteration to sound better. There's a number of reasons for this. Chief among them is just that it's easier, is that our programmers were really busy with lots and lots of other stuff. So it allowed me and the rest of the community design team to, to work on that without having to interact with the coding on a pipeline level. And so I guess, this talk is really less about name generation, less about procedural generation, and more about thoughtful manual curation. I'm going to be talking about curation most of all, right? So let's talk about intentional curation. What are we curating towards? What are we trying to get across here? I'll add some context again about why we had to even overhaul these names, even look at them in a big picture. This would have been in late 2022. We were building up to a big kind of 1.0 relaunch in January. New engine, the world itself, the fiction of the game itself kind of has like a soft reboot in which we were encouraging more people to join in and have less to not need to know as much about pre-existing characters, right? So we have new characters, we have some returning characters, but not hundreds off the bat. And I also want to give a big shout out to my co-designer on this project, Alexandria Min Maximus, which is an amazing name, also known as Keeper Sins, who we worked on these names together. Importantly, because Blaseball had been running for a couple of years at this point, a lot of names at this point were actually user submissions. That was a Patreon perk, and it was great. It allowed a lot of audience buy-in. It allowed people to submit first names or last names to the field of eggs where Blaseball players come from. And, it served a really good purpose for a long time, but this is something that we were looking to shift away from at this point. It was a significant source of moderation labor, not just like moderating out, bad, unsavory names, which is not really much of an issue, but moderating out just things like that are kind of borderline, things that are also just like copyright infringement, and the other downside is that it will drift the authorial tone of the game, because names are going to be how your world presents its fiction in so many ways that narrative does. And I'll get into that a bit more, because we're going to be talking about what are these goals that I set out to solve during this name generation kind of refresh project. And one is to establish a baseline for the just some guy name. What does that mean? This is something that was requested by the narrative team, because again, Blazeball had been running for a couple of years. We'd be at season 24 and beyond at that point. And on the right side, you can see there were a lot of names that had come from the kind of bombastic submissions that were user submitted, right? They're cool names. I like pulling up a game and seeing what Yusuf Fenestrate is up to, or what Cicero Gubbins and Cool Name Galvanic are gonna do today, right? But it also kind of created a situation where like they become samey. Like there's a lot of wacky names when they're all special. None of them are that special, and you kind of need the more plain names in that field to make the other ones shine, to feel special, instead of filling an entire team with 20 of them, right? So in addition to that, in addition to like leveling out this sort of baseline for what an average name in Blaseball should feel like, we also decided to retire names that already had some reputation. If you've followed Blaseball, there's like Parker is a character that people refer to on a first name basis, right? If there was another Parker that came up in the same season, that would be funny. That would be good coincidence. But if there's one that came up a year later, while the first Parker already has such a big, like when you hear that word, that something comes to mind. That's not. It's distracting. That character can't be their own person. So in the same way that you kind of like retire a jersey number, sort of. We wanted to make sure those old names wouldn't come back and then have a whole meme expectation about them, right? Because they sound similar. And like I mentioned, we wanted to set aside the user submitted name parts for a while. If Blaseball was running much longer, went on to run much longer, we would probably bring them back once we'd generated a lot of kind of manually curated names. But yeah, we wanted to start that new season fresh. So another thing that the narrative team really wanted to encourage was like more nobody characters, more like plain name characters getting the chance to rise in popularity just because of stuff that happened to them through the procedurally generated events of the game. It's like once there were a bunch of characters getting generated with very, very loud, very main character sounding names, that's cool. They would get a dedicated following like immediately, and they'd get people drawing art of them. But it's all random. You don't. Sometimes they just get benched and never do anything, right? On the flip side, you can have this whole arc from a character that doesn't sound like anything special. Mike Townsend is a really plain name, but in the history of Blaseball, they started out so plain that they were like hated on the Seattle garages because they were just such a crappy pitcher. So much that they became a meme, and then they wrote a song about them. And then over time, Mike Townsend became such a good player and became so central to a lot of world events in Blaseball that they're like this folk hero now, right? Like this totally plain, unassuming, unremarkable character had this arc with this really plain name, sort of because there was already this kind of like community narrative attraction to plucking out this like really plain guy and giving him a more interesting story, and also just by chance getting an interesting story. Should use some user submitted names. I talked about this a little bit. I think it's tough. There's a lot of pros and cons. It's great to get people in, but it is a lot of extra work, and it's worth knowing that when you do so, you invite people to kind of like submit really more bombastic names and to make their mark on that. So our second goal after that was to expand cultural diversity in the name pool. This was something that was led by the community team that I was a part of. And at this point, the earliest name pool, it did include some multicultural names from sports, but this project would have been the first audit of looking at the name generator as a whole, seeing the proportions of names that come from particular origins or are just like a silly word, right? And it was definitely lacking. We didn't through baseball running, we didn't put a lot of conscious effort into it just because there were so many plates to spin at the same time. I think this was felt too, right? Like this lacking was felt. Baseball felt global both in the fiction and in the fan base, but the characters that it generated didn't. So I wanted to fix that. From a community perspective, I will say that online audiences, even when they are themselves diverse in gender and sexuality and geography, they will still default to a white American perspective. That's just how English-speaking fandoms often find themselves, talking about the things that they like. That's how discourse happens online. We did notice there's a desire from fans to have more opportunities to write and to illustrate person of color characters. And, we wanted to make sure that there were so many of those characters with like explicitly non-white names that they didn't have to resort to like the ones here and there being representative of an entire culture. Even though, and like, even if that's like not part of the game baseball, quote unquote, right? Like even if that doesn't engage with any of the mechanics of what you're doing in the website, that is such a large part of the community of how people interact with the game and the characters and how they kind of just form attachments to watching baseball, that like it was as important as anything else, right? It's a high priority for us on the community team and for the health of fandom. And we had found that investing in an anti-racist fandom literally cultivates a higher quality audience, like putting the work and making sure this is a priority. It also gives you a community that sucks less, that is like less difficult to manage and less difficult to interact with. And that is all, that's all beyond the scope of, I think, this talk. But if you want to learn more, I have to shout out GDC talk given by community director Bria Davis that you can find on the GDC Vault. Check that out. We love talking about community management from baseball. So let's see. I can skip these a bit, but this kind of talks about like how I decided to just pick out where to start with in terms of having this global representation for names across the world, right? I can start with ones that were already have a connection to the world of sports, to baseball specifically, and then in learning and having in building up resources to that and having a pipeline to that and getting used to doing that research, moving on to ones that I wanted to also represent and just further my curiosity. And you can do the same. You're going to research a little bit and find more about what you don't know and what you want to add to your game to give it more life, more diversity. In the same way, this is more stuff. These are supposed to be skipped slides, but like you can research more about how foreign names are transcribed in English. They'll give you some interesting ideas. In particular, this one I wanted to get to, which is like, how do you actually source real names? It's just thorough research. You do a lot of searching. You do a lot of looking around as many sources as possible. But more importantly, the ones that you're unfamiliar with, when you're unfamiliar with language, you should cross-reference as many sources as possible. Just so you have a wide base of knowledge and you kind of make sure you're not missing things or getting misinformation. You can look up Egyptian names, for example, right? But you're going to get like a mommy blog about like how to name your son like a pharaoh. Whereas you can also just keep doing searches that reference census data or statistics, the self-polling statistics. That's still useful. They'll give you a pretty good basis to find out. In our case, what was important was like accuracy to real world names. And you could do that thorough research. So getting to even more fun part is goal 3 for me, I think, was breathing new life into these name lists, which is to surprise and delight. We've got New names. Eduardo Soprano is a new one. Julio Pantalone. I like that. Mud Blackguard. Wow. I don't have. I don't know. I don't have more to say about these names. I love just generating names and reading them out loud. My first tip for adding new stuff to the name pool that I worked on is to create internal consistencies. For me, it was helpful to pick a repeating pattern or inspiration. In this case, you'll see that I added a lot of names that were themed on animals or foods, especially ones that just like had a good sound to them to me. And I felt like I kind of liken that to like Magic the Gathering cycle cards, where you can open up a booster pack and you don't need to know all 200-ish cards out of that booster. But like if you pick out a few that you know are thematically similar to other ones, that helps you compartmentalize them, right? Like it's less having like hundreds and hundreds of junk that's generated, and there is some cohesivity in the world. And especially if you have a game that's more heavy on fiction, on world building, the kinds of name patterns that you find that pop up in your world will tell you a lot more about the world, how parents name their kids, or how names get passed down over time. That's worth thinking about. With Blaseball in particular, it was very, very fun to create opportunities for happy coincidences, which is to say, Blaseball relies a lot on randomness. And by leaning into that randomness, even with a name generator, I was able to seed in fun things that like I had hoped would pan out, and some of them did. There is a character that got rolled with the name Zuri Shoelace, and I intentionally added the last name Shoelace as like a fun little thing. It's like a 1 in a million chance, right? But what are the chances that this would get pulled, and what are the chances that they would get pulled onto the team called the Charleston Shoe Thieves, who are shoe themed, right? So I added a lot of little bits in here and there of like, oh, I hope this gets pulled in a way that's relevant. Or if it gets pulled in a way that's irrelevant, that's still really special. Like in a world where Zuri Shoelace gets put on the Hawaii Friday team, you'd still have a situation where fans of the Charleston Shoe Thieves were like, oh, I want that character. I don't care how good they are. They have a shoe themed name. How can we steal them? Right? Like that's engaging those players. That's driving more motivation for them to attach to certain characters and to follow them along the game. And Beef Night is a favorite example that I'm happy to talk about. A character got rolled with the name Beef Night, which is amusing on its own. Who doesn't like saying the word Beef Night? And again, Beef Night, I added the word beef in there as like a first name, as like a nickname that the actual sports players have, because it would be funny if they got rolled onto the Dallas Steaks, and they didn't. But because they didn't, we see people who are like, well, how do we get them on there? That'd be also fun. That'd be a fun thing to do. And then very quickly, Beef Night died. Lots of jokes ensued, of course. And even funnier, who replaced Beef Night but a character named Flan Prince, which I think is funnier than anything we could have written ourselves. It's the death of Beef Night replaced by Flan Prince, who has like a exactly similarly themed name for reasons that are also just similar, just again 1 in a million chance to have happened. It's amazing because this created a character that instantly has a backstory, that instantly has engagement, that instantly like people are interested in them and are already thinking about ways to explain the randomness. Like, how are they related? How was Flan Prince the liege of Beef Night? Like, did they have a relationship? That's all this fun stuff that can come out from seeding little fun things and fun little consistencies in a random name generator. And then, when it spits out 100 things, people are, of course, going to try to, connect the dots one way or another, right? So yeah, let's talk about testing and tuning. I'll try to get through these real quick. How do we decide on what success looks like? For me, it was just doing trial and error, really quick and easy. You could write a program to like tag names and try to make sure they're balanced, but we just wanted to kind of just roll the numbers. For me, it was generating 10 in the spreadsheet over and over and over as I worked. I just read them out loud to myself, see if they feel good, see if they have a good mouthfeel, see if they feel balanced. And then once I decided I was done with adding names, I created a target ratio. That being, for every 10 names I wanted to achieve these goals, for every 10 names I wanted 1 or 2 of them to be absurd and comedic. I wanted 5 and 10 of them to sound explicitly non-white. I wanted 9 out of 10 to be fun to say, and like, you know, maybe 1 is a tongue twister. In this 10 that I generated here, like the name Quinoa Pew is probably the more like complicated one to say, the one that's like difficult to say. Quinoa Pew, I don't know, but it's only 1, right? That's acceptable for me. If half of them were hard to pronounce, I would have to look at those in the list and maybe either remove them or change the proportions by adding other things. So it was a lot of trial and error to balance everything out. My last tip here for working on this name generator was to be open to feedback. Remember that this is a living document. Not only is your game a living document in which you're interacting with your audience and your fans, but like the names can and should change. Names are especially susceptible to negative associations that you didn't imagine, that you're probably going to get something wrong, and it's nothing personal. And sometimes it's beyond anybody's prediction, right? Like early in Blaseball, one of the names in the pool was the last name of a real life like famous football player. I forgot what it was already, but there's a famous football player who got generated onto a couple of teams. And then in 2020, that real life person said some pretty crappy things about the Black Lives Matter movement. And the baseball fans on that team said, it's, you know, like it brought that to our attention. It's like, this kind of sucks that like every time we cheer for our team, we're also cheering for like this guy whose namesake is in here. Can you change it? And we were like, actually, yeah, that's no trouble to us. That doesn't cost us anything. It's so much easier, and it's a win-win situation to bolster like the narrative of the world, to remove an element that reminds people of something really crappy, and just make it more flourish it with like something that everyone can enjoy better. And so in addition to that, you know, strongly consider hiring a sensitivity consultant depending on your subject matter, especially if you're working on, you know, like a fantasy game that takes a lot of inspiration from a real world culture. There are people out there who are more experts at it than you are, and it is worth listening to them, worth hiring them to hear what they have to say and hear what their feedback is, and make sure you're not making any missteps. And that is it. I think that's 30 minutes, but I'm happy to answer questions here.
Thank you. No, that was great.
Thank you.
Well done getting through it in time. I'll say if anyone wants to throw up a question real quick, we could probably do one, especially since this is the start of the social break. But yeah, no, it's excellent. It's fun to watch people experience the beef night Flan Prince moment in chat.
I love beef night.
It's so good. Because I think too, and it's like, you know, it made the experience of working on the game fun as well, because like we were as surprised as anybody.
Right? It was all remote, obviously, but like, yeah, we're kind of in our separate departments. And I was so excited to work more on design stuff, and that we would have been able to if baseball went on. But, you know, there's always a future.
Yeah, well, it's actually, you know, it's like you're a community designer, which is not a job title that's like super common in the industry, but
no, we made it up.
Yeah, but as you should, and I think more places should use it, because like the community team being tied into the design and closer back and forth was like crucial for things like this. Of, you know, you need to be listening to the community and how it's responding and how it's feeling about names, and factor that into the design process to make something compelling.
Yeah, 100%. It was so important for us, like, since so much of Blaseball relies on the people who are interacting with the game, it was also so important for us to like cultivate that in a healthy way, not just in a way that like people are not having fights, but also in a way that like people are engaging with the game in a way that makes them happy, and not just complaining all the time, as a lot of gamer communities end up devolving into as they get bigger.
Yeah, totally. There's a question, I think I know the answer from Hilext of, will you release the name list? Will it go to waste? Does it save somehow? I don't think we're allowed to release it.
I'll find a
right?
way. It's not, it's not technically my ownership. I'll find a way to do
Well,
something
that's
with
good.
it.
I know for a while people could tweet at you to get their own.
Yes,
generated
actually, yeah.
names.
If you find my Twitter, you can at me and I'll generate a name just for you.
There we go. So you can at Elliot to get your very own Blazeball generated, bona fide, actual Blazeball generator, official name.
Exactly.
Excellent. Okay, and then we should probably move on to the social space. But thank you so much, Elliot.
Thank you so
Fantastic
much.
talk.
So glad to be here.
All right, wonderful. Well, that was a lot of fun. Yes, nice to be able to talk about the name generator of Blazeball was a real success, and I think it's just really interesting to hear the way it developed in relationship to a live community. Since roguelikes that are also like hardcore live games, there's interesting overlap there. But anyway, obviously I get distracted by Blazeball easily, but it is now time for yet another social break, which is good. Time to explore the space, maybe hang out with people, maybe go into the breakouts if you do want to have follow-up discussions. And, make sure to hydrate, stretch your legs. This is a 2-day event, so don't burn yourself out too much on the first day. Let me go ahead and tell you right now those breakout room assignments for if you do want to follow up on these discussions. If you want to talk about the Pico 8 scoped down tiny design roguelikes with Eric, that will be in I Was a Teenage Gelatinous Cube. And if you want to talk about touching grass and taking names, tuning the Blazeball name generator, that will be on Attack of the 50-Foot Goblin. So again, Pico 8, tiny scoped roguelikes, Teenage Gelatinous Cube. And Blazeball, name generators, community name generators, 50-Foot Goblin. So go ahead, have those breakout discussions, explore the space, take some time. That's where you can find things, funny little customization, places to leave notes. You can check out the map obelisk for all of the great submitted different references that people have put together. And that should be it. I will just mention, in case this is your first time and you have not been to another Roguelike Celebration, near the end of the schedule, there's something that says unconferencing. That is going to be a chance to optionally break out into Zoom rooms for some audio video chat, if that's something that you'd like. I will explain exactly how that works after the final block of talks when we're about to be doing it. So go forth, check it out. Also, if you check the happening now, that will always remind you which talks are in which breakout rooms. So enjoy your social break, and I'll be back in 25 minutes for, let's see, the last talks of the day, which will be Paul Hembry on using coordinate systems as a resource for music generation, which is very cool, and Yuri Hornman talking about why dynamic content selection is hard. So meet me back here for that in 24 minutes. Welcome back for our final talk slot for Saturday of Roguelike Celebration 2023, the 8th Roguelike Celebration. There have been so many. 2020, nope, not 2020. That's not how that goes. 2016 was the first Roguelike Celebration where I talked about NetHack and was too nervous to talk to Tarn Adams. But he's very nice, and I eventually got up the nerve. I'm thankful for multiple Roguelike celebrations, so I eventually got up the nerve to say hello to the other speakers. But enough about the past. Let's talk about the now, which is more Roguelike Celebration talks. Let's see, any last minute advice? I'll mention once again that if you have trouble with a room seeming quiet, you can do a refresh or leave the room and come back. Hopefully that works. Another thing to watch out for is that the social space doesn't handle very well being in multiple tabs. We've done our best to make it not completely break, but it's not a great idea. I know that it's tempting because you want to be in multiple rooms at once, but it might result in some problems. So if you're having issues with chat, maybe double check that you don't have multiple tabs open. Overall feedback with the space, you can leave it at the feedback kiosk. We always do our best. Again, this is open source software, so we're also always happy for extra help to fix bugs and get features in. But I'll have more logistics at the end of this, but without further ado, I think we should get into the talks. I'm excited about this next one. We're going to be playing a recording, and then we'll be doing some live Q&A after. But the next talk is from Paul Hembry. Paul is a composer, programmer, and educator exploring techniques for procedural music generation. Working with his brother as the duo Platypus Games, he did cave generation and music for the roguelite Rite of Tephra, and previously he composed music for Lauren Schmidt and Kia Labaija's Goodnight Traffic City. Currently, Paul works at Band Lab as a developer on symbolic music generation. So let's take away Paul's presentation.
Hi, my name is Paul Hembry, and today I'll be talking about audible geometry, using coordinate systems as a resource for music generation. I'll draw examples from Rite of Tephra, a roguelite splunker by Platypus Games, a game design duo consisting of my brother and I. I'll also show you an analysis of a more well-known piece of music. Most game developers grapple with coordinate systems of various kinds. We use them as an organizing principle when building the worlds we want our players to explore. The process of exploration itself can reveal things with aesthetic or emotional impact. We and our players discover new, arresting visual experiences, valuable resources, dangerous adversaries, and other things while moving through our game worlds. Traversing the game world is thus a kind of traversal of psychological states as well. A composer's job is typically to underscore changes in psychological state, either subtly or unsubtly. A change in story beat might receive unsubtle treatment. If a character dies, you'll want a large musical arrival. However, composers can also underscore the traversal of the game world by subtly changing the scalar, harmonic, or melodic material audible at any one moment. A word on music definitions here. I'll assume that you don't have any background in music or music theory, but that, as a game developer, you have used quantities to help you express aesthetic phenomena. Music theorists think of scales as the aggregate collection of pitches that occur either simultaneously or successively in a passage of music. A scale can be defined abstractly as the series of intervals that separate adjacent pitches in the scale. Most scales repeat that pattern of intervals in all octaves, helping to establish what we sometimes call octave equivalence, where any halving or doubling of a frequency is treated as equivalent. The smallest interval commonly found in Western music is the semitone, which is the distance in pitch between adjacent keys in the piano. Many note numbers are expressed in semitones. In addition to note names, we can also assign integers to pitches, usually starting with C on 0, ascending by semitones. These are sometimes called pitch class numbers, and they are equivalent to taking the MIDI note numbers and applying a modulo 12 operation. Let's briefly discuss the diatonic scale, which is the 7-note scale that underpins much of music in the West. Perhaps the most familiar version of the diatonic scale is the major mode, which has the pattern of adjacent intervals in semitones of 2-2-1, 2-2-2-1. There are 6 other modes of the diatonic scale which can be thought of as rotations of this collection of intervals. We perceive a mode in a piece of music depending on which pitch is emphasized more than others, either by duration, temporal order, loudness, melodic behaviors, or some combination of these characteristics. That pitch is then assigned to the first node of the motor scale. We'll come back to scales when discussing our musical examples. When composing for games, particularly those that rely on procedural generation, the composer may not know the specific affordances of the game world for musical content, and often the composer does not know the order in which a player will explore the space. For instance, if you generate a dungeon with branching paths or loops that take the player in and out of certain psychological states, again by encountering monsters, finding treasure, or experiencing architectural or visual changes, you can't compose a linear piece of music that is guaranteed to underscore the player's succession of psychological states. Interactive and adaptive audio techniques such as horizontal resequencing or vertical remixing certainly exist for handling this kind of event structure. Game composers often use audio middleware to build these kinds of possibilities into their music. However, you can also connect musical content with the underlying structure of the game world itself, the coordinate system, as a way to ensure that the musical content shifts in a subtle yet interesting way in tandem with movement in the world. But how can a composer map the experience of traversing a multi-dimensional virtual physical space onto the various dimensions of music? For this discussion, let's limit ourselves to the single dimension of musical pitch or audible frequency. Luckily, our experience of musical pitch is hardly one-dimensional. Most music in the West has a harmonic component. We hear more than one pitch sounding simultaneously, and the sensation of the various intervals between the pitches increases the dimensionality of our experience of music. Furthermore, even in monophonic music, we not only experience the instantaneous frequency of the instrument or voice, but as a melody unfolds in time, we unconsciously compare the intervals between the notes. Thus, even a melody has an intrinsic intervallic component due to our capacity to apprehend recent experiences as a perceptual present, or to compare experiences in memory over longer time spans. There is actually a subdiscipline of Western music theory devoted to creating spatial models out of these intervals, with partially aligned subdisciplines in psychoacoustics and music cognition. This subdiscipline offers us various ways to map a multidimensional coordinate system onto musical pitch. I should note that this kind of theory is very focused on Western music. The idealized listener imagined by these theorists is steeped in this tradition, which includes the classical music of Western Europe, but also styles that inherited components of its pitch systems, including jazz, rock, and pop music, as well as film and game scores. I would gently speculate that spatial cognitive models are formed by experienced listeners of other traditions around the world, but these are not well studied in English sources, and they are certainly not equivalent to what I'm discussing here. We should probably be wary of espousing universals, particularly when related to the experience of art. Within a spatial model of pitch, you typically place related pitches near each other and unrelated pitches far apart. Pitches are usually represented with nodes, and the edges that connect the nodes describe intervals between those pitches. What related means depends on the research goals or musical context. For the most part, related means that the pitches sound appropriate when played together, or that they are commonly encountered together either simultaneously or in near succession. Related doesn't always mean consonant, although it often does. If you are analyzing or composing music for a survival horror game, you might find that the related pitches are quite dissonant when sounding together. There are several types of geometries that you can arrive at when embedding the single dimension of frequency into a more intervallically informed, higher dimensional pitch space. For instance, cognitive scientist Roger Shepard arrived at a double helix where the two whole tone scales are wrapped around a cylinder. Before him, Leonhard Euler and later Hugo Riemann arrived at a two-dimensional lattice with the musical interval of 7 semitones tiling one axis and the interval of 4 semitones tiling the other axis. In modern versions of this model, from Neo-Riemannian music theory, this model is often skewed, forming a triangular lattice. There's a question about what you hear in music as a listener when located at a particular part of one of these spaces. As mentioned before, the spaces represent relatedness, and relatedness usually means that you're hearing pitches together either simultaneously or in close succession. Short-range relationships might represent harmonies, medium-range relationships might represent scales, and the entire space represents the total possibilities of the 12 equal-tempered pitches commonly encountered in Western music. Among the many kinds of spatial configurations available, square or cubic lattices are perhaps the most useful for game designers because they are commensurate with the standard coordinate systems used in 2 and 3D modeling and level design. So I'll limit my discussion to those types of spaces. How do these spatial models of pitch help us explain how we perceive music, or potentially how composers can make music? They can allow us to chart the experience of motion in an auditory phenomenon as motion in a metaphoric physical space, and vice versa. They allow composers the ability to underscore movement and exploration in physical space with movement in auditory space. Take for instance the music for Norfair, Ridley's Hideout from Super Metroid, or Magmoor Caverns from Metroid Prime by Kenji Yamamoto. Although this piece is not from a roguelike, I'd like to use it as an example because it is particularly susceptible to analysis with the spatial methods I've described so far. Furthermore, this game has an affinity with roguelikes because of the heightened aesthetic of discovery. Also, many of you are probably familiar with this piece of music. This piece primarily uses Phrygian mode, which is a particular ordering of the 7 pitches in the diatonic scale in which the second note of the mode is only a semitone above the first note of the mode. Yamamoto exploits this aspect of this ordering. Virtually the entire piece is built around an oscillation between a chord built on the first note of the mode and then a chord built on the second note of the mode. So we hear a lurking semitone alternation underpinning the entire piece. However, Yamamoto doesn't use the same scale the entire time. Each time a new section is encountered, he transposes the material up 3 semitones and the scale along with it. Moving to a different scale within a piece of music is called modulation. This sequence of modulations underscores the player character's movement in physical space, as well as ratcheting up the psychological tension with each ascent. We can chart this motion using a cubic pitch lattice, in this case one that tiles the horizontal axis with the interval of 3 semitones, the vertical axis with 5 semitones, and the depth axis with 2 semitones. I'll depict this space with isometric graphs of numbered nodes, where the numbers indicate pitches 0 through 11 starting on C. Each cube in this lattice gives us the 7 notes of the diatonic scale. Notice how one pitch occurs twice. Thus, each cube represents fairly well a section of music in this piece. There are some borrowed pitches from outside of each cube. Yamamoto frequently borrows an interval 4 semitones above the first note of the scale, rather than native 3 semitones. This is a common trope in Phrygian, particularly when alternating with a chord built on the second note of the scale. Yamamoto moves right along the horizontal axis, each time keeping 4 common pitches and introducing 3 new ones with each modulation of 3 semitones. Moving along this axis allows Yamamoto to use all 12 pitches within 4 modulations. In contrast to this, moving along the vertical axis, a much more common modulation in Western music, would have taken 12 modulations to do the same. Moving along the vertical axis would be equivalent to moving along the circle of fifths or fourths, an arrangement of the 12 transpositions of the diatonic scale, where adjacent transpositions differ by only 1 pitch. Thus, part of the appeal of this piece is that each new section moves a surprisingly far amount through tonal space. The aesthetic of surprise and discovery is thus embedded in the tonal framework of the music. Let's hear a piano rendition of this piece. I've also provided a pitch lattice diagram and score with color-coded pitches, as well as piano roll notation for people who aren't comfortable reading music. With this demonstration, we've seen pitch relationships in music described spatially. So how can we harness this for a game that uses procedural generation? As mentioned before, Rite of Tephra is a roguelite splunker. The player navigates an endless series of procedurally generated caverns, finding treasure, unlocking puzzles via gigantic tuning forks, and fighting huge bugs. We make use of the vertical dimension by giving the player a grappling hook. Because this is not a well-known game, let's watch some gameplay to give you some context. The level geometry is generated in several steps. First, we do a weighted random fill of a 3D grid with cells that represent either solid rock or empty space. We then run a 3D cellular automaton over that initial random fill to create a cave-like structure. The cellular automaton in question is probably best described as a kind of simulated annealing. We prune isolated smaller side caves, and then we do a marching cubes pass to generate a coarse mesh. We then run just a single step of a naive smoothing algorithm on that mesh to round off the square edges, and we use a triplanar shader to give it a natural stone look. All of this is surprisingly efficient. For music purposes, I overlay a cubic lattice of pitch nodes, where the edge length between the nodes is calibrated to the walking pace of the player character. We want the shifting harmony to happen not too fast nor too slow, assuming a normal pace of exploration. I ended up using 36 meters as the edge length. The pitch nodes nearest the player make up the scalar material heard in the music, and they also control the color of light-emitting objects in the level. It should be noted that all of these objects are also procedurally generated thanks to Will's hard work. In our current build of the game, I mapped the 12 equal-tempered pitch classes onto the standard RGB color wheel, starting with C on red, ascending through the circle of fifths while rotating first towards green, then to blue. To assign specific pitches to the nodes, I place the pitch class C or 0 at the origin. I then tile each dimension with a specific pitch interval. Each new node on that dimension is transposed up from the previous node by that interval. The effect of each dimension is additive, and then we wrap all the results with a modulo 12. As mentioned before, the pitch class nodes nearest the player form the scale used in the music. As the player moves, the pool of available pitch classes changes. Currently, I fade each pitch class in and out based on the distance of the nodes to the player. We end up with a sphere of influence around the player character. The radius of the sphere is larger than the edges of the lattice, allowing us to hear between 7 and 8 nodes at a time, the perfect amount to make up a typical scale. If we had a larger radius, we would be able to hear 11 nodes, and if it was smaller, we'd be limited to 1 node. Neither of those possibilities are good for assembling ordinary scalar material. The radius ends up being 52 meters, which is about the length of the diagonal of the cubic lattice, and I fully fade in nodes at 24 meters using a half cosine curve to ease the pitches in. This is not a realistic distance function for attenuation of sounds over physical distance, but instead is a musically pleasing way to control what are essentially abstract qualities. There are 2 scales that allow us to summarize the affordances of a particular tiling on this space using this sphere of influence. A centered scale where the player character is sitting directly on a node and listening to the 6 nodes connected to it, and an equidistant scale where the player character is in the center of a cube hearing the 8 corners of the cube. All other intermediate positions within the lattice are blends of these 2 types of positions or blends between transpositions of themselves. There are many possible tilings to use, but for Rite of Tephra, I selected a subset of tilings that sounded appealing to me, and for each level I randomly pick one. As the player explores a procedurally generated cave and thus explores a pitch lattice, moving between various transpositions of the scale provided by tiling, how is that realized in Rite of Tephra musically? Limited by time and by my desire to use the highest quality orchestral sampler instruments possible, I opted not to do just-in-time composition, but instead live remixing of pre-composed orchestral stems, each devoted to a single pitch class. The scalar material is controlled by fitting in the appropriate stems, and in-game reverb is used to blend the transitions. While this was more expedient than writing a just-in-time composition system, it had its own difficulties. Rhythms would have to be baked into each stem, and any combination of the stems would have to work texturally. Furthermore, stepwise melodies became extremely difficult to rely on. Because cave exploration lends itself to an ambient horror vibe, I was able to deploy a chain of musical events separated by empty space, with events in 4 categories: drones, Morse code-like signals, violent outbursts, and accelerating-decelerating octave leaps. I ordered these categories the same in every stem, and thus for every pitch class, but the speed at which they occur and where they start in the pattern is different for every stem. Thus, the entire structure is composed of different instances of the same looping pattern that phase with each other. As the player explores the physical space of the game world, a subselection of these stems fade in to assemble the appropriate scalar material according to the nearby pitch nodes. Smaller units of pitch information, like chords and melodies, are the emergent property of these systems interacting with each other. In the case of the octave leaps, their interaction is almost like moire patterns in overlapping but non-parallel grids. The entire structure might also be thought of as a mobile or kinetic sculpture, with loops of different lengths rotating in and out of view as the player activates the structure with their movement in the game world. As an example, let's watch a demonstration using a tiling that creates a suspended pentatonic scale. This demonstration will start with synthetic test tones to better focus on the pure harmony, then it moves to a piano short score, then to a full orchestral version. please check out Right of Tefra on itch, where it's pay as you will in perpetual early access. You can also find the soundtrack on Bandcamp on the album Lost Levels, where there is a static interpretation of this music system.
Excellent. Paul,
Hello. Can you
that
hear
was
me?
wonderful. Yes, I can hear you. And yeah, fun to have you in chat. I think that was lovely, and yeah, definitely one where all of the different music and stuff, it was helpful for it to be a recording. So thank you for putting that together. We have time for a few questions here. So jumping right into that, I think really interesting, a question from Ninja Ducky. So the resulting music from Right of Tefra is both enjoyable and very avant-garde. Do you think, can ProcGen be trusted to create more kind of traditional music too? Is it possible already with the right sources and diatonic scale to generate music that generates music that generates dynamically, yet follows more familiar musical patterns?
Yeah, that's it's definitely part of my day job actually at BandLab, is to do similar things to that. I write software to help sort of some internal musicians work faster. So it definitely does work pretty well for diatonic music. And yeah, I mean, there's the world of music AI is certainly changing very fast. There's been several like direct to audio models came out recently. And I did not work on those, but and there's actually a sort of a tradition of fairly successful procedurally generated pieces of music that follow traditional rules. I think starting with David Cope in the 90s, or maybe it's late 80s and 90s, writing things that sound like Bach, and that was like 35 years ago. So yeah, the resources are definitely out there to do that kind of thing. I just happen to want to write, creepy sounding music for this game. So,
which everyone appreciated and said was quite beautiful. Yeah, I think that's interesting. There's another good question here from Jillian, which I think is really cool. Do you think, can the player learn the rules of the generator well enough that they can use the music to help them navigate the space, or rely on it for that kind of gameplay purpose beyond it being this kind of beautiful soundscape?
That's interesting. I think that probably you'd have to somehow represent walls with music, and also like opponents or adversaries in the dungeon. You can certainly hear them coming because the bugs make a rolling sound and the fireflies have like a burning sort of sound. But yeah, there's a lot of elements you could do. I think if you had perfect pitch, and as someone mentioned in chat, you could probably navigate purely with that. I actually think also with relative pitch, which I mean anybody can learn to have pretty good relative pitch. You could probably also learn to navigate, but you need to get used to the specific mapping. So you'd have to choose a tiling. Like, for instance, the thing in the demo at the end was a very sort of gentle suspended pentatonic scale, and if you got used to that, you could probably navigate with it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I guess one last kind of quick question is just, were you inspired by any particular procedural music from other games?
Interesting. At least the references for this weren't actually from other types of procedural music. I mean, except for yeah. So I guess no.
Okay. Yeah.
Primarily, I was actually inspired by previous work. I guess how I came to working on these pitch spaces. I actually in graduate school, I was taking cellular automata and mapping it onto music in various ways. And then I discovered that the mappings were like more important than the rules themselves in the cellular automata. And so that's why I became sort of obsessed with like really trying to find maybe not the right mappings onto pitch, but just interesting mappings onto pitch. And I think there's so many right answers out there. So
yeah. Excellent. Okay, well, thank you so much. There's more questions, so hopefully people will be able to keep going in chat. We'll have breakout rooms after this, but yeah, we'll have to move on to the next one. But thank you so much, Paul. That was really cool.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, hello, Yuri. On to our last talk of today.
Hello.
Hello. So Yuri Hornman has been making games since 1991, starting with programming role-playing games in 68K assembly with the 16-bit demo scene Legends of Valiant Software. He was the co-designer and main programmer of the cult CRPG Albion. You know, I've read that word a billion times and never tried to say it.
Albion, yeah.
Yeah, Albion. His area of expertise is the intersection of game design, AI, and storytelling, and he has spoken and written on procedural content generation, narrative design, and game AI. Most recently, he helped ship Watch Dogs Legion. He lives in Toronto, waiting for the dark mode fad to blow over, which is a wonderfully provocative statement.
Especially at this conference, I guess.
Yeah. All right, well, go ahead, Yuri.
All right. So, hello, my name is Yuri. When I pitched this, or when I thought of pitching it, I thought it was going to be technical talk. This is a production talk, so hope you find that interesting. So I'm going to here to talk about dynamic content selection, which is when you select content from some pool or set at a runtime, as opposed to content that's sort of picked statically before the game runs. I need to stress that here I am not necessarily talking about procedural content generation the way you would see it in your typical roguelike. I'm not talking about like there's a seed and now you have a beautiful dungeon, right? I'm also talking about things like barks or val style banter or storylets or what have you. So my thesis is that you need to approach dynamic content differently from static content. And there are two questions that I found useful to think about when working with dynamic content and dynamic content selection. And these questions aren't unique to dynamic content, but how you answer them is. Right? So this is the structure of the talk. I'm going to look at two examples from the perspective of two questions. Question one is, does it work? This is about functionality. Will your content, will your system even work at all? And you can sort of rephrase it as, can you prove your dynamic content won't break the game? And question two is about quality. Is this good? Does this dynamic content do what you want as a game developer under all circumstances? And this question is both easier and harder than the functionality question. It's easier because you could probably ship a game that has uneven quality here and there, but typically you can't ship a broken game. But it's harder because it's much trickier to define what good means. So to keep things simple, I made up my examples just for this talk, but they're based on real problems in real games that I've worked on. So let's talk about level generation using tags. So imagine you have this data structure, a level definition, and it's a simple grid. Each grid cell represents a room, and it has a bunch of tags in it. And imagine you have a bunch of tagged rooms. So this is going to sound like a joke. I apologize. Player walks into the room, and we see the tags ES Medieval Corridor. The game looks in its batch of rooms and picks a room and puts it in there, and there you go. Boom. There's a room. Player walks into the next room, SW Medieval Corridor. You'll probably have guessed that SW stands for where the exits are, so south and west, right? Game looks at its set of rooms, finds one, boom, there you go. And you keep doing that, and then you have a whole level. So what's nice about this, level creation becomes really fast, because to make a level, you fill a grid with some tags. So this kind of level creation is great for a low-budget live service game, and that is actually, where I worked with this approach. It's also great because it decouples level creation from room creation. You can have people cranking out levels and other people cranking out rooms with very little coordination. And so it's not like your typical level workflow where you have, a level designer who needs to coordinate with a level artist, and they need to make sure they don't destroy each other's work and, they have to wait for each other. That all goes away. This is all decoupled. So, the dependency between the two is sort of, broken for production purposes. And the third point I want to make is this is not procedural level generation, right? So this is more like rendering a declarative level description, sort of a high level, this is what I want the level to be like, and then the computer figures out the detail. So I could do a whole talk on decoupling in production. I could do a whole talk on declarative approach in game development, but it's not this talk, so I'm going to move on. So can we prove that level generation using tags won't break the game? I kind of discovered the hard way. You could definitely break the game with this approach, right? The player walks into a room with these tags and there's no room. So the game sort of goes it sort of crashes, because what else can you do? There's a bunch of solutions for this. You can make some tags optional, as in try to find me a spooky corridor, but if you only have a normal corridor, fine, I guess. You could add fallback placeholders to your room set, so gray boxed room for all exit combinations. just remember not to ship with those, right? You can manually test every room. This is not procedural. We're not generating an infinite amount of levels. This is a very finite set of levels. You're going to be running through them anyway. You could manual test this, but you'd have to do it again and again every time anyone edits a level or room, right? And so the most powerful solution I found was to statically analyze the level data and the room list and to identify room requests without a matching room. So I wrote a little Python script that just loads those files and cross-references them and then outputs an error. And if you then hook that Python script into something like TeamCity or Jenkins, you can actually guarantee that bad data will never be checked in. So yes, we can prove that level generation using tags won't break the game. So what about the quality question? Now, you can't just play through levels and see if certain rooms appear too often if there's scarcity, right? And that's what we ended up doing, right? We did not have a lot of time or a big team, and we would be playing through those levels, all the time anyway. So I think that was okay. However, I do think some of that could have been automated to make it sort of easier to see where content is scarce and where players might keep seeing the same room. And I'll get back to that during the conclusion. So let's talk about a second example. Let's say you're making a fancy role-playing game. This is actually a screenshot from one of the role-playing games I did early in my career called Ember Moon. But you have a fancy role-play game. You have a big world. You have fights. You have classes. All the classical elements. And let's say you have a class like the Bard, who doesn't really shine in combat. So you want to give players who choose to play a Bard some cool Bardy thing they can do to avoid fights, right? So let's say that Bards can get a quest to avoid a fight. And something that involves, charisma and songs and diplomacy and tall tales, rather than like swords and fireballs, right? And you don't want it to be the same quest each time, but you're going to have a lot more fights than you can make quests. So you make a pool of quests you can pick from based on the situation, right? Dynamic content selection. So you might have a quest that asks the player to get some ointment from a healer in a nearby cave, one where the player needs to go to a crime boss in a tavern to pay off someone's debts, and then a bunch more for whichever situation makes sense in this role-playing game. And then, because you have a big world, you need to adapt the quest to the current location. You can't have a quest that sends you to the same location every time, right? Because then the player is going to go like, oh no, there's an ogre, and the ogre quest, I know it's going to take me all the way across the world, and oh no, I hate that ogre, right? So instead, what you want to do, you want to dynamically pick nearby locations, probably based on tags, and use those for that quest. So when Bard players meet an unfriendly NPC, they get an extra dialogue option. And when they pick that option, the game selects a Bard quest based on whether they're trying to sweet talk an ogre or a goblin or whatever, and then adapts the locations based on where in the world the player currently is. And the quest itself does not change apart from that. So we have two kinds of dynamic content selection going on, one for the quest and one for the quest locations. So let's look at location picking for the functionality question. Can we prove dynamic location picking won't break the game? In other words, can we guarantee that quests will always get the location they need? And it doesn't matter if the player's seen those locations like 1,000 times and they're on the other side of the world, because those are quality issues and not functionality issues. So we'll get to that. Because if the quest goes like, hey, I need a tavern, and you're all out of taverns, all the other taverns of the world are taken by other quests, other systems, then your quest stops dead, and that's very bad. So can we use static data analysis here, like we did for the tag-based level generation example? And yes, we can. It's just that, in the real situation that this example is based on, this turned out to be significantly harder because this happened on a pretty big project. And, I'm just going to sort of go through some of the problems, some of the steps I had to go through and some of the problems I encountered. So first I needed to, deeply understand the system I was trying to analyze. And I had not written the location reservation system, location picking system, and then multiple person years of effort had sort of gone into that. So that was sort of step one. Then I needed to get the quest and the location data in a format that I could actually work with. And that can be non-trivial because many game engines and data pipelines are actually not set up for this kind of analysis. So I had to write C++ code to export internal data in CSV format, and then Python code to turn that into an Excel document. So then I had to deal with false negatives. So QA had actually found a few cases where there was an actual real life occurrence of this problem, right? So like you start this quest, and then boom, the game locks up. And I had sort of made it that if that happened, it would show like a really big dialog box that was even there in sort of non-debug builds, and really like, talk to Yuri, do not ignore this, to make it really obvious. So we had a couple of examples like that, and I had to make sure that the Excel file that I was working on would also say that this was a problem, right? Because if QA says like, hey, this breaks, and the Excel file says like, no, it's fine, then I have a false negative, and that's bad. And I also had to deal with false positives, right? So if the Excel file says, this combination will break the game, I sort of had to create a synthetic save game and verify that it would actually break the game, right? Just to so make sure I was doing my logic correctly. Then I had to work with content designers to come up with allocation rules and implement those in game, and I'll get to those in the next slides. And then I had to rerun that analysis regularly, whenever the data changed. And I had to, because I don't trust my own programming to the degree that I felt was necessary, right? I had to program a fallback so that even if it still did happen, there was, something. I actually forget what I did, but something to make sure that the player's save game isn't like broken forever, because that's sort of frowned upon. The pattern I found in the quests and the location were that there are quests that are like, give me any old building or street corner, it's fine. And then there are quests that are like, I need a tavern aligned with the Thieves Guild near the harbor in the city of, Dawn Tomb Fort or whatever it is. And so in other words, you have non-picky quests, and you have picky quests. The BART quests, from our example, being reusable and it's a bit more generic, right, are typically less picky than your core story quests, and that's kind of the point of those quests. And at the same time, your core story quest may need that one specific location, like, oh, we need the big confrontation, the big fight in the fortress or whatever, but they only need it once and then never again, because core story quests tend to like they're all about showing new things and moving the player forward through the world, and so they usually only need a location once. So one thing you could do is put your quest and your location to two pools, and places like that, that fortress, that you need for that one story quest, they can, they're in the story only pool, and then once that quest is done, that location moves to the general pool, and then the reusable quests like the BART quest can use them, right? And then suddenly you have, some owlbear healer, is in the fortress or something, whatever makes sense for your game. And that can help a little with solving the problem, because it ensures that these special locations are never taken, right? Like when that story quest comes along, it has a location it needs, so that's good. And it also makes more locations available later on to the reusable quests, so that sort of makes them, freshens them up over time, I guess is what I want to say. But that doesn't prove we'll always get a location. So I don't want to go too deep into the weeds of the actual allocation problem, and each game and each set of data is different. But in the end, I ended up with the following rule. If at a given point in the game, which quest can be active, and you have one quest that absolutely needs a green tavern, and 4 quests that are happy with any old location, all quests will work if you have at least 5 green taverns available, right? So I hope you can sort of like, infer like the kind of set manipulation I had to do, and the things I had to do in Excel, right, and in Python to sort of present that data. But that is sort of what allowed me to prove that the game would never run out of locations, and as far as I know, it never did. So and by the way, knowing which quests can be knowing which quests can be active at a given time is actually hard. What's harder is knowing the likelihood that all the quests that could be active are active, right? Like that, that is a really tough problem. And we just sort of assume the worst case, that like, the player that just grabs all the optional quests that they can, and it just like never closes them, and then keeps plowing through the game. But yeah. So yes, so you can prove that dynamically picking location won't break the game. So what about the quality questions? Are the BART players having a good time? Remember we said that we want to dynamically pick a quest based on who the player is trying to avoid fighting, right? The BART player. So we have some quests that are good for dealing with owlbears, and some that are good for necromancers, some that are good for any opponent, right? And that probably uses like a tag-based system to define the constraints on each quest, because tags are the poor developer's constraint solver. But that means that you can end up in a situation that I talked about with the level example, where the player gets a room, but it's always the same room, right? And in this example, your BART player may keep getting the quest where they need to find an ointment for a common like owlbear complaint or something, right? And so the reason for that can be as simple as you having tagged that quest as being great for owlbears, and you just happen to be a place with a ton of owlbears. Apple Keynote does not come with owlbear shape, so I use squirrels. It's like, prove me wrong. It's good enough. All right. So, but what's happening here? You have two probability distributions, like how owlbears or squirrels, owlbears are spread out over space, and how your quest constraints are set up. And those distributions intersect to result in a high likelihood of one quest repeating. And that is much harder to analyze from data. And I'll talk a little bit about that towards the end. Now, let's look at the quality of location picking. And let's make our lives a little bit more interesting by adding some additional factors. We don't just want to pick a location that's is fitting for this quest. We also want to pick a location that the player hasn't seen in a while, and a location that is not too far away from where the player currently is, because that's the whole point where we're going through this, right? So we don't want to force the player to cross continents just to do a BART thing. And let's assume that means that we have relative weights for both of those factors, right? Like recency and proximity, and some kind of weighting algorithm for picking locations. And I'll also get to that, the one technical slide. So anyway, the huge problem here is that proximity and recency are not things you can extract from static game data, right? They depend on where the player is and what they've done recently. And they are inherently dynamic factors only known at runtime. So you cannot use static data analysis here. Whereas you could still do that for the level generation by sort of calculating the scarcity of things, right? But this is a lot harder. And through some combination of how your world data and your quests are set up, it is possible your players get sent again and again to that one tavern in the harbor district. And maybe it's because it's the closest one, and you said proximity is slightly more important than recency. And there are perfectly good taverns at the other part of the city, but the waiting just you set it up that way, and it's not picking those and that's that is extremely hard to debug. Now let me the sole technical slide here. Let me quickly go through sort of roughly how this algorithm and algorithms of this kind typically work, right? So you have a list of all your locations, right? We're talking about like a given quest, a given part of a quest, you need a location. You take all the locations, and then you calculate like a bunch of metrics or values, right? So here, in this made-up example, we have saliency, which is like how well suited is it for this particular quest, right? Like, and we're going to say like the prancing peacock, like the tavern, is better suited than the wizard's tower, right? For whatever reason. And then we have recency, and then we have distance. And then we take those numbers and we make it so that we can sort of smoosh them together into one number. That's the total score. And while we're doing that, we can do the weighting that I talked about, right? We can say like, hey, actually recency is more important than distance, or or saliency, or whatever it is. We can sort of do arbitrary math on these values. So you add it together, and then you typically you either pick like the location with the highest score, or you do something like you take something from the top 5. There's all kinds of variations. But basically, you pick based on that score. And because you have all those values, it is actually very cheap to sort of display those as a kind of debug tool, and it's pretty common. So either you print them all to the log, and you can see in a log like, oh, location request 23. Well, let's look at all these values. Or you make a little debug window, so you can go like, oh, why did why did this quest pick this particular thing, right? But what I'm saying is like that is not enough, because each individual selection can be fine, but it's over time that they add up to a bad experience, right? So what I think you need to do is log all of that data that goes into a content selection through your analytics system or some other system, and then analyze it over time. And maybe you can then spot problems and their root causes. And maybe you can even retroactively change the weighting and see like, would this have given me better selections, right? And I say maybe here because I have run into these problems, but I've never found a better solution than changing some weights and hoping the problem goes away, because we did not have this data over time, and we simply did not have the data to make a better decision than that. So those were the two examples. Conclusions. So this is what I said at the start. I hope I sort of convince you, right? Dynamic content selection, not that different. The two questions are the same. It's how you answer them that's different, right? If you add a rock to a level, you want to make sure that didn't somehow break the game, which is rare, but we all have stories. And also, the rock made the level a little bit better, right? And that is such a common thing that we don't really think about it. Like, yeah, I'm going to play the game. I'm going to look at it in a 3D viewer or something. That's answering the two questions for adding a rock, right? But so my point is that answering those two questions is very different when you're doing something like tag-based level generation, or my other example. Static data validation is generally useful. I'm generally a big proponent of this. But particularly when independent assets need to work together, and that happens a lot with dynamic content selection, right? So levels need rooms, situation need quests need locations, right? Those are all independent things that come together in a system, and especially when those bits come from different people, especially with different disciplines, right? Like in my example with someone making level definition, someone making rooms, is great. They don't need to coordinate to create their stuff, but the integration problem and the risk is higher there, and that's why it's particularly important to use static data validation. And I'm implying here, sorry, that this is automated static data validation, so you sort of have the computer do the work, and ideally have it done every time you submit data. So one thing that I sort of discovered while writing these slides, it wasn't really clear to me, but static analysis is data mining, right? And I'm not a data mining expert, right? But I know a little about it, and it's like, yeah, you somehow get the data, you massage the data until it has the shape you want. You analyze it, you form hypotheses, you confirm those, you make the whole process repeatable, right? So that takes time and effort, and like I said, you may need engine or toolchain support because your engine may not be able to give you that data that you really need. And another fun thing I discovered is sometimes you cannot start the analysis until your data is close to done. Like, we knew about the location problem early on in the project, but we also knew like we couldn't pick the right way to solve it because we didn't know how bad the problem would be, because we didn't have the whole world set up, and all the locations and all the quests, right? So we sort of had to keep waiting and go like, no, we're not going to answer this until beta, right? Which was sort of difficult in some ways. So you can answer the quality question by feel. You'll remember I said that effectively we ended up not automating or really supporting the quality question in the two examples I gave. We just sort of eyeballed it. It's effectively what we do for a whole lot of other content, but it is a risk and it could have gone wrong. So I feel like to do it right, you need something like analytics or a time-based logger system, and then analyze that data over time. And my final sort of like, what's the opposite of takeaway? Bring along is, when you use dynamic content, don't forget to budget time for figuring out if how you're going to answer these questions. It takes real work. It's a particular skill. Yeah. So I hope that's sort of if you take away one thing, it's that. So thanks. Roll the City Maps by Waterbu, ProcGen, Arcana. Great projects from Itch. My employer's hiring. We shipped a roguelike this year, so wink, wink, who knows, and if you want to reach me, then you can reach me here.
Excellent. Thank you very much. That was a great talk. I'm very much looking forward to referencing it because I think, like your takeaway says, it is just so crucial to have that time to actually make the content good, and you need to take that time again if you change the content, which yeah, having also worked on these types of systems in big AAA contexts, and I'm sure it's also true in smaller teams, it can be difficult to get people to really understand why that extra time is necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, and especially in this case, because I didn't know like at the start of the project, like, oh, I'm going to have to do these things, right? It's more like something's on fire, let's fix it, right? So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that point too, I really liked about knowing that the problem exists does not mean that you can solve it right away. Sometimes you have to wait until the data is there. I think that's a really great insight that resonates with me.
Thanks.
Yeah, so we have time for a few questions. Please, people, go ahead and submit them or upvote them. We have one question here from Dash Clever. So with dynamic content selection, does it make sense to generate randomized player paths and choices to create test data? So that kind of, test player version. Is that something that you ever also used?
It definitely does. It's not something I did for the quality of the levels, but for that same game that the level generation example is based on, I kind of use that for progression balancing, right? So doing like tree analysis through a level and going like, well, if the player sees all the rooms, then they see, they hit so many enemies, and if they do only a few, then they do this, right? And then you can go into like, what is the probability distribution of those things, right? Yeah, definitely. And yeah.
Yeah. I'm curious, actually, in that case, like, did you ever go down further layers? Because you get, you talked about the relationship between locations and quests. Sometimes that keeps piling on of like, oh, okay, but quests have different quest rewards, and the different rewards feed into different type of progression. And so you get that version of like, oh, okay, well now, depending on which quests get generated, the rewards are going to be different, but then you're looking at the progression. And so how do you start then balancing that, like, the quality and the like correctness of, is it possible to get in a situation where like there's no way to get owlbear feathers because it generates no owlbear related quests, and that's the only type of quest as a reward?
Yeah, no, that's a great point, and it's actually in some ways maybe the even bigger takeaway, and I regret not putting this on a slide, is it's very easy to design a system that sounds good and then is untunable or uncontrollable, right? Like certainly with progression. So these two examples were from two different games, and so in the level generation example, like the quest, we had quest, right? Or you had to go for these levels one by one, but that was pretty linear, and so there the non-linearity did not really harm, or like did not make it more difficult to balance sort of the progression. And the other game, like if you have a role-playing game and it's open world, the player can go anywhere at any time, right? And so it's very difficult to control that and to simulate that, right? And also, like I said, with the location picking, it's easy to make a system that is great and it's complicated, but then you need to answer that question, like, will this kill our game? Like, and then that's sort of an additional use case that we hadn't thought of in the beginning, right? And you can end up with like I said, untunable or uncontrollable games if you're not careful.
Yeah, it's just you get into that almost like second order problem of rarely is a single piece of content just a single piece of content. Like a level has a bunch of stuff coming with it, a quest has a bunch of stuff coming with it. It gets more interesting the more layered that is.
Yeah.
But it gets harder and harder.
The data mining, well, it's like in the first question, right? Like generating random paths, through, yes, that's super cool. I'd love to do that. Do I have the time to do that? Right. That's the other question. Like in the case of one game, we did not. Actually, in the case of both games, we did not. So yeah.
And I think it's good too. Like I appreciate talks like this because there are plenty of people who, especially in this type of group, are able to make games solo. In which case, the answer can be that it's all in your head. But often, if you have bigger ambitions, you end up working on bigger teams. Then you do have that. Like, well, QA needs to have certain things that they can check, and producers need to know things, and like your artists want to be able to work on assets without all being blocked by each other, and so it's cool to recognize tools for that.
Or you're a programmer and you really love to get some data from analytics, but there's like several departments involved in that, right? And they want to understand what what these bytes are that you want to send across their network. That can be definitely.
It's an interesting, provocative question, I would say, from Dash Clever. Would you ever design a system specifically to be easy to test first and interesting second?
I think if I would sort of, when you have, when you're designing a solution to a multidimensional problem, right? I can imagine myself finding like, oh, this is a neat thing. This is very easy to test, right? And then trying to make it interesting, right? As opposed to trying to solve both things at the same time, or going for interesting first and then hopefully going like, hey, can I actually can we ship this, right? Yeah, I don't know.
I think that's a good point. I guess it almost depends on your team, because I think there are some teams that would have high confidence that like we can take something that's uninteresting and make it interesting because we have that skill set. Like that is, I think, a lot of game designers would feel fairly comfortable with that. But then, do you have the technical capacity to take something that is interesting but untestable and build engineering tools to make it testable? Maybe you don't. Maybe then.
I also wonder if we hear about the games that thought, that were not interesting and thought they would get there,
Yeah.
I mean, I guess some of them do ship, but yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a hard question.
Yeah, interesting. Well, thank you so much. I mean, that takes us to the end of the time, but yeah, this is wonderful, and I think it's going to be a very referenceable talk, which is fantastic. So thank you so
Cool. Yeah.
much.
Thanks for having me. Bye.
All right. Wow. This has been a long but wonderful day of so many talks. And thank you, everyone, for submitting questions and for generally just being active in the chat and making the space feel alive and welcoming. I'm so thankful to all of our speakers who have made this day as interesting as it's been. And, like the speakers, it's all a back and forth of, it's great to have the support in the chat and the excitement and the questions to demonstrate that enthusiasm. And it's great to have speakers giving that content. So really thankful to everyone for that. It's been wonderful to see people again. It's been wonderful to see people who this is their first Roguelike Celebration, which always just surprises us. The people keep on finding about this conference. Like, tell a friend, we're a very niche conference, so if you think someone else would enjoy this type of content, then let them know. We're pretty much spread through word of mouth. Alex apparently had their dad listen in, and I think that's wonderful. I'm glad that your dad appreciated the last talk. We've learned so many things today. Eels and holes are good, doors are bad, and curation is important. So wrapping up for the day, we are going to have 30 minutes now of social time where we can be discussing in the breakout rooms. I will tell you shortly which breakout rooms are which. And then I also am going to explain the fact that after 30 minutes, we have an hour-long block that's called unconferencing. I mentioned this earlier. The way it works is that if in the social space you go to the arcade, there is a place there that you could submit topics that you want to discuss with other attendees in this unconferencing block. Anytime in the next 30 minutes, you can go and you can submit topics. You can also upvote topics for ones that you think are interesting. And at the end of that 30 minutes, we, the moderators, are going to go in. We're going to pick the top voted topics and assign them to different rooms that link off the arcade. Each one of those rooms has a Zoom meeting link so that you can join a Zoom room. You can decide if you want audio, if you want video, and discuss that topic. Doesn't have to be the only thing you talk about, but it's a starting point, and it's a way to be social in not just a text form if that's something that you would like. So again, it's in the arcade. You will have the next 30 minutes or so to suggest topics. We will do an announcement in the social space when it is time to start the unconferencing and when those topics have been decided. And I believe that the happening now button will also be a reminder of what's going on and where those topics have been assigned. So I'll also mention, again, if the chat ever seems suspiciously quiet, the easiest thing to do is to try and just leave the room and go to a different one. So, if you're in the theater, just like click out to one of the breakout rooms, click back to the theater. Often that will solve it. If not, try a refresh. But thank you very much for your patience with this funky social space that we do our best to make work as a group of volunteers. Speaking of volunteers, I want to thank Maggie, our actual live human captioner, who has been writing all of the words that we've been saying today. It's very appreciated. Maggie's been doing this like every single year, pretty much, I think, literally, that we've had this, so it's wonderful. Thank you to Tamlaya, who made that Game Boy music generator that we're enjoying so much, and we'll have back again tomorrow. Thank you to Kawa, my fiance and fellow organizer, who has been the back-end StreamYard running person in all the times that I've been emceeing, and to Christy and Travis, who were the emceeing pair in the kind of midday today. Thank you to everyone who attended. Make sure to check out the merch. If you're international and have any issues with shipping, note that on the merch page there's an email. You can use that to reach out to the distributor if you're having shipping problems and ask them. Don't forget that there's a Steam sale to check out with lots of games. It includes games from the speakers today and speakers tomorrow, as well as past speakers, and then just all kinds of other fantastic games that have been curated according to Steam Tag. That's not true, but they have been curated lovingly by Christy, one of our volunteers who you saw earlier. So check that out on whatever social media you're on. Use our hashtag Roguelike Celebration. It's here, pointing at it, to share your love of eels indoors and such. And make sure to take care of yourself, get some rest, and hopefully be back tomorrow. So finally, breakout room announcements. I have to tell you last so that you don't leave while I'm talking. But if you want to talk about audible geometry, coordinate systems as a resource for music generation, Paul Hembry's talk, go to I Was a Teenage Gelatinous Cube. And if you want to talk about why dynamic content selection is hard, as we just learned from Yuri Hornman, go to Attack of the 50-Foot Goblin. That again, coordinate systems and audible geometry is I Was a Teenage Gelatinous Cube, and dynamic content selection is Attack of the 50-Foot Goblin. You'll do that for 24 minutes, 30 minutes-ish, and go to the arcade if you want to submit topics for unconferencing. That, I think, is everything from me. Thank you very much. If you run into any problems, type /mod. We're happy to help. And I will see as many of you as are able to come back tomorrow for another fantastic lineup of amazing talks, including an AMA with the actual developers of NetHack. The mysterious dev team is going to be here, apparently. I'm still not sure, just because it's too good to be true as a NetHack lover. So thank you very much, and I will see you all tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of the social time. Bye.